I'm mesmerized in every way. You keep me in a state of daze. Your kisses make my skin feel weak. I'm always melting in your heat. Then I soar like a bird in the wind.
Sé que tienen las flores, llorona las flores del campo santo, que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están llorando, que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están llorando. Que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están llorando, que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están
What's up, Bandidos? And we're live. It's Thursday, January 5th, streaming from the Pacific Northwest up here in Portland, Oregon, where it is cold and cloudy. Hopefully you're getting some streams of sunshine wherever you are in the world. Today we're going to be purging. I hope you guys are ready. So purging on a couple of different levels. So mostly we're going to be cutting into our stash and purging our stash space, but at the same time, we're gonna do it a little bit differently. So I'm gonna show you how to do it maybe more creatively and get some really good builds out of the process as well. So we're gonna be creating builds and purging at the same time and rating what to keep and what to toss. Let's go.
Yo. Watch this.
And I'm back. And so if you're anything like me and you've been playing this game for a while, then you probably have some serious stash issues. I do. I think I always have. And I'm probably like the pinnacle of hoarders of the Division 2. And that's because I make literally like 3 or 4 builds, maybe 5 or 6 every single day. I do. Because I'm always working for something, and you don't get to see all those builds. Sometimes I trash them; they never go anywhere. Sometimes, and sometimes we make them throughout a live stream, and I don't create build videos out of them. That's why the live streams are valuable to watch on replay. Hopefully, you guys check them out on replay as well, because there's lots of hidden nuggets inside these live streams, conversation bits that you can learn from, as well as builds that we create, and why and how I create them, and whether they work great or not. You can see in unedited gameplay in these live streams. So I'm glad you guys are joining me for that. So yeah, stash space issues. Okay, so I have 4 characters, and they are all full, and and inevitably what I do at least at the end of every season, the beginning of every season, what I do is I reorganize my characters. So that's an important task to make sure that you incorporate into your schedule or whatever. But like, so I have 4 characters, and basically what I do is I dedicate one of them completely to gear sets. And then another one hosts like named items and exotics, and then the other one has everything else. So the struggle is real, as Reaper knows. And the problem is that 4 characters isn't enough. It really isn't. It really isn't. Especially if you're a builder, or if you like diversity of builds. And so, I mean, if you just say like you know, you want a good striker build, you want a good heartbreaker build, you want a good Hunter's Fury build, you got your systems corruption, you got your ongoing directive, you got your foundry bulwark. I mean, if you just have one of each of those things of the gear sets, right? Eclipse, there's a bunch more, right? Then that alone is going to fill up your character. And then as soon as you start having iterations like a Heartbreaker skill build, a Striker skill build, the True Patriot tank build, a red True Patriot build, a blue True Patriot build, and you start doing that, then it becomes really bad. It becomes really bad, but that's what we do. That's what this game is about. So I don't want to discourage that at all. I want to encourage that. But something's got to give, because we're only going to be getting more gear. We're only going to be getting more gear, and we're not going to be getting any more stash space, not in the near future. We don't see an end to this problem. And so the devs, and so if you're a more senior player, what up, Colin? It's raining over there too. I feel for you, brother. And so if you're a senior player like Colin, like Simon, like Reaper, like Smiths, myself, if you guys have been around for a while, then you know that we've addressed this with the devs, and they've just basically said it's a server issue for the most part, right? And so they'd have to invest massively in more servers, and it could break the game, apparently. So let's not get into technicals, but the point is that where's the devs' heads at? Let's talk about that for a quick second, right? Where are the devs' heads at? How much are they investing their time, energy, and resources into senior players? To people like me, to people like Reaper, to people like Colin Bishop and Simon, right? Like, they're not. they're not worried about us. We could come and we can go, and you know, of course they want us to stay, but they're investing in new players, right? They're investing in new players. That's where all the money is. That's why, look, we got Mr. Pro Lord over here at 665. My server's kind of quiet at the moment, but like when I come in here, there's like level 10, level 45, level 130, level 1000. These are new players, guys. That's what the devs are doing, is they're trying to drive new energy, and they should, right? They should, because sadly, like a lot of his senior players are just grumps. A lot of grumps, a lot of negativity in the senior crowd. I mean, when I mean seniors, I mean the veteran players, the guys that have been around for a while, you know. And that's because I think some of it is some of the old guard just kind of has some toxicity in there, and I don't know why. I really don't. I can speculate for forever on that, but you know, there's this whole thing about, you know, having to be right and wrong and egos, and I don't know why it's really bad in this game, but it just is. And then the other part is that we endured, like when it comes to the devs and our negativity in the game itself, it's just that we've endured a lot, right? We endured this period in which, you know, a lot of it happened when COVID struck. It started before COVID, but then COVID made it worse. And so that's when basically the devs were planning on abandoning the game. They were not going to service it anymore. And they didn't tell us that, of course, until way later. I didn't hear them officially announce that was actually the case until we were going into season 10. The interview that they did with Yannick going into season 10. That was the first time I actually ever heard him admit it. But yeah, so they were going to abandon the division, and then they decided not to. But at that point, they had already reallocated their assets, their developers, to other games. And so now they were like, holy shit, we got to service this game. We don't have the resources. So they're trying to fix that, of course. But my point is that they're not worried about guys that have 4 characters filled with crap like me. So we're just gonna have to bite the bullet and deal with this process. It's just the way it is, you know. Just the way it is. yeah. You know, so us oldies, huh, Reaper? Us oldies with fragile hips are just gonna have to figure out what to purge and what not to. So that's what today's topic is, of purging. So if you're kind of new to the game, I gotta tell you right away, start a second character, start a third character, get your 4th character, get them all as fast as possible, okay? And so you're gonna want the more characters, the merrier. You need them because, like, it wasn't that big of an issue back in the day, but now it's just like you immediately need them for that additional stash space. And when we're talking about additional stash space, your stash doesn't actually grow. So mine's at 300. It's always 300. It doesn't matter how many characters I have. It's always 300. But what it grows by is inventory. So your character has an inventory of 150 slots, right? And so they're gonna have, your character always has to have a primary, secondary, and a pistol, and then they always have to have 6 items, right? So no matter what, there's 9 slots that are immediately taken off of your secondary characters, your other tunes. So that means you really effectively only have a storage capacity of 141 per character. So at one point, and this is what I'm gonna make a recommendation here, listen to me, don't listen to me, but at one point, I used to use my secondary character, and the idea was to use her for raids, and it was a challenge because people would call on me to do raids, and I'd be like, oh, my stash is full. I'd have to move a bunch of things around to create a raid build, and it'd be like, you know, a half-hour process to an hour, and I don't know where anything is, and it would just be really annoying. So I decided to dedicate my secondary character. Now there's a way where you can create your loadouts like you have here, and then you can port your loadouts between characters, but that's still a painful process. So you can create a raid build over here, for example, on your primary character, and then you can go into here, and then you can say move everything. Where is it? I think it says retrieve items, send to stash, and retrieve the stash. You see that? So you can send the whole loadout to stash and go to your other character and then retrieve that loadout from stash, as long as that loadout is saved exactly as you have it from your first character. So if you have mirrored builds, just keep the same build. So it's usually, basically what I'm saying is, like, you're gonna take the same 9 pieces and move them from one character to the other without having to duplicate those pieces. And so it's still a pain in the ass, because what ends up happening is that if you're like me, then what ends up happening is you'll start playing around with those pieces because you need them for other builds, and so you'll start like re-rolling things and whatever. So in a perfect world, it sounds nice, but the reality is it's just that it continues to get messy. It's easy for a minute and then it gets really messy. But if you're really disciplined, that's the best way to do it. What I'm trying to tell you is like, I don't suggest actually using your additional characters, not in this game. And the reason why is because our stash space and inventory space is the most precious resource we have. It's the most precious. We cannot farm any more inventory space. It's more valuable than the exotics. We can't buy, and so what I'm talking about is like you get these perfectly god world things that are rare, perhaps, right? And if you run out of stash space, you might have to delete that very rare item. And so once you hit your cap, like I am, I hit my caps. I'm always at my caps, inventory space wise. I'm full. Then it just becomes a nightmare. It slows down your gameplay. You have a very hard time even playing, right? So, right on, Bill Will, FPS. Welcome, brother. Umbra Initiative is badass. Love that you're using that, Bill. Good job, man. Dark Shinzo. Yeah, so Jorge Gutierrez. Jorge Gutierrez. Yeah, I have 4 full characters. So let's go back. So anyways, how I play and if you're planning on being a builder and having playing into build diversity, then just stick to your one character, okay? But immediately, whether you're new or you're a veteran, you need all 4 characters. You need all 4 of them. So get on that. It's going to take you 3 to 5 hours to create a second character. And you can speed that up by inviting a friend to come along with you to help you unlock the safe houses for you, so you can fast travel faster. But whatever, and they can help you kill things faster because they got souped up builds or whatever. So but either way, just count 3 to 5 hours. That's trust me, it's worth it. It's a little boring to go to New York and do all of that, but it's worth it. One afternoon and, you got another character. And what's really cool is all the resources, right? So you're going to get the 9,000 resources minus what the game is going to hold back to fill your level ups, for defense and offense or whatever. But, so either way, in my case, I'd get basically 8,000 as SHD points, which I could use for scavenging, which you can use for the expertise system. So creating characters is not only great for the extra 150 gear slots, which in turn, when you create 3 more characters, is going to give you 450 additional gear slots. But again, each character has to have 9 things equipped, which is 27 minus 27. So but that's still effective. It's still effective. And so every time you level up one character, all 4 watches get a credit, an SHD credit, which means that's all helpful for your expertise, and the initial abundance of SHD credits points that you can spend on these resources will help you level up your expertise faster as well, and also help with crafting. Like, if you notice, I have improvised holsters and improvised gloves, and this is very helpful for different types of builds. And so having those resources helps for crafting as well. But anyways, so tip 1 is to immediately go after those additional characters, at least one. Even if you're brand new to the game, you need the stash space, but you also need to double up on your SHD points. As you level up one character, the other character levels up too. And if you don't invest any time or effort into those additional characters, then later on you could delete your secondary tunes and then recreate it for more SHD points. It's the fastest way to basically build up your expertise system. I would do it myself if I didn't need to stash so bad. And now's a perfect time. In between seasons is when you want to be doing this kind of crap. Okay, because season 11 is just around the corner, and it's the last season of this saga of the Division 2, and then we're gonna have a new season 1 after that in the spring for year 5. So do this type of stuff now. So I have 4 characters. If I can manage, now is a great time for me to delete one of those characters and restart it. And by doing that, again, I'm going to get 9,000 SHD points. And then I can go and spend those on the expertise system and possibly finish out my expertise system actually with all those points. I don't know if it's enough, but it's worth the shot. Spring cleaning, as Reaper says. Yeah, and that's a no skills gaming dad is saying a good point. He's a 4th agent for the SHD points only for the most point. Yeah, and I recommend don't have any builds for any of your characters. Don't invest any time into them, so that way you can delete them at will. So just use them as mules and hoarders, resource hoarders. That's basically what all my characters are. And at one point I didn't think that way. I was trying to use my secondary character and I just couldn't manage it. So I need all the spaces. Okay, so that being said, so that's my tip is start your extra characters and then but at some point you're gonna get full, whether you have 2 characters or you got 4, and you're gonna have to make decisions on what to delete and what not to delete. Now some people just go about it like, and I'm not sure I like this route because I've done it this way too, and I'm not sure there's no wrong or right way. You're right here, but some people just go about it like, if I haven't used the item in like 3 months or something like that, then I might as well delete it. Right. But what I find that happens is like, as soon as I do that, I all of a sudden need that item. You know what I mean? It's like, oh man, I need that item, that one item I didn't use. I was saving it for some build in the future. And I finally came up with an idea for a build and fuck, right? Like, fuck, I just deleted that. So, but that's one way to do it. So if you haven't used it, you can just purge it. So, but I like to do things by category. Okay. And so that's why we're calling this the Great Purge, because today we're going to be doing things by category. And so what I mean is like, you mass things, like you mass DPS things, you mass headshot build things, you mass skill build things, you mass status effect things. So you got these categories. And so I feel like when it comes to purging your stash space, if you tackle things by category, then what you can do is try to narrow in on your favorite versions, which possibly, and there's no guarantee here, but I'm just thinking like it possibly minimizes the risk of you accidentally deleting a piece that you might find critical for a future build. And that's because you've kind of locked in and honed in on some really good builds. Now, you've heard people say in this game that that there's no such thing as build diversity, or that like every build in this game has been created. That's bullshit, right? You guys can see that's completely bullshit, right? And the reason why is because they're always giving us new gear, and so the Catharsis is still relatively new, but it's new. And then what did we get last season, guys? We got the Doctor's Home, we got the Bloody Knuckles. And so how could builds been created for the Bloody Knuckles? People have been saying there's no new builds in this game for like a year, 2 years, right? And so, but the Bloody Knuckles is brand new. You know what I mean? Like, and Umbra Initiative is brand new. And so, you know what I mean? So like, it doesn't make any sense. That comment doesn't make any sense. We're about to get more gear in just a minute as well. Right. And so in season 11, we're going to get another brand set. We're going to get more named items, and we're going to get another gear set. And then we're going to get more exotics. Builds haven't been created for those yet. Okay. And so the point of me bringing that up is because what I'm saying is that like, so today we're going to be doing skill damage. We're going to focus in on skill damage, and then we're going to purge. We're going to actually create builds. We're not just going to go through and be like, hey guys, watch me delete 200 things. No. It's not what we're going to do today. What we're going to do today is actually create builds. So what I did is I got all of my skill damage pieces as much as I could, and I brought them all into my stash in my inventory. And so what we're going to try to do is create a bunch of different skill builds and kind of eliminate some of them based on, it's kind of vanilla, or it's not my play style, or it's not any good. Okay. And so we're going to eliminate some of those builds, thereby eliminating their associated pieces. So for an example would be like, you can make some crit builds, some crit skill damage hybrid builds, and we're going to be doing that today. Like this piece you see here, I have Wyvern with crits, right? And there's so many different ways to skin that cat, but there is a version that is better. Okay, now there's total ultimate, many definitions of better. Okay, so better is up to you, and so that's what I mean. There's a better version for you. Does that make sense? Okay, so you could compare this crit build against a striker hybrid build as an example. And so you can put together a wyvern with empress and do that exercise, and then see how it goes, and then put on the striker skill build. You might like the striker skill build better. And the reason why is because you might like the lift to your RPMs. That might be the differentiator for you. You might like the additional level of burst damage and weapon handling, and total weapon damage, and that might eliminate. And so by doing that, you can go through, and so by doing this exercise, you can go through and eliminate all of the pieces that have skill damage and crits, right? And sorry, narrowing in on that, which aren't that rare as it is, by the way, not that rare. And so that's the type of exercise that we're going to do. We are actually going to create builds today, and then determine which is best, and then we're going to stick with those pieces, and then we're gonna purge what we don't need after that, the extras. And so, because if you look, I mean, here's Hannah U. So look, Hannah U is the same thing, right? So we got the Hannah U with double crits, and then we have the wyvern with double crits. Why would you have both? Right? They're serving the same thing. Well, you would have both because if you're running wyvern somewhere else and you're running the Hannah backpack of perfect combined arms, then these Hannah gloves would come in handy, you see? And so that's the kind of thing, is like, because we need these pieces on different slots that all of a sudden we're hoarding just tons of shit. We can't even keep track of it. And then also we got to be on by bringing everything together, you could also look for duplicates. And so we're also going to be doing that, is looking for duplicates and deleting that stuff along the way. But for the most part, we're going to be creating skill builds today. And in the process, we are looking to eliminate, skill damage gear pieces. We look to delete those. And so let's get to the task. So let's see. And so here's one truth for me, and this is what's tough, right? So one truth for me, I gotta say, as I'm building this, is that the memento tends to always be part of my skill builds. It doesn't have to be, but there's very few builds where I'm just kind of hanging out in cover and not shooting, And so that makes the memento like really handy, because I want that 30% weapon damage along with the skill efficiency, skill damage. So it's gonna make a few slot spaces here so I can start pulling stuff over. But so let's look at our backpacks first and start there. So we want skill damage backpack. So we got perfectly calculated kills from cover, reduced skill cooldowns. So right now we're gonna start with like a turret and drone build. So we're looking at ballistic skills. So that's not helpful at all, right? Kills from cover, reduced skill cooldowns. Like if my turret and drone don't need reduced cooldowns, it's very rare that they need it. So we're gonna pass on that one, but I'm not gonna delete it because that's more likely helpful for an explosive build. So we got this Hannah U backpack with skill damage, status effects, and creeping death. So we're gonna pass on that. Here we go. So we got combined arms. So and we got a ton of them. So here's 4 combined arms. So here's the crit version, the explosive resistance version, an armor regen one, and better explosive resistance one. So basically we can delete that one because we got that one better. And then the armor regen one, I don't know if I want to keep that, but I feel like this is the best one. When I run my skill builds, a lot of them do incorporate crits, right? They usually incorporate crits or armor regen, but more importantly, my skill builds hybrids tend to be for legendary. So I'm gonna have that in mind. So that's why the explosive resistance is handy. The armor regen is sort of okay, but the reality is that I'm gonna delete this because I run the memento a lot. So I need to minimize which backpacks I have for skill builds. You know, so if it's not going to be the Memento, it's got to be damn good, right? So the combined arms is a decent option, and this one's a really good one. So we're gonna move that over, and then this one, it looks pretty, but I don't think it's gonna be very useful because again, I'm comparing it against a Memento, and so this makes it a very niche piece, and so that's not too helpful. So we also have Uzina Getica. So if we're looking for armor on kill, that, my friends, can be a reason to choose one of these backpacks over the Memento, because we can get maybe 20% armor on kill by running Uzina and Bellstone combinations. And so, you know, so that could be handy, right? So we'll bring those over. Brazos, I don't have too many Brazos options yet. I don't know why. It's sad. Tech support though, that could be a good one. Let's see if I got anything else. Okay, Empress. So Empress. So this Empress has armor regen, skill damage with combined arms, kind of helpful. This one's tech support. So this tech support is going to be a save. That's an explosive build piece. Skill damage, status effects with tech support is great for your artillery turret. So we're going to save that one. I got this tanky one we can dump. And then I got the crit version, which could be really good. So let's pull that one over because we were gonna try the Empress. And then we got the Wyvern with crits. And then this Empress is sort of okay. You would want perfect combined arms, but we're gonna have to pull it over to figure out if we're gonna use it. So okay, so there's our backpacks. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna run without the Memento first, right? So we're gonna put these bad boys to the test without the Memento. And then if we ultimately say, yeah, the Memento is just always better, holy shit, we just cleaned up like 10 backpacks. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? So we're gonna put together a really good non-Memento skill build. And then in the end, we might just say, oh my God, why would we do that? The Memento, if the Memento just crushes it based on my gameplay style, then all we get to save ourselves a big headache and just delete a bunch of backpacks, you know? So that's good news for me. Okay, and so we're gonna do crit style. So let's start with go ahead and do the capacitor. Why do we want the capacitor? Just so you know, real quick here, it's got really good crit mods on it. That's what I like. 10% crit chance, 30% crit damage, and of course, really high damage to armor. And it's balanced out the health damage there. Decent reload, small mag, but it's also powered up by the skill tiers, so it's pretty comparable. It is better than the test subject, but quite comparable. The test subject's also a good way to go if you want to run the Busy Bee. So, okay, so we got crit. So let's see where we are crit wise. We're at 54. That's because I'm running this Cheska piece. So again, our goal, our objective is to bring our skills in line with our weapons. So we want them to both feel very powerful. So that's the objective of this build. So let's see if we can do that. Let's go with the tradition, and that being we're gonna want 3 pieces of what do you call it? Empress International. Empress International gets me tongue-tied. I always want to say Emperor's Guard. So Empress International with crits. So let's try that. I better turn that private for now. All right, so we got this. So this one's got focus. We'll change that talent, but see, we got all the crits that we need there. And so when I run Empress, I run 3 or die, right? So let's look for that mask and holster complement. So there was one right there. I'm just seeing if I got a better one. I'm also looking for duplicates throughout the process. All right. This will be easy. And then we're gonna make iterations of it too. So we're not just gonna make one build and then we're gonna try to improve it by thereby also eliminating pieces to come up with the ultimate crit three-piece Empress, so to speak, right? And so let's see if we find where the third piece is going to be. Ideally, it's going to be the gloves, because if our goal is to power up the weapon damage, what I would like to do is perhaps wear 2 pieces Brazos and try to get that weapon core in there. And so I know a lot of those are my knees for some reason. Empress, where are you? There we go. So there's a third Empress, and I'm full. God damn it. See, again, that's why we're doing this. That painful process of always being full. All right, that should do it. So we were on the was that gloves or knees? I can't remember now. Knees. So we got skill damage, skill haste status effects. So these are basically the same. Sort of. Delete that. Basically, we'll just keep it for now. I'll have to figure out. All right, here's a third piece. Boom. And so, all right. And then we're gonna run 6 skill tiers, and then we're usually gonna run technician with this, right? So let's just go and do that. So we got assault rifles, pistols, that's all we need really. So let's activate that. So I'm not gonna go for Brazos right away, because I think that might be the later iteration. So to top this off, I think, you know, we got a choice. We can run the holster, the waveform holster for 30% weapon damage. Or we can run the Wyvern. I don't know, do you guys like the waveform holster on these builds? What do you think? And then we also have Wyvern here. And then we're looking for, there was a Hannah, second piece of Hannah, right? So since we're running the Hannah backpack. Oh, there's that China I was looking for earlier. I didn't see it. Let's pull that in because we're gonna need it. Hannah, Wyvern. We were Empress. It's weird, it wasn't in order. Oh, was that a China I was looking at? Maybe that's why. Okay, I'm confused. Confused. Huh. All right. So we got our 3 Empress. And so look, so 2 pieces of Hannah is going to give us another 10% skill damage. And then we can run the final piece being a Wyvern. Right, so let's put the Wyvern there, and then we got the Hannah U up here. So here's the challenge that we get into. If we rather run the waveform down here, right, the Wyvern ends up not being useful down here and ends up being useful up here. And so that's why I have the Wyvern up here. So both the Hannah and Wyvern gloves are critical. So what we need to do is we need to figure out, so here's an elimination point, right? So do we delete the Wyvern knee pads, a holster ultimately? You know, and there's a good chance that we will. And so the only way the way that we need to test that is to figure out if we're gonna like having the waveform holster over the Wyvern holster or the Picaro's holster over the Wyvern holster. So all of these are potential deletes. And if you do that, then you can run the Hannah U here, but the Wyvern is more useful for the Hannah U because the Hannah U is conditional to us using the Hannah backpack. So by determining the holster, we potentially delete 3 gear set items, right? So the Wyvern is more useful than the Hannah, because the Hannah is only good if I'm running the Hannah backpack on the skill build. But if I was running the Memento backpack, then I would be running the Wyvern gloves. And even on this same build, pretending I'm running Picaro's holster or the waveform, the Wyvern gloves is the same thing as running 2 pieces of Hannah. It's the same thing. So ultimately, the Hannah gloves are at risk of being deleted. The Wyvern gloves are probably going to stay because they're more useful. And this Wyvern holster is also at risk of being deleted. So it's a two-man swing. Dodgeball, if you're for those dodgeball fans out there. So that's okay. So that's our test. So we now will know what we're up against, right? So what we're up against is figuring out our holster preference on this build, right? And so we're gonna figure out our holster preference, and then we also a holster preference. So Wyvern versus waveform versus Picaro. So we do want to put them all 3 to the test. And the reason why is because we need to see if the waveform is ultimately the best. And I'm thinking about this out loud here as I go. And the reason why is because I need to, it'd be best if whatever I landed on is suitable for a backpack switch to an exotic backpack, right? And the waveform isn't. So I'm hoping that the Picaro's holster I like better, or even the Wyvern. But ideally, the Picaro's holster is the best because that would be suitable whether I am running a Memento or I'm not running a Memento. So I'm hoping I like that one better, if that makes sense. So skill damage with weapon damage. So cool. So let's add our, we just need to, looks like re-roll the knee pads, and I think we're good to go. So you want, like for a good skill build, if you guys are, the basis of a really strong skill build is basically your cores. But otherwise, I'm looking for my skills and my weapon to be in balance. The reality is your skills are never going to have the time to kill that your weapon does. The weapon is just hits too hard, even if you don't roll anything into it. You know, however, they do double duty. The skills do more than just kill, and that's their true value. So skills, what they do, the most important thing a skill does is it allows you to get out of cover and shoot. They make you invisible. I call it cloaking. They cloak for you. And so that's why we want our skills in the first place. Oh, we need to change our chest. Now I'm gonna run glass cannon because I like glass cannon. What do you guys think? Glass cannon, kinetic momentum. But we don't want, but ultimately it's your gun that is most precious, because when you get pressed, when you got a tank coming around a corner, when you got an enemy flanking you, when your skills are on cooldown, what do you have? It's your assault rifle. And so that's why you want, when it comes to skill builds, I think that the hybrids are the way to go. You know, I rarely like going all in on the skills because for those situations, I want to account for those situations. I want my weapon to be useful. And so do the devs. So do the devs. And that's why they gave us the weapons like the capacitor that have crit chance and crit damage rolled into them to encourage us to have strong weapons. And so that's important. I want to be shooting. Yeah, that's a good one too, Aldo. Picaro's with the coyote mask. Good call there. The problem is, yeah, so right now we're just trying to do things about. So we got a base damage of 100,000. That's before we're going to get 60% skill damage boost there. Then we're going to get 30% skill damage boost there for 3 seconds every time we're shooting. And we're always shooting. That's the goal. And then I'm going to run glass cannon on the chest. And this is a really good build. I already know it's a good build. We got one piece Wyvern, bro. We do. So here's the Wyvern. So the Wyvern's on our holster. But so you know, skill efficiency is more important than one piece Wyvern, because that 10% skill efficiency is everything Wyvern has and more. So 10% skill efficiency has got skill damage, it's got skill haste, it's got skill duration, it's got skill health. Skill health is actually important on legendary for turrets and drones. status effects, and repair skills. So it's got everything in there. I probably skipped something, but you know, you get the point. Anything that's possibly skill related is in there. So, okay, so where are we at? So we're at 59% crit chance, so that's good. And so we're gonna load up our crit damage now. Okay, and so we're not gonna have any survivability add here. Our survivability is all gonna be our time to kill. So expect to use an armor kit with this type of build. All right, and so we are fixer. Let's change that to damage there. And so I could tell you right now that this is going to be a beast of a build. So let me swap this out there just to make sure we got the skill tier. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we've used every skill damage piece the game has to offer. Am I missing one? Can you guys think of one that I'm missing? I don't think I am, right? So 2 pieces of Hannah's is 10% skill damage. 1 piece Wyvern, and then 3 piece Empress for the skill efficiency. I don't think there's anything else out there. So I think we got it all. So let's go put this through the test. And then again, let's just make sure we have our holster. Both of our holsters. The Picaro was skill damage. There it is. That was 8.4. I know I got another one in there. I got a better skill damage. It's 8. Let's grab the right one. I know I got a better one. Yeah, I found duplicates of that. Picaros. Where are you? Damn, I got a lot of holsters. I got a lot of holsters. Ever since they came out with this new brand set, Brazos, it just keeps giving me holsters. That's it, just holsters. Okay, there it is. So 8.4 skill damage. So we'll take that one instead. So then I can delete the other piece. So this is the one that I have is 8. And so we're gonna take the 8. So that one will delete 8. You see that? And then we'll keep this new one at 8.4. So let me just re-roll this into a skill tier real quick. So I'm hoping this is the piece that I like. And the downside is that it would give me skill haste in exchange for that weapon damage core, but maybe we like that, maybe we don't, right? Do we value the weapon damage core, 15% weapon damage? We're also gonna down ourselves some crits, right? So the current holster's got crits with skill damage, which might be more valuable to us. We'll see. As a matter of fact, we should probably just TikTok, you know what I'm talking about? So let me just put this to, I'm gonna do a quick holster damage test, okay? And on the primary, between the Picaro and the crits, we need to know what that is. I'm sure that the Wyvern is gonna produce a bigger number, but we don't know for sure. Vulnerable elite. So 5 something, 525. Is that what you guys are seeing there? 516, 525, I think. 516 seems reasonable. 525 though. I'm seeing 525. Okay. Just depends on how good my headshots are. All right, so 525. And then let's put on that Picaro's holster. $544. $534. So it's actually higher damage. Look at that. Who would have guessed? I would have thought the crits would have outperformed that. The trade-off, though, is you lose 10% skill damage, but you pick it back up. You see the pieces? So that's interesting. Okay, so the Picaro's holster is better than the one-piece Wyvern. Are you catching that? Is that it's really complex the way that actually panned out. So the Wyvern has the crit chance and the crit damage built into it. So we're gonna have to check our crit chance stats because we lost some crits there. But you see, Wyvern gives you 10% skill damage, and so but that skill damage moves from the brand position down to the attribute position, right? And so we don't actually lose the skill damage. We maintain our same skill damage. And then we pick up skill haste and we lose crit chance and crit damage. But because we gain the red core, we're getting a higher crit damage value. And so ultimately the only loss is actually crit chance. That's the loss, but we gain more damage. So the loss is crit chance is the only loss, and we gain more crit damage. So we're at 54 there. So to really even that out, I have to change one of these to crit chance, and that's gonna probably bring it back down to almost a tie, maybe? Let's see. Yeah, almost a tie. It's basically the same thing. See that, 524. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing for me. I like a tie. A tie tells me I can dump the Wyvern holster. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a good point, Reaper. Big J, I mean, you got to be careful with the whole gear sets, trashing gear sets things. Okay, I'll talk to you about that in a second. So, but let me finish my thought here on that. Is that so the Wyvern? So a tie tells me I can trash the Wyvern, that the Picar's holster would be more valuable because the Picaros would work. So if I decide I'm going to run the Memento, the Picaro would work there. Would still work. Now, there's more to that. That's sort of a blanket statement. The reality is that, well, if I decide to go with the Memento, I'm going to lose more crit chance, and I might need the Wyvern's crit chance slot. You see what I'm saying? So it's not super easy. It's never an easy decision as I'm making it seem. It's just not. Because there's a chance, like if I run a Memento and I still want to run crits, then might need the Wyvern. Or you see what I'm saying? But but the problem is that I'm going to be using the Wyvern already. It's going to be used here, so I'm stuck. I'm stuck with, like, I'm not going to run a Hannah holster. I'm not. So I'm gonna have to. I can use an improvise, or I can use the Picaros with the crit chance there. So the Picaros crit chance would also be an option here, and I'm not gonna delete named items, so you can count on that. So what I said is still true, but there's still caveats to everything, right? So keep that in mind. So Big J has a really good question. Big J says. Yeah, Black Tux. Yeah, we're gonna do the Memento, Black Tux. Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. We're starting with the non-Memento build to see what we can eliminate. But I'm thinking about the Memento as I do, and I'm thinking that I want the build flexible for me to swap in and out the backpack. And so, but I'm testing this to see I love it, and then if I put on the Memento and I determine that the Memento just crushes this build, just makes this build so much better, then I can delete this Hannah backpack and all these other skill backpacks, all these other skill backpacks, like that one, right? That's a really good backpack. I have never used it. I've never used it because it's got protector on it, which I would never use. And I've had this backpack forever, guys. I've had this backpack for ages. A year, maybe it's been sitting in my stash. I've never used it because the Memento is so good. And same with the Wyvern, okay? So, and I know you guys have heard me say this before, but let's look at the talents. It's like, and you're probably thinking, oh, but tech support or combined arms are all pretty good talents. True. I'm not denying that. Tech support gives you 25% total skill damage, which is great. But the Memento gives you 30% skill efficiency and 30% weapon damage and 3% armor regen. And it's going to stack your skill efficiency by 30, 60, 90, 120. And up, sky's the limit. And it's going to give you bonus armor. And it's going to give you weapon damage spikes. So it's just like, and it doesn't have a cooldown. There is no 20-second cooldown. It's forever. Once you have your Mementos, right? It's forever. And so, the only downside of the memento that from the community, what they say is like, you know, oh, it's hard when you're playing in a group, but that's on you, man. It's not hard for me. It's not hard for a lot of people that I play with. We run in groups with the memento, and it's not hard to get full stacks. You know, it's just really not. And it makes really little difference anyways in the end. But combined arms is the other round, same thing, right? It's not going to give you the skill efficiency on top of the skill damage, and it's not going to give you the weapon damage, and that stuff is vital because that's the whole point of this build, is a balanced weapon damage, skill damage dealio here. Now the challenge is, I'm going to tell you right now that glass cannon is so strong. It's so strong that it's doing a lot of the work. It's doing a lot of work for you. You know, so it's going to make it really difficult because when we change out the backpack, it's like you can change it out. But the truth is that glass cannon is still doing so much work that it's overriding minor differences on a build. It's going to override minor differences on a build. So anyway, keep that in mind. Okay, so his question. I think it was Big J. He says, hey, because of Countdown, which is a really good resource for farming, could you trash a whole gear set? To make space, and this is the challenge. So I would go in here before you do that and see what you can and cannot craft. Like ongoing directive one of those you can't trash? I can't remember. I mean craft. There's some gear sets you can't craft, like True Patriot. You cannot craft True Patriot. Also, there's some things that you can't craft a particular item on a gear set. So maybe like Hunter's Fury, you wouldn't be able to craft. You can craft the chest piece, but you can't craft the backpack. Or they do that to you all the time. So I'm not seeing ongoing directives. So yeah, I think ongoing directives is one of those that you can't craft. I don't know why. It almost feels like a bug. But yeah, see, there's no ongoing directive. So the answer is like sort of like yes, like some things you could just quickly farm. The truth is that I think the liberating thing for everybody is just to let go of the idea of God rolls are like, you know what I mean, are valuable, or like that they really makes a big difference on your build. I know that's funny coming from me because I'm obsessed with God rolls too. I'm just like you guys, you know, I'm sucked into the dilemma myself. But the reality is that if this build had, you know, was less God rolled, so to speak, you know, then it's still going to perform. It's not going to really matter. So it doesn't matter that skill damage is not 10%. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that those aren't maxed out. It doesn't. It'd be nice, but it doesn't matter, you know. It only matters really if, like, I gotta say, like, it is one of your base builds that you're never gonna let go of. I would say that's the time it matters. It's like, look at it like your expertise system. Any piece should be looked at like your expertise system, basically, you know. And what I mean is like you don't when you look at your expertise system, like you're cautious in what you roll into, because you think like, am I going to be wearing this piece often? Is it going to be worth it? And your God rolls should be like, you should be thinking about that when it comes to God rolls as well. But my point is like enjoying new builds or testing new builds or getting out there and making a new build. Like the reality is you shouldn't be holding back for God rolls, you know. And if you can think like that, then you'll definitely liberate yourself, I think. Okay, let's get out there and test this real quick. Go to our testing ground. Yeah, I'm the same way, Happy Cog. Like my ODCs begs to differ too. That's what I'm saying. That's like I'm just like you guys. It's like I can't help it. You know, I'm making this build video and I want every ounce of power, you know, to showcase how great it is or whatever. You know what I mean? But it's a disease. Yeah, and Reaper's saying that, yeah. And so you just have to be, he's saying that Countdown is a good resource too. He agrees with that concept, but you just have to be careful on what you delete. I think there's some items that you just can't easily craft, but my point is I go to the crafting bench. I would go there first before I deleted it and see, okay, I can delete the backpack. I can delete the knees and the gloves, but but the holster can't be crafted, so I'm not going to delete the holster. I would do it like that. So I would delete everything but the holster, because that way if somebody says, hey, I need you to run an Eclipse build real quick for this mission, or you want to run an Eclipse build for a mission, and you can go to the crafting bench and just craft it all really quick. It's not difficult to craft skill pieces. Anything with the skill tier should be the first things you look at, which is why we're looking at those. Because any skill tiers are the easiest to come by, because you only need the attribute to match. And so same with, especially for gear sets, they already come with the skill tier, so all you need is that one attribute to match. You know, and so the skill pieces are the first thing that you should go. The skill brand sets. They should be the first thing to go. I don't have any. I'm looking for one. I don't have any. I just took them all off. Like Rigor, Eclipse, whatever. I mean, you can have your one Eclipse build, but you know, that one Eclipse build can be used in several different ways, right? Okay, so we're gonna be using we don't have any ammo. Why? I don't have any fucking ammo. Really? Jesus fucking Christ, game. I just came from the White House. I don't have any directives on, do I? All right, let's walk down the street and get some fucking ammo. Probably get into a fight along the way. There's always a fucking thing here, right? Where is that ammo? Excuse me, can't crawl over that pile of garbage apparently. There it is. Yeah, I don't know what that's about, Randy. I mean, we didn't travel out of the testing range. We were upstairs, and so I think you got to go outside to reload on your ammo. I think sometimes, I don't know. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it isn't. That's why I can't tell. It's inconsistent.
You got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Well, I hold on to things tightly because I want to create these builds, and look at that, how fast my fucking armor went down. Yeah, I'm already armor kitting up, so I already don't like the build. You know what I mean? Like, I already don't like the build. Look at, like, I look like I'm playing Division 1 with that armor bar. It's fine. And it's not that I don't run no armor builds. I mean, I run all red builds all the time. It's just, and this is basically the same thing. And see, the skills are keeping me cloaked. You're playing from cover because you have to. It's not the worst thing. But see why I'm irritated? So my drone is already down. So I'm running 3-piece Empress so that I can have that skill health, and my drone is already down, you know? So I feel like Empress doesn't really help that much. It's 10%, it's not enough. The 30% from the Memento is still barely enough. It's not enough either. 30% for the Memento is not enough either. I'd rather run the Memento and get all the benefits instead of just relying on the 3-piece Empress. You can run the Memento and Empress though, if you wanted to. But I don't think it's worth it to do that. I'd rather shift things over to my weapon. The reality is they're just going to keep busting that drone out. So if you can give yourself your weapon just a nice healthy time to kill, it'll be less of an issue for you. So we're out of armor again, notice. I don't know how. But we are. And that's why you right there is why you want your weapon to be juiced up. So our skill went down and we had a rusher headed our way. Run. So we've used, look, we've used 2 armor kits. We're not struggling at all, just to be clear, right? Like, but we're about to use our 3rd armor kit, and we're on the first checkpoint. And we still got the drone operators up, so that's not good. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not a matter of power. It's not. You know what I mean? It never really is it, guys? Is it hard to make a strong build? You guys struggle making strong builds? No, it's the easiest thing in the game. Go all yellow, go all red, whatever you want. Go all yellow, go all red combo. You know, the struggle is the other survivability, right? That matters. Outside of time to kill. I mean, look, I got 1 armor kit. So let me tell you what ends up happening. So if I lose, I'm already at risk of being permanently suppressed. That's what that means. So when you're down to your final armor kit, and when you lose that last armor kit, you're permanently suppressed. You have no armor. You have no armor regen. You have no armor on kill. What are you gonna do? And here we are. So I'm down to my last armor kit. So once this armor breaks here, I'm fucked, right? And I'm out of ammo, which is not a good sign. So we're basically done though, but not happy with the build. It's too much of an old school build. It's an old school build a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, you're very pinned down. You're pinned down in the first place. It's good. It works. I'm not saying it doesn't have damage, but it's just, I wouldn't run this in any legendary. You wouldn't have very much fun. I wouldn't have very much fun. I don't want to talk for you guys, but like, what I mean is, like, imagine going into Tidal Basin with this build, right? Like, or whatever mission you want. And like, what would happen is like, you're inevitably, there's warhounds sending grenades your way, and, you know, artillery warhounds, whatever you call them. And you know, you're gonna try to pick up a couple of armor kits along the way, and, you know, but you're gonna be suppressed a lot. You're gonna go, eventually it's gonna get miserable. You're gonna be miserable. You're gonna be going down, and your allies are gonna have to pick you up all the time. It's just, you know, and it's not that you can't kill. It's just that you can't stay on your feet, you know, especially, you know, I mean, I don't know, it could go either way, but I would just be irritated by not having all the armor kits, you know. I think that's the holdback there. So I don't like this build. It's not my build. So that's good news. That's good news. So let's change some things. So we know that one way to fix that is by adding another skill tier with an armor core, right? So that easy, right? So notice we're still at 6 skill tiers, but we also gain some armor, which is gonna inevitably give us 3% armor regen, which that alone could keep us up, right? So we lost a little bit of crit chance though. Wayne! Good to see you, Wayne. He says, thanks for all the work you put into your channel, and its content really shows. I've learned so much in the game. Thanks. You got it, Wayne. My homie. Happy New Year, man. Yeah, I like hybrid builds too. And so I think that we need to balance in some better defense, basically. So that's what we're going to do. That's good news. And so what that means is I can now, I didn't like that build, so I can now, we already know the Wyvern is not going to be a player that Picaro's is, but that also means I can now delete that Hannah, because I'm going to be, I would prefer the Wyvern over it, right? Because the Wyvern is more flexible. This Hannah U would give me skill haste. I don't need skill haste for those skills. So the Wyvern would still allow me to run that Hannah U backpack. But the reality is that Hannah U backpack I'm not that pleased with, you know. I mean, part of me wants to keep it because it's rare to get the double crits things, but the reality is that I think I'd be miserable with it. You know, I'm miserable with it. I just, what else are we gonna, you know, we'd have to spec in, in order to keep the hand in you backpack, okay, I'd have to allocate 4 additional pieces to try to get 20% armor on kill, because that's what it would take in order for me to not use the memento. I would need 20% armor on kill elsewhere on the build. So in order to do that, I'd have to run 2 pieces of Brazos and 2 pieces of Usina Gerika. And so all of that for the perfect combined arms, all of that for that, you know. So yeah, no, this backpack is gonna end up going. It's just sad, but it's true. It's sad, but it's true, because that's a beautiful backpack. You know what I mean? It's a very beautiful backpack. So, but the reality is, it's just, you know, I won't delete it until we do this run real quick, but we'll see here. Out of armor kits, I guess. We'll get some ammo. Got ammo. Okay. You held a peace for over 18 months, man. But you know what's funny is like, I swear it happens to me. Maybe I'm the only one. As soon as I delete that piece that I held on to for 18 months, you know, like, wow. Ping pong, yeah, you're probably right. Like, I think I'm going to end up with 2 pieces Brazos on this build, but we'll see here. So let's get rid of the Grenadier first, because I only have 1 armor kit, so I'm going to try to survive with just 1 armor kit. So it's kind of risky. It's a good time to kill there. So we picked up an extra red core. Remember, we're gonna get the red core alone is a little buff to our damage. If I could try to catch our crit value here on an elite, that'd be good to know. You need to see it on an elite because of the damage to armor. See, I already feel like I'm actually killing better. I don't know why. Could be placebo. Excuse me, coming through. I shouldn't have done that, but the reality is I shouldn't be playing without medkits. Oh wait, we got 2 medkits now. All right, that's good. I mean, I've played enough to know that this is the better build, but what I'm gonna do is I need 1 more iteration off of it, so we just have to do this real quick. And so the question will be, are we gonna run 2-piece Brazos over the Wyvern? And I would think yes, right? I would think that the extra skill tier allows for an extra weapon damage core. What the fuck? He wasn't even pointing at me. What the? He was pointing at my turret. He curved his bullet. No, I don't have any resistance to elites on right now. I'm doing side-by-side comparison, really, so. Yeah, but normally, you know me, I'd go, yeah, I'd put some resistance to elites in there. Throw in another armor core, and that way we can pick up our trophies. But I'm looking to eliminate pieces, and so I'm using build preference and playstyle to determine which piece I would ultimately get rid of. it feels like it does a better job of just this way. I don't know why. It just does. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, we don't even have our mementos right now, right? We don't have any mementos right now. We're about to, though. I think we got all the tanks, right? Yeah, there already is a better build. Tell you that right now. Watch that chunk of shred right there. Yeah, it feels good. Way better. I mean, all we did is change our to the memento, right? And it just makes a world of difference, right? Everybody's always saying, oh, the that one's better. Combined arms, you know? I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. There's so much more to a build than just weapon damage, right? And how it plays out, it's... I think the game is a little bit more dynamic than what the testing range can tell you. God damn it, my skill is fucking locked on something. Seen that? Both of them are. I hate when they do that. You lose control over your skills. I wonder if certain NPCs are better at that, like the snipers, you know, like they can get your skill locked or something. Yeah, but that was way better, guys. It was way better of an experience. Way more fun and way more survivability, and I actually felt more powerful. And the reason why is because, you know, the testing range could never quantify the pickup of a trophy, the value of picking up a trophy. When I was running around and picking up the trophies and, you know, I had this guy flanking me and I grabbed a trophy, you know, there was a guy in my face here. This guy right here, this red guy right here, he jumped over and I was literally almost dead. But I blind fired, he died. And because he died, the trophy dropped right on my body. And then everybody that was out here taking damage from my turrets and stuff like that, that trophy applied to them. You know what I mean? You can never measure that kind of shit in the testing range. There's no spreadsheet that will tell you that. You know what I mean? And like the power of those trophies, a fresh trophy, the short-term trophies, and it's always disregarded in everybody's calculations. You know, and it's the most powerful part of the memento is the short-term trophies. And so, not that you need the short-term trophies for this build. We didn't even need them at all. I mean, we were sitting here without trophies, and we slaughtered the first wave without trophies, right? So, I know that's my build right there. So now the question is, look, this is what happens. Would we be better off getting rid of the Wyvern and running the third piece or the second piece of Brazos? And by doing that, we'd pick up a skill tier. And by doing that, we would add another red core or potentially a blue core, whatever way you wanted to go. You know, which would you guys go? If you had the choice to add a red core or another blue core, which one would you pick? Yeah, Hershey, we always choose the memento. You can't beat the memento, even in group setting. You just can't. You know, unless you have a hard time with your personal accuracy and target priorities, you know. And so that's the make it or break it right there. And so if you have a hard time landing critical shots like headshots and weak points and you know, if you're always blind firing, if you have a poor accuracy, then, you know, then yeah, I guess you can get outshined and have a hard. You throw them. I would still choose the memento, but in that scenario, but you know, you guys would choose blue. You would choose blue. Blue. Okay, that's interesting. Good to know. We're gonna test that next. So let's. So the test now is. There's so many different ways to go here, of course, but assuming we want to stick with Empress, assuming the Empress is a staple in this world of skill efficiency, skill damage, legendary stuff. It's not though. I would consider getting rid of the 3-piece Empress. By doing that, it opens up a whole world of shit. You know what I mean? Murakamis and Bellstones, right? So, but let's we're not going to do that. We're not going to get complex. Keep it straightforward. So let's look at what we need to see now are some some Brazos alternate gloves. So, and we need it with crits. Hope we have that. Fuck. It doesn't have to be the gloves, but yeah, I'm not seeing it there. So Brazos with crits. I know we have that. So there we go. So there's the knees. That should work right there. But I'm just looking for. Okay, so if we can put it on the knees, then that means we need the China or whatever it's called, Empress gloves. And I think we didn't have that, of course, right? That's like the one piece we didn't fucking have, right? Oh, there we go. And this is how you end up being a hoarder. You see what I'm saying? So I need to shift the Empress there. And by doing that, I'm going to be able to use my Brazos. So that's the problem. I don't have a Brazos glove with crits on it. But I guess I can settle with something close. Is that possible? Do I have anything close? Fucking Brazos, man. It does not want to give it up. See the conundrum? Am I in there? I mean, I could roll that one and just put crit chance. I could do that. Just know that we'll be a little bit down on crit damage. You know what I mean? Until I get the replacement piece. That's fine, really. Okay, so then we need Brazos here. Cool. By doing that, and look, we're still at 6 cores. And then we're gonna bring but I could have used that piece too with crit chance also. But I think I'm gonna go the all red route. Lots of blues there, huh? Wayne says red. See, the value of a 1 additional blue is actually pretty valuable. And the reason why is because you get bonus armor, 20% bonus armor because of the memento. And it brings a nice balance to the build. I wouldn't use it really for the regen. It'd be for the bonus armor. However, you would get more out of the weapon damage, right? Because you're shooting more than you are moving. So there's that. So that's the logic there. So it's sort of gameplay style, right? So if you plan on moving a lot, or you're always gonna, you know, yeah, if you plan on moving a lot, I guess that's how I would say it, then you'll get power to that bonus armor. That's nice. But if you hold your ground a lot, then and it doesn't mean you're never moving. I just mean, you know, proportionately, right? What was I looking for? I'm sorry, I lost track. The Empress. Empress, yeah. That one. There we go. Now the other thing is to see, then you start looking for efficient pieces. Like if I had the Brazos chest piece with crits, then that would be the ideal piece. That one's close. No cigar though. We're gonna check crit values before we get out of here too. So look for Brazos. See if I have an alternate Brazos chest piece. No. Okay. So that's all we need to do. Let's check our crit values. We're at 49. So all we need to do is re-roll the gloves. That's interesting, actually, because we didn't lose the power from Wyvern either. Because of how that works. What we did is we're trading crit damage for skill damage. And then we picked up a red core too. So this is gonna be interesting how this pans out. So we were hitting about between 514 and 525 on the last build. So we're 55% crit chance. So we're where we need to be. And so let's see where we are now. And again, this is all without mementos. Of course, the memento pushes that up higher. Yeah, you got it, Sahal. That's right. We do. I try to do incremental changes. So small changes, one at a time, test, change, test. So that way I know the direct impact of that item. So anywhere over 515 is happy. Wow. 541. It's stronger than the original build. That's crazy, right? It's stronger than the higher crit version there. So we just improved dramatically. And our base was, so we lost a little bit of crit, skill damage, just a little bit, because our base before we were at 100. So I'm okay with that. We're still at 6 skill tier. See that? And if this piece was in its right place, then we'd be even higher. You know what I mean? So I can get rid of that Wyvern too, so I'm not gonna delete it yet. We're gonna review everything that we can delete. So this Brazos is a nice little thing here. Now we didn't look at the Wyvern, the waveform holster, but the waveform is, you know, blah. Volplay in the house. What up, Volplay? Thanks for rating, brother. How was your stream? See if I can get my my shout out right here to Volplay. I get my shout out commands wrong sometimes. So try that again. I think I got a space in there. Let's try that. So we're looking at purging, right? So that's what we're working on today. For those that are just joining us, welcome. And so we're doing the purge exercise. So this is the purges. We're talking about stash issues, right? So I'm a veteran player, as well as most of you guys are. And so what we've all come to realize is that there's just no end in sight on our stash space issues. And the devs really aren't focused on us veteran players that have 4 characters that are filled up to our teeth in gear and full stash issues, right? So we have to do something about it. And usually at the end of a season or the beginning of a new one, we're faced with having to delete things and figuring out what we want, what we don't. And so what we talked about today is that one of the best ways to approach it is because we all hate the remorse that we get when we delete something that we find, just weeks later that we wish we didn't. We wish we had it for some build that we're working on. And so if you tackle things by category, then you could potentially minimize that risk, right? So that's basically what we're doing, and we're looking at the skill damage category. It's the easiest one to purge. It's the easiest one to purge. So, and so what we're doing is creating build iterations and deciding on which pieces to toss and which pieces to keep based on our play style preferences. And then so I haven't officially deleted anything, but I've marked them for delete. And so we've been talking about how certain combos will affect whether things are going to be deleted or not. Oh, it looks like we did delete them. Actually, we just deleted them. So some Wyvern pieces, some Hannah U pieces. I just have a bad habit of hitting that delete button, apparently. So. All right, so what we're doing is we're making iterations, and then we're testing on just the first wave of legendary District Union Arena, and then deciding if we like that fix, and then we're going back and taking it one step further or deleting things, both. So that is the exercise. All right, so here's the build right now. So what we've done is we started with the combined arms backpack, which is now deleted. So we deleted combined arms based on how I play, and so we started with an all yellow with run red core combined arms, and then we had two pieces, a second piece of Hannah U, and then we had a Wyvern holster, and then 3-piece Empress. And so we've changed that now. So we've realized that, okay, the second piece of Hannah U was better to have the Picara's holster, so we swapped that out. That gave us more damage, actually. We were happy with that. And then ultimately, 2 pieces of Brazos gives us more damage than the Wyvern. So this ended up being a better combo than that. So now this is our 3rd or 4th build iteration on this. And again, the point of the process is to eliminate pieces based on how we play. The best build. We're looking for the best build, and that's not the best build in the game. We're looking for the best build for us. It's determined by our play style, our skill, and the content in which we roll with. So look at this cut. Look at how we cut things down without mementos, right? It's amazing. That tank in the back. It's annoying me. See that red tank in the back? We need that guy down. There we go. You need to take down the the tank operators. They're really hard on your skills. Their shotguns just shred skills. It's amazing. Akbo Hunter, thanks for the sub, bro. So this netted greater damage, which is crazy. Greater damage from our weapon. We lost a little bit of damage to our skills. I'm gonna start doing crazy things, so I'm putting the build to the test, so you know. Ah, fucker. God damn, she's hit it all the way in the back, man. Oh shit, where does that come from? Oh, I didn't see him. Sneaky bastard. Oh, that just put myself in line with that tank. God damn it. I should stay up there, but I want to come down here. So let's get some trophies. At your own risk of peril. But those are like little bumps, right? Little bumps is the skill efficiency. It ends up acting like overcharge almost, right? It's not, but it gets you close to there. What up, Gallic Atomic Buster? Welcome, bro. Thanks for the first time chat. Right on. So this is the better, I mean, that crushed, all right? We were able to get out of cover. We were depressed. We survived in close quarter combat with the chungas. They were completely distracted. Our skills were up. Our skills did a lot of work. Our weapon was in balance, right? Our weapon was in balance. And so 55, we got the stats that we need, 55, 121. And so now we can look at, you know, what the point of the exercise being, now what do we do? What can we delete? What can we, knowing that this is the better build? First of all, do we delete these things? Probably yes. Let me grab this stuff and then we'll figure that exercise out and then work on the next loop. All right. Yeah, no Hannah U. I mean, that's just it. I mean, like, I might as well go through and delete anything that says Hannah U. What up, Jazz 950? Or 9510? Sorry. Yeah, sort of. So like, we're doing something different today. So we are making builds. We're making builds, but at the same time, we're doing the exercise of purging our stash. So, it's something that we're always faced again, like for all of us that have, like, especially if you have, like, I'm in the worst position. I got 4 characters and they're all full. All of them are full. And so one of the easiest things to take down is skill build pieces when it comes to cleaning up the stash, because they have a skill, they have a skill tier, so they're easier to farm if you need to recover that piece again. But also because we have so many different skill pieces scattered around our builds, right? And so what I'm trying to do is delete pieces is what I'm trying to do. And I've deleted all of my combined arms backpacks, basically. The perfect combined arms backpack so far. And so I think there's still more. But what we talked about, so through this exercise, what I've determined is that, so I put perfect combined arms, these force multiplier backpacks, right? So they're ready to be deleted now. And so, because I've determined that I ran a crit damage version here. And so it's deleted now, but I had the perfect combined armed with crits. That's where we started. And I realized it was like, I mean, it was strong, but it felt stronger with the memento. And then more importantly, this is like we lost all of our armor kits in the first checkpoint. And so that's not very fun. I'm not going to go to Tidal Basin or Roosevelt Island and just watch my armor kits all disappear really fast and then be permanently suppressed. And my allies are going to have to pick me up all the time. That just sucks, right? And so I realized that on a ballistic build, there's just nothing better than the memento backpack, you know. And you guys know I'm a fan of the memento, but you know, I'm being objective here in this scenario, you know, by considering the alternative, you know. And so now that I know that, there's pieces that I can delete, including this wyvern and including this very nice looking Empress International with double crits that's been sitting in my stash for like a year, like a solid year, guys. And I haven't used this. And that's because the memento just keeps winning. No matter how many builds I create, it just keeps winning. You need some level of survivability. And so I can now delete this one too. Right? So all of these pieces I can now delete because I know even if I wasn't running crits, even if I was not running crits, it doesn't matter. The memento backpack just keeps winning out. Right? Whether I'm staying in one spot or whether I'm moving, it doesn't make a difference. The memento still wins because of its 30% skill efficiency, the 3% armor regen, and the 30% weapon damage. The long-term buffs will still outweigh combined arms, perfect combined arms, whatever. So now we just eliminated like a dozen, maybe almost a dozen pieces from just that one test. So all of these can be deleted. So I'm going to delete those. And so remember, we were started out at 150 items. So let's delete those from here. So 300 in the stash, 150 in our backpack. We were full. And so we're down to 139 and 89. So we've deleted 20 items so far. And there's still more. So now that I know that, I can come through and I can now look at my holsters and be like, what other holsters don't match the criteria? So we're looking for skill damage holsters with crits that I can eliminate. That one will still work. So that one's got skill haste and skill damage. So I don't know if I need that one. That one I could toss. Skill damage, armor regen. Basically toss. Because the skill efficiency does so well. Like the Picara's holster down here is best in slot. We know that. So we could toss that too. Okay, and so let's look at our knees. So the Murakamis are all different. So I'm looking for very specific skill damage, the classic skill damage pieces. So like that one still holds because I would rather, if I find a better Brazos glove. So I'm not going to delete that one because I'm looking for a better Brazos glove. I would like the Brazos to be the glove and I'd like the Empress to be the knees on this particular build. Just for the perfect stat situation, but it's fine the way it is. Okay, so now we're looking for any wyvern pieces with crits. So any wyvern crits pieces can go. I think we already deleted them, so I'm just double checking. So that's a different wyvern build. So this could be handy for a sticky bomb build, which is why I'm not tossing it yet. So Golan with skill damage and skill haste. We can toss that. So let's see. Wyvern or Hannah Use are going to be deleted. You want a Nemesis? I have a really good Nemesis build for you, bro. I could show it to you real quick. Like it's actually, I'm a sniper guy, so you know, like if you don't know me like very well, then I'll delete the channel light there too. By the way, I would run headhunter builds all day, every day if it wasn't for the community saying, Tux, stop it, stop. But it just, I love headhunter talent, and I love sniping in other games too, like Call of Duty and whatever. Battlefield was always the sniper roles, marksman rifle roles. So that Brazos there with composure. I mean, would we run Brazos on the backpack? What would cause us to do that? Skill tier, maybe. That could be actually be a DPS build, so I can't delete that. Tech support, that's a good backpack. We're not going to delete that one. Okay, so I think we deleted everything we can. So a little bit of progress. So you're looking for the Nemesis. I got it. But like, here's a this Nemesis build that I have here is really good. It's this one. They're all the same. It's just the skills are changing. But it's got 70% explosion resistance. It's a legendary build, and I'm using it to solo legendaries right now. It's amazing. So you could take drones and grenades to the face and execute that kill shot because of the knee pads that say you cannot be staggered. It's absolutely amazing. And I'm gonna make a big build video out of it, a big one. That's the Nemesis build of all Nemesis builds. And like, I don't want to brag, but I'm going to a little bit here. But like, so just so you know, like for credibility's sake, so I'm 51 in the world for headshot kills, and I'm on the Xbox, so that's an Xbox only stat there. So for out of all the Xbox players, so you know that tells you like how much I've invested in headshot builds in this game. And so I know my headshot builds. I know my regulars builds, my Mantis builds, my White Death builds, and whatever. Snipers. And so the sniper class for the most part, but all headshot builds, 1886, shotguns, pistols, snipers, rifles, whatever. So anything that focuses on the headshots it tends to be my kind of build, my kind of play style. One shot, one kill especially. And so I really like the headhunter talent. And so this build I specifically designed for legendary. So it's a legendary Nemesis build. It doesn't quite make sense outside of legendary just because of its max explosive resistance. You don't encounter that many explosives outside of legendary. So it really is a true legendary build that way. But the thing is about it, what's also special is that it heals. It's got amazing heals in addition to the near cap explosive resistance. And you're one-shotting elites and you're two-shotting chungas. 2 shots on chungas, 1-shot elites. Of course you are. So it's about 54 million on the solo gameplay, somewhere around there. 54 million is the cap on this thing. When you're playing solo, when you're playing in group, you know, it goes to hundreds of thousands, but hundreds of millions of thousands. Yeah, you'll get there, Gaelic. Everybody, you know, you'll get there. I mean, I wouldn't start my legendary. I wouldn't start my sniping experience on legendaries. I wouldn't start there. That's for sure. That'd be very frustrating. So I'm going to save the current progress of this build. And so skill. We'll call it skill 1. Now, some questions you're gonna have to ask yourself. The questions that you gotta ask yourself, like, are you ever gonna run this build without crits? Are you ever gonna go into a legendary mission with a skill, with a turret drone build and not use crits? And if you were, what are those scenarios? What would you be running instead of crits? Would you be running explosive resistance? Would you be running armor regen? Would you be running headshots? Would you be running skill haste? Right? Now, what I do know is that that's a lot of questions and very difficult to answer all of them. But what I do know that I'm not going to do is run skill haste. So anything with skill haste, the only time I run skill haste is when I'm going to be running a consumable skill, like on an explosive build or a status effect build. So I only want to see skill haste pieces on pieces that will be applicable to those types of builds. So that's basically what we can look at next. So let's start looking at our explosive build, okay? So this is build 1, so we're gonna strip this apart now. And now we're gonna come up with our strongest explosion build. And this is a question I get about a lot of questions on anyways. People are like, hey, what's the strongest explosive build? All right. Demolitionist build. So let's do that. Let's immediately switch to demolitionist because we know that's gonna be the case. So we got assault rifles and pistols. That's fine, that's all we need. Boom. So let's activate that. So we lose the skill tier by doing that. That's okay. And then we're gonna use the capacitor. The reason why the capacitor is good for explosions is because the damage to armor, which doesn't help explosions, but if you're gonna run an explosive that has got bleed, it's gonna help the bleed. So applies bleed to status effects. So a lot of people like the artillery turret. I'm not a big fan of it, but not because it's not good. I'm just not a big fan of it. But it's an amazing skill, as a matter of fact. Probably the best skill, as a matter of fact. I don't know. I mean, that thing it levels the playing field. I mean, when we use it to like speedrun legendaries, I mean, it's just like, it's doing a lot of work. It's scary. Scary how much work it does. So skill damage, health, we should have 1 extra mortar. And then say I'll take haste out of duration. We'll take the damage there. So, okay, so let's put together the strongest explosion build, okay? So for this one, we would run tech support. And so there's several different ways to put this together, okay? There's a couple, I would say almost two different ways to put this together. But one of them, we're talking standard strongest, okay? That's where we're gonna start. That's where we started with the last one too. And we can do the same thing with this explosion build. So perfectly calculated. So kills from cover, reduce skill cooldown. So that's one way to run it. And so by doing that, you're going to increase the amount of clusters you can toss out in addition to your artillery turret. The other way to go is tech support for more power, which would be the default way. Okay, so like if let's just think of one skill, not think of the other skill. Let's just go all in on that artillery turret. And then we'll use the other skill as just additional damage, okay? So that means we're gonna go with the tech support route. So this is a reason to not use the memento. And the reason why is because with the artillery turret, you're really pinned down behind cover. And the reason why is because it's difficult to aim this thing and you could accidentally blow yourself up. So you want to be careful, right? You don't want to be that guy. So if we're going to run one piece of Empress, we know we need to run 2 more pieces of Empress. And so this is arguable. Okay. So, but there's 2 ways to run this. Some people run it with skill haste. Okay. And so skill damage and skill haste. By doing so, you can get your seeker mines out faster and potentially do more damage through the frequency of tossing out more seekers. But if you do status effects, you get way more out of your artillery drone. And it's also stronger because you're adding that multiplicative damage, which is the bleed, a multiplier, right? And so and it's also saving you on ammo. So if a big group of enemies are running at you and you hit them with an artillery turret, and let's say there's 5 of them, you kill 3 of them, 2 of them duck out of the way. There's potential that you don't have to send another artillery turret out because they're just gonna bleed out. If you roll into status effects correctly, they will just bleed out. It makes your artillery turret last longer. It like doubles, triples your ammo. And you're just generally putting out more damage on the field because there's no cooldown on that status effects. Of course, there's a duration, but it's not like the seeker mines, which sometimes they hit your target, sometimes they don't hit your target. There's a cooldown on it. And so if you roll into status effects over skill haste, you get way more out of your build. It doesn't mean you can't run seekers, but I'm just saying, just focus on the artillery turret, just demolish everything. You're not even gonna need to toss your seeker mine. You're not. You're gonna demolish everything with this, you know? And so it's still good to have it a secondary skill, but you can start looking at other things like EMP jammers. You could also look at sticky bombs, or you could even put the hive in case you get rushed. And so that's a good thing because you can get rushed with the mortar turret, and the hive can send people away. So lots to do there. Okay, so for the chest, we tend to, I mean, you'd be in good position if you can run a China Light chest. All right, China Light chest. And then we want everything to be status effects and skill damage. Now, do I have the perfect chest? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. I'd be surprised. I think that's like... Looking for other chess pieces that'll work for this. You could also run the sacrifice. So that we're gonna get into that too. So sometimes this chess piece plays a role. So we're gonna bring that over. We're gonna talk about that in a second, okay? It comes down, we're gonna do iterations. And so it comes down to, do you run the vial mask with the build? You know, it's a great option, but it's not mandatory. It just depends on which way you wanna run it. So we'll explore that. Let me move all the pieces that I can here so I got good visibility. So there's a Hannah U piece. So we know we can toss this. We know we don't like the Hannah U's anymore, right? So I could toss that. Some more pieces to delete. Hold on to that, but there's a good chance I'm never gonna run 2 pieces of Hannah on a skill damage build, so we could toss that. We'll need the Gruppo. So the formula always incorporates 2 pieces of Gruppo if you can. I'd rather have 2 pieces of Gruppo than 3-piece Empress. China Light is mandatory, so we gotta find our Chinas. There's a Wyvern. We don't need that. We realize that Wyvern is no good, so we can skip that. Dump that. And we needed to keep that for now, I think. Did we? No, we scratched all Wyvern crits out of our build. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so we're looking for the explosion. So there's a China with repair. I don't really need that one anymore. That was for Scorpio build. It's just taking up space. So it's Gruppo with skill haste, but we want crit chance. That will work. And that will work. And there should be a Gruppo around here. Looks like that. Okay, let's look for gloves. Status effects, skill damage, that's what we want to see. That's the combo. And so, yeah, so you could totally go skill haste. There's a China right there, so we could run China. So you could totally go skill haste if you want to roll that way, but I just think it is a better build to go for the bleed. It's just super powerful, that bleed. Yeah, that's the one, floor 100. Floor 10 too, he was using it for floor 10. I remember that, Reaper. Gambino's. Yeah, and so Gambino, Epic Gambit was the one that shined light on the status effects for me on these bleed builds. I mean, on these demolitionist builds. Like, I feel like I probably, before I saw his build, I think I was running mine with status effects. I mean, with skill haste. And then I saw that bleed, and I was like, you know what? That's pretty smart. That's pretty smart. I like where his head's at there. And it's more obvious when you, as the user. So yeah, I think you have to actually put it on and try it. Okay, so so I don't have the perfect China chest, as you can see. Like this skill damage, which is okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. This one's got tag team, which is, these are all keepers really, because I use all of these, sadly. I'd like this to be on my chest piece, but I'm not seeing the way to go. And so we got to test, okay? So we got to test. We're going to test, and we're going to test to see if which version we like better, which version makes more sense, and which one we like better. And that is, do we like the mask or not the mask? Oh my god, I just drew a blank. Toxic delivery mask. Vial. Sorry. The vial. Yeah, Creeping Death. I wasn't a big fan of Creeping Death. I mean, I see the point of it, but I don't know. The cooldown on it kind of gets on my nerves. Creeping Death sometimes. And especially if they're already bleeding and it's, you know, I don't know. Like, I think I'd rather run Perfectly Calculated than Bleeding Death and then, you know, get the skills back. But I mean, Creeping Death. It's not, Creeping Death isn't bad. I love Creeping Death as a skill. But for Bleed, I don't know. Just. It's so easy to get that additional damage and then you're bleeding them out faster and they're dying faster. Get them off the map. Neither's wrong. I just think it's a preference thing. Okay, so we know we got the tech support. So what I'm trying to do is figure out this channel light. So we know the Gruppo is going to be down here. So let me put that Gruppo on. Okay, so you got to have 2-piece Gruppo on your if you want the strongest explosive build. And it needs to look like that. And these are easy to come by. So skill damage and status effects. And then I got the skill damage skill haste one for other types of builds. Where I'm focused on the skill haste. So, and I do have those built. So these are valuable pieces. Everybody needs these pieces. And they're not that hard to get. And so if I get this build honed in, I might be able to delete the status of one of these 2 pieces also, because this Gruppo might always be on my knee. So we'll see. And then we're gonna need the Empress mask there. And then down here would be our second piece of Gruppo or Empress. It just depends on what I got where. It's probably gonna be the Empress. Stash. Let's go up here actually. So Murakami, we could delete that. I can use crits. I'll keep that. It's a different category. So we're looking for Empress, China, or Gruppo. So it's Empress crits. So I think we can delete that, right? Or did we just use that? No. No, we decided the Picaro's holster is better there, so that can go. Awesome. Look at, we're just deleting shit left and right. That means that can go. That means that can go. That one build that we just finished is allowing me to delete a lot of shit. That one could probably go anyways. I don't know why I have that one. Masks. So we're looking for that Gruppo. I think my Gruppo's here. So there's skill damage and status effects one. Boom. So that means we gotta find this Empress. We can't run Empress on the setup. That's what that means. Because of the chest piece. If you did, you go glass cannon if you're gonna run the vial mask. So we need to go with whatever China light chest we got, which is gonna be this one. And I wish it had status effects. It's got skill haste, but that's fine. We'll just roll with it. And then that means this is gonna be our Empress over here. Or our Gruppo. We could put our Gruppo there, but we'll go with what we got. Let's see. Oh wait, now we got 3 Gruppos. That's okay, because I think that means our third Empress can go. It comes down to what I got in my holster. Do I have that Gruppo holster? Gruppo or Empress? Well, I'm not seeing either of them. I mean, I can use that one for temporary. It's weird. I'm not seeing either of them. Gotta have one of the two. I've made this build like a dozen times. Two-piece Grupo, Empress. So, but inevitably what'll end up happening is, well, to see where this gets tough is I'll end up putting the Vial Mask on. And I think that I suspect the Vial is going to be the stronger. And if it is, then what ends up happening is the perfect glass cannon on the chest will end up taking its spot. The additional amplified damage there. That one. And then we'll move China. We'll want the China somewhere else. But it's all coming down to what I have in my holster, and I'm just not seeing my combo. I'll see if I can. I mean, that there is a temporary one there, but we'll see if I can. Oops. Let's see if we can craft it. I don't remember if we can craft Empress here. You can. Okay. Skill damage. You only need to farm. Oh, really? Same thing over and over. Okay, we can just hold on to that too. That's fine. Doesn't need to be perfect for the test. All right. We just need to be able to go forward. It's probably on my other one of my other characters. Okay, so there's two, and then we need the third piece, which is gonna be. We can put that one here, and then we'll put the China light here on the chest back. Put that back together. Yeah, that's good. All right, and then we would put skill haste everywhere else from there for the benefit of the mods. I mean, for the seeker mines. So, I mean, the testing range is going to tell us one thing, but the gameplay is really going to, I think, showcase how good this is. And I mean, just keep in mind, I'm not that good with the artillery turret. It's one of those things you kind of got to use it a little bit to get efficient with it. But it's not my favorite skill. But I love explosive builds, so it's not the concept. It's more the skill. I usually choose the explosive seeker with the sticky bomb. Is usually my preference. Okay, so there we go. I think we're all in there. So two piece of Grupo gives us explosive damage, and we've got status effects, skill damage, and a skill tier. Here's our second piece. It's the same exact thing: skill damage, status effects, skill tier. And then we got our one piece China with skill haste, skill damage, skill haste, and glass cannon. It's got a skill tier, and that's 15% explosive damage. And so the glass cannon is working for the artillery turret, but it's also going to apply to the bleed. I wish I had status effects instead of skill haste, but it's what we got. So, and then we're running demolitionist for more explosive damage and to give us artillery turret. So that is the maximum explosive damage you can have without going into the other pieces. Okay, these other pieces are giving us skill health, skill damage, and skill efficiency. Skill health is not that useful on an explosive build. It's a little useful, but it's not that useful. So skill damage, status effects, and skill haste. And then this one's got skill haste and skill damage. I wish it had status effects, but fine. And then lastly, we have the skill efficiency coming in here, but tech support. So once we get our first kill, we're going to really get a jump there and more status effects. So, I mean, we can see this in the testing range. I don't think it's not going to be that important. So let's just let's see. It's mostly how it's going to play out, I think, is what we want to see. Let's get in the zone to blow some shit up, shall we? blow some shit up. All right, so you should probably run the card as a backup. Again, you can also do, you know, you got to be careful. We don't have shit for armor, okay? So keep that in mind, right? This is not one of those kind of builds. This is one of those builds where you're just gonna hide and whatever. So I might rather take the EMP sticky 2 at first, actually, just to deal with the tanks here uniquely, you know. So skill haste is fine, and then blast radius. Okay, so what we want to do is hit these motherfuckers. Oops, I missed. Sorry about that. You hit that fucking cover. I'm not doing very good with that sticky bomb right now. I'm used to playing with it out of cover. Yeah, so I think that was all. Is that all 3 tanks, or just 2 out of 3 at least? Oh, looks like there's a tank in the back. So there we got the tank. So I could probably, when that cooldown comes back, I'll probably take it down. So there's not many guys left if you're looking at what's going on here, right? And so, as you can see, we didn't do any shooting. It's really hard to get shots out, you know. So what I will do is switch out my skill now, and so let's put on some seekers. I mean, I like the explosion seeker, but I'll go ahead and put the clusters out because I know a lot of people like those. So think about all the damage you're missing out on because I'm not using my gun. You know what I mean? Like, can we hit that from here? I think we can. See how they're bleeding out too? So, I mean, there's only a couple of people left after all of that mayhem. And so this is kind of where it sucks to be solo with this build because, you know, they're really spread out, right? And you only got so much ammo. And then our seekers will help fill in the gap there. Get rid of this tank while we can. And there's what happens when you have no armor. So there's not much you need to see from there, you know. Again, I'm a little bit clunky because I'm just not an avid user there, but that worked pretty good. That worked pretty good. So let's see if we can just do a couple of quick changes and see if we like the effect by making a stronger bleed, right? That's what we're gonna do. And so, and what I'm hoping is that those enemies, those stragglers, we wanna deal with those stragglers better, right? And so the vial mask might help take out the stragglers. So if we get them bleeding, then the vial plus bleed equals death. And so in order to do this, basically, do I have a better backpack alternative? That's gonna be the question. I mean, I don't think I have another tech support really. So we might be stuck with 2-piece. I mean, this works as it is. That's fine. But you could also run... yeah, I mean, that could be the only change we make. That's fine. The other one's slightly stronger if you run perfect glass cannon and then move your China. But the problem is... I don't think I have a China holster because that's where the China would need to be. I have China gloves, but then I would need something else to take that spot. So let's just make an incremental change and then we'll figure out what to do from there. Incremental, that's what we like to do. Okay, so we're gonna add basically a multiplier by adding another layer of damage to the enemies that we're gonna do. So there we go. So this is basically gonna make a stronger bleed, and that's because of toxic delivery, which is buffed from status effects and explosive damage. And so what you're looking for is the strongest concussion grenade, which we should have. Yep, that's the strongest concussion grenade in the game, just shy of 2 million. See that? So we've achieved that, which is not hard. And then from there, it's adding status effects. So status effects plus explosive damage equals scary, strong, vial. So, and you know, it's really cool to... See, I'm really bad at using my guns in this scenarios. Who knows that? and that's like when you get better with this skill, you'll use your gun more than I do. I'm just not very good at it. Like for some reason, my depth perception doesn't pan out with this skill. I don't know why. What we want to do is try to use all of your artillery shells before the helicopter comes, that's for sure, so that you got a fresh turret for the helicopter. And sometimes I hit the button and nothing happens too, and that's also annoying. So my usual go-to explosion builds, I actually like the run and gun style. I turn them into like run and gun insane builds. Like I'll add the memento, of course, and because I like the skill efficiency off of it. But oh, actually, we want to go over here because I think we can hit these mofos. See that bleeding? And see, here it kind of gets annoying because it's not about power, but it's just about, you know, it's really good for big groups of enemies. And, you know, when the enemies are all spread out like this, it's sort of like all that artillery power for just one little NPC just doesn't seem fair. That's where the clusters are essential, but you're not normally running solo, right? Like, you know, well, I mean, you are, but legendary explosive builds aren't the go-to solo build, but it does work. But it's already better. Our citrus scenario is better. Oops. Can't hit over that. And, you know, it's just like one of those things you can't see everything that's happening behind the scenes. But, I mean, we can... Oh, I don't have any explosives in that thing. I was gonna say, it's probably just pull out the... just finish them off with that. Let me go ahead and break down my skill here. Like, how many of those things fucking missed, right? The Seekers. You see, watch all those snipers go down with that single hit. Could have got more of them too if I was faster at this. Got some stacks here. I always feel like there's more efficient ways to take out chungas than an artillery turret, but we'll give them a run for their money. Just requires a little patience, I guess. So you don't really need much skill haste. This thing comes back pretty quick on its own. See, like, I pressed the button and like nothing happened, right? Like, there's this thing, and I don't know if it's a controller thing, like where you accidentally lock. So I'm accidentally locked here right now. Didn't really want to be locked. So, you know, it's a double tap, don't double tap thing, but it is annoying. See, I don't know what's, I feel like I don't have like great control over this thing. And so you probably are better. I've always think that you're probably always a little bit better off with in sync instead of the capacitor because you're really not shooting. But the reason why I'm holding a capacitor isn't because of the skill damage. It's for the damage to armor. It's making the bleed stronger. Look at all of those secret mines. That's why I don't like the secret mines. You see that? None of them landed on that guy. None of them did. Secret mines are worthless in my book. I just really don't like them. No, I know that I did double tap, not double tap thing. It's just that, you know, I accidentally double tap, and it's not always obvious that you're locked in, and so you're trying to move sometimes, move around your cursor, your aim, your targeting system, and it's like, and it's locked, and you're like, oh, I accidentally locked it. Okay. You know, double tap, and you know, and sometimes when you try to unlock it, you accidentally launch another round. You know, all that. It's just like that's the part where it feels clunky. So that's a really good build there. But would we be better off by running one piece of Wyvern? I think the answer is yes to this. This isn't something that's new. I think the answer is yes. Like, would you be better off by running one piece of Wyvern and then moving your China? And then running perfect glass cannon? I think the answer is yes to that. And in fact, I think that's how Gambit runs his when he goes Vile. When you go Vile, I think the answer is to drop Empress because you don't want that skill health. And you're not getting skill efficiency. And you need your two-piece Gruppo. And you have to have China. So we need better pieces. But the answer is tech support. I think this is the better build, and so tech support is off the table, right? For me, I know I don't have the replacement pieces, but the reality is that this backpack is Empress International is off the table because I think the better version. Let's just go into the testing range and to get some numbers, but. Yeah, it's the China Wyvern. I think the Wyvern, like, and Reaper's saying that too. Like, I think the Wyvern with the sacrifice chest piece ends up being stronger. Yeah, no Empress. And so that's not new news. I'm not laying down anything new there, but it is the better option. And so what I'm looking to do is eliminate the pieces I don't need. So I realize I don't need, I'm never going to run this skill damage status effect build with tech support outside of an artillery explosion build. And so if I know that Empress is not needed in that scenario, I can now delete any Empress piece that I have. So we'd want this all yellow perfect sacrifice chest piece, which you probably all get from time to time, actually. So that's the chest piece versus the one we're running now. I'm not getting rid of China Light. We just need to move it somewhere else, okay? Because we got to run that. So that's the piece. Now, the troubling part is I might not have that piece somewhere else. I mean, I know I have other Chinas, but like here's one right here. But see, I just lost the Grupo, and like, do I have a replacement Grupo in my holster? I don't think I do. I mean, we could check other characters real quick, but which is fine. I could just, you know, that's where we need our pad and paper and to keep a list of like, hey, if I come across a holster, then I need to save it. I know those are rare backpacks right there. That one might work though. It's shock and awe, which is not as strong, but like if you look at what the difference here, it's very minor. It's only 5%, but they're both total. They both say increases total. Increases total. They're both for 20 seconds. One is 25, one is 20. The cool thing is about shock and awe is that you don't need to get a kill. You just need to apply a status effect. So that's easier to get. But so I might run with this one just because it's all I have. So that's cool. I'm happy with that. 5% difference. Who cares? And it's easier to get. So I'm going to roll with that. And then it's got the right stats. And that is going to allow me to put this China right here where it is. And then now I think it's this wyvern piece. Now do we have a wyvern down here? I don't think I have a wyvern down here. I don't think I have a wyvern standard holster. Let me see. The mask hosts a lot of these pieces in that mask slot. Zabrazos. It's not the worst thing. I mean, we can go improvise. Just give us more skill haste. It's not gonna help. We could go Golan and get more status effects, but I don't have any replacement pieces down here. Yeah, that's easy to farm. Good point. Good point. I mean, we could craft it too. Let's see if we can craft holsters. Let me just do another double once over here. Let's see what once over. I mean, I could do China or wyvern actually, so any of those would work. So there's a wyvern, and I'm full somehow. Let me move some things. Well, we do have the chest too, but oh, we can't put it there, of course. Of course. So Brazos isn't really gonna make a difference to this one because we're not shooting because we can't. And you know, you could get an extra armor core, but you're just hiding behind cover anyways. So it's just sort of like, you know, let's just keep it status quo. No Brazos. Move some pieces of here out of my way here a second. Just go fashion a wyvern holster. The problem is I got wyvern gloves and I got wyvern masks. So, and I got Gruppo up here too. So I can almost delete these Gruppos. The reason why I'm not though is because I still use these on my run and gun Gruppo builds, my run and gun explosion builds, and we're gonna get into that in a second. Those are super fun, super fun. Okay, so holster, non-exotic holster, this one. So see if I can do China also. RK, no. So you can do Gruppos, but those are hard to craft. So it's gonna be wyvern. So all we need is status effects or skill damage already on it, and gave us nothing near what it was supposed to. Ta-da! So we're done. So we're gonna equip that, and that's actually a good one. So we're gonna equip that. Then we're gonna put skill damage here, and we now have the strongest version of the bleed artillery build, and which I think is the best build. I think it's the better one. And then so we are missing 5% damage because of our backpack, but we can fix that later. And then skill haste. Skill haste. Come on, baby. All the way at the bottom. Cool. So are all our stats right? Skill damage, status effects. Skill damage. Oh, we need to change the gloves. You want that strong status effects, man. Just bleed them dry. So there's nothing left, you know? Okay, and then chest, skill damage, stats effects. I think we're perfect. Skill damage, stats effects. Yeah, so we got perfect. So the only thing that's missing is 5% skill damage from the backpack. But we're running shock and awe, which is still a great option. Okay, so 5% down in damage, but we're getting the damage easier. So it's cool. Don't matter. So let's go hit some. Let's just get some quick numbers here. I already know it's the strongest version, so I really don't need to do a comparison. And it's not new into the community, guys. So like, you know, it's well known in the community already. So the bleed right there is we hit an 89 plus 99. So one's the vial, one is the bleed. Okay, so that's you're seeing double numbers. One's vial, one's a bleed. So that's a whole group of elites going down in 2 shots. So there's 106 plus 99, so that's 206, guys. Ooh wee! You know what I mean? Without shooting. Oops, and I didn't even have the right gun in hand. Well, let's try again. Look at it, see how it increased? Because I have the capacitor. 220, guys. So once we break their armor, it goes down. Okay. One hit kills the group. Are you seeing that? One hit. And that's without capacitor stacks. So it's gonna get even nastier with capacitor stacks. So let's clear this. And then let's start, let's come over here and let's build up some capacitors. Oh, that guy's bleeding to death slowly. Capacitance stacks. I don't care who it is. I'm vulnerable, whatever. So all I'm doing is adding 40. And it's gonna degrade a little bit, but I'm not worried about that. All right, so we're full. Let's get rid of this guy. So we're full. Hit that. Look how fast their armor left. Like, we didn't even get to see the armor number. It's just gone. One hit. Down. A whole group of an elites down. One hit. That's great. So now the capacitance is diminished. But look at, like, their armor is just diminished. It's just nothing but health after that. right? So cool. That's a great build, guys. All right, let's go test it one last time, and we're baking it in.
Got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Vital signs critical.
I think it's almost everybody. Got this annoying guy running around here, but what are you gonna do? Well, see that how that didn't line up? It's messed up, man. Stupid thing. And then like, now we're hitting the sign. Ooh. If I had to land at that first shot, they wouldn't even got out of the helicopter. It all bled out. Who's left out there? Maybe a couple snipers? Welcome to the party, asshole. Something John McClane would say. Come on.
Serious trauma detected.
I don't think Chungos are very fun to kill with an artillery turret. It is like just easier to just use your gun, you know?
Vital signs critical.
Bombs away. Let's see if we can get him. Yeah, got him. So it's just me and this dude. Yeah, it's annoying that it takes so long to get through them. I mean, normally you're running with allies and you just stagger them is all you're doing for the first part, and then your allies will do the rest. But when you're solo, well, you know, what are your options? You can't get out and shoot. You don't got shit for armor or damage from your weapon. Cool, but that's the build. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Strong as it gets. And so your options really, you know, vial or no vial, right? And so if you're gonna run the no vial, then you go 3-piece Empress. If you're gonna run vial, which I think is better, then you're gonna want the sacrifice chest piece with Wyvern and no Empress. And so if you run the vial, then of course you're running status effects. If you're not gonna run status effects, you can go skill haste and there's no vial and you're back to the 3-piece Empress. But for me, I'm gonna always run status effects with this thing. So that is my standard mortar build. And the truth is, I am making other versions of this. As a matter of fact, right now, I'm making an explosive resistant mortar build. But outside of that, I don't really see, it's such a specialized niche use case. I don't really see the point of having a bunch of different mortar builds. It's just like you're usually looking for the strongest one or the fastest one, and that's about it, you know? Fastest one being skill haste wise, and strongest one being status effect wise, I guess. You know, so let's go look at it, the other variation of this build that I typically run more often, which is going to be the run and gun explosive build that you guys see me do, the unlimited explosion one. So it's the one that I did, actually I run 2 other explosion builds. There's explosive delivery. I always love running explosive delivery. That's a great one. And then the tag team version. And so with this build locked in, I'm looking for any piece that I can now delete. So these ones I gotta keep. But let's see, chest piece. Look at those Chinas. So the China with skill damage and skill haste. Do we need this one anymore? Explosive delivery with skill haste, yeah. These two probably, but I'm thinking we don't need this one anymore. Because we know we're not going to run China Light on our chest with glass cannon ever again. It's always going to be the sacrifice. And that's not the one we're running either. So this one's got skill haste. You see the difference there? Skill damage, status effects. So I might be able to lose the status effects skill haste one. I mean, that's a different build. That'd be like if you're rolling all into bile and like riot foam. But even then, I don't know if you'd, I mean, I don't think we'd ever run this one. I haven't run this one in a long time. So I think I can delete it. I know, it's God rolled. I know. But I run it so infrequently, and I think status effects and skill damage combo is always going to pay off better. Like, think of if I was running the fire cam, the explosive sticky. I guess the explosive sticky here, but with that one, I'd run skill damage and skill haste, not the status effects, because the explosive sticky doesn't apply status effects. So, yeah, I think we can delete that one. We're making progress. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't, does it? Okay, because we keep moving things over to our bag, but the reality is like we're freeing up things over here. We're at 270, so we've deleted 37 things so far, and we're about to delete more. So let's clear that out. So we've deleted 40 things so far. So let's see, any. No, we had a couple Empress down here. So we had skill damage, skill haste. I think I need that one. Skill haste status effects. I don't think we need that one. Yeah, so I think we can toss this one now. We'll take a look at the backpacks. I think we're... Tech support. So I think we eliminated this, didn't we? I think we did. So I think I can delete that. That's crazy. That's a crazy one to delete because that's a good backpack. But the reality is that we're gonna run the sacrifice chest piece because we want the vial. Yep. More gone. All right, so this build is saved, I think. So, yep, it's all saved. So we're locked in there. So now we're gonna be looking at running gun style. So this one is, we're gonna be looking at the sticky bomb. And we're gonna go here, explosive sticky. And then for the seeker, we're gonna go with the explosive seeker. Faster cooldowns, bigger radius. That's what we get out of that. And over here, we're gonna get, it's fine. Damage is okay. And then we'll do double damage. And then, what's that mods here? Skill haste, blast radius. No, let's do damage. Get rid of that. All right, and then so, this one I do play into status effects too, actually. But we're moving around so much that the vial isn't gonna be viable. Oh, do you see what I did there? Oh. So what we want to do is we're gonna run the memento and play off of the 30% skill efficiency there. And then we got the two. We always need a two-piece groupo, so that's a constant. I mean, we could keep it like this, but excuse me, but I tend to do with Brazos, but I want Brazos with status effects, and so we could run that one. Let's see where our options are. We don't need a Picaro's holster. Do we need this skill hit, skill damage? I don't think we do anymore, right? I think we can dump that. Because we needed status effects skill damage. So I think we can dump that one. Okay, so let's look in our stash, see if we got that replacement. So we need Picaro's with status effects and skill damage, ideally, on a Brazos, not a Picaro. There we go. That's one, and that's one. So we could take both of those. And then that's going to give us a little edge to our survivability. And then we can run the test subject, and then if we stick with the pistol, then we get a lot more survivability. So our second piece of Brazos is that one. Does that work? I think it does. 1.3 million. This isn't going to help me delete anything, though, I can tell you that. But I do know that I need the China light here. So this is just another build, but this isn't going to help me delete anything. It's confirming I still need this piece. That's what all it's doing. But this is the perfect version of that build. Very fun build too, by the way. But what does that eliminate? So we need to figure out what to do with these Xenogetica backpacks. Do I have a use case for them, basically? I kind of have a feeling I don't. It's sad. Yeah, this one does work off of status effects because I actually like the fire one, the fire sticky too. Actually, as a matter of fact, it's the one I like. I usually go that way because the status effects will makes that burn like last forever, and then this applies a bleed. So I do burn duration, and then that gives you your tag team back over and over. Okay, so let's move some more pieces onto our backpack. I need more visibility here. So we got this Grupo, skill haste, skill damage, creeping death. It's so rare, it's so really hard to delete that one. Golans, we got to keep that one. That one can toss. Skill damage, status effects, creeping death. Got to keep Hannah U. What's the chest piece I'd run with that? That would mean if I'm running a Hannah U chest piece of this, I guess we're starting to go into status effect world, aren't we? I think that's probably the next move. See if I got any other skill damage pieces I need to look at. I think we've done a lot of minimizing the skill damage. So the skill, haste, skill damage gloves, status effects. Browsers are all kind of unique, so it's hard to bring those into this equation. Besides just making sure you don't have too many duplicates. I got it, Smurf. I got it. I'm a gear crackhead, man. Crazy, right? Crazy. How much of this shit you hoard? And just think, I got 3 other characters out there that are full, you know? I mean, I want to delete this stupid Acosta's Go bag. Never use that thing. Not that I don't try either. You know, there's those very special builds I consider using it on, you know? That require grenades and stuff like that, but it's just like, nah, you still run out of grenades. Just never get it to fly. So I'm just looking for any other skill damage pieces. I think we've got them all into the equation. So that one could repair skills, skill damage. I could probably get rid of that. Crit chance, skill damage. I think we're ready to get rid of that too. That's just another build. Okay, so we got these Uzina ones. We need to figure out if we're gonna keep these Uzina ones. So that's a good test. Let's move that over. Do we like this armor on kill thing, you know, instead of the memento? Can that in theory replace the memento? Let's figure that out. And in turn, we're gonna be creating a whole new build here. So the one that we might really actually like and might actually be added to the hybrid category. So it would be a non-memento skilled build. And we usually, and so we would be looking at these 2-piece Uzina Geticas like that. And then 2-piece Bellstone, right? So there's 10% armor on kill. And then we're gonna run the Bellstones for more armor on kill. So let me find that Bellstone here. There's one. And then maybe the other one's in a glove, I don't know. There's one. And this is one. This has got skill haste. So now we got 20% armor on kill. And then on this, we'd run technician. Let's activate that. And you know, you can put this on basically any skill, but I think on this one we'd probably go back to the turret drone, actually. So, and so I need to figure out, like, if we don't like this build, then I end up deleting these Uzinas. I got 2 of them. And then from here, if we can get 2-piece Brazos to make sense, then that's a really good build. So let's see, skill damage. We want skill damage and armor regen on a Brazos. We could look at a Picaros, but it's not my first go-to. Actually, the Bellstone here might be good too. And then I could run the Murakami knee pads instead of the Brazos, but we'll see. Here's a Brazos. That's the one we need. Probably dump that. There's another Brazos. It's got skill haste. We're gonna need that eventually. Skill damage repair skills. There's another Uzina. So all these Uzinas are what's at risk at the moment. So that's what we're gonna look at. We're gonna look at all these Uzinas and see if they're worth keeping. I don't know if I need a Bellstone crit anymore. I might dump that with skill damage, you know? Smurf. Should be good, man. I'm looking forward to seeing some more of your creations, bro. Share them along. I need to do some more what you call it, pimp my builds. So one of the ways we can go here is we could do the Murakamis, right? And get the 1% armor regen in addition to the armor on kill. But you can also look at it like, well, you're already so invested in the armor on kill. What's in the 1% armor regen gonna do? Well, armor regen gives you some resistance, so it's helpful, a little helpful. But what you could also do is just give yourself some more armor. So by running the Brazos. So you can go either way. I don't know, let's try both and see which one we like, I guess. But if we want that there, then we need, actually we could run the Wyvern, the waveform. Do we like the waveform? What's the verdict on the waveform? Do we hate it? Do we like it? Do we hate it? Do we like it? Like it, hate it? So I put my second piece of bellstone there, and so that opens up the chest to what? I mean, in theory, it's a wyvern, right? Since there is no anything else, it's just damage. So that's the build. So we got combined arms. We got 20% armor on kill. And we got 2% armor regen. There's a few ways you can go with this. We can also run perfect spotter on the chest. I don't know if I have any of those really in the right place. You can also get this one, kinetic momentum. This Brazos chest would kind of work too if we decide to go Brazos. So there's that. We do have some Bellstone chests too. There's that one too. So, but for now, I think we're where we need to be. Armor regen everywhere, our skill damage everywhere. 2 Brazos. Yeah, let's just try it. And then we'll load up on protection from elites because we don't need skill haste, right? So that, which is going to make this pretty strong from that perspective. But, you know, I normally have bonus armor to go along with it. It's going to be weird. That's a cool build, though. Look at that. Blue and gold. It's like Cal State. All right. And so, yeah, spotter would be an interesting way to go with this, I gotta say. So, except, you know, spotter can sometimes be annoying if you don't feel like focusing your skills all the time on the same target as your primary weapon. I try to do that for the most part anyways. It is a good habit just to eliminate targets faster, get them out of the way. It also keeps your drone from wandering too much. No, the waveform doesn't help with heals at all. If that's the question, if I understood that right.
You've got your objective.
Hey, give me 1 second. All right, we're back. Just want to fix that sound delay. It creeps up on me. Okay, so let's see how we roll. So your skills are going to give you that armor on kill. So if you're not familiar with that, that's why these armor on kill on the skill build is really cool. Look at this guy. Where the fuck is he going? Have you seen that shit? Oh my god. I don't know if I can defend against that kind of fucking movement, bro. I can't defend against that kind of movement. Speeds, I can't even, my character can't even turn his head that fast. Crazy thing is there's 2 enemies back there. I don't remember the second one getting back there. I think they're fighting hyenas. It's so weird. So look, our armor hasn't dropped really once. It's kind of scary. How much armor are we running? We got 6. Oh, we got 5 skill tiers on accident. Shoot, I forgot to change something. We're doing all right though. I need to reconfigure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So I need to move some things around, but we're surviving.
Trauma detected.
Interesting how that works. Oops, now we're not.
Agent killed.
Let's fix that real quick. We're gonna have to go back to the lab, I think, because the problem is,
Your objective. Don't let
let's see if I got a
anything
better
stand in your way.
glove. I got one with skill haste. I mean, I could, it's not perfect to do it that way, but so there's that one. Well, armor regen there, but that'll fix our issue. Give us more damage. All right. That's because his backpack is stuck. I do have the skill haste version of that backpack too, but we really want that regen. So here's the skill haste version. You see they're the same. But cool. All right, let's try that again. Yeah, you know, is it gonna be major? I don't know. But yeah, the new update is soon. It's PTS is starting. I think it's usually in the beginning of February. So PTS is sometime this month. I don't remember the date. Does anybody know the date? They haven't officially announced it, but it's supposed to be this month. They did mention there was going to be a PTS. I don't think they set a date though, did they, guys? Not that I know of. 2 tanks down, so good there. Trying to get this last tank. If I can mark it, there it is. Yeah, so these are always good builds. I've always had fun with these builds. I have variations of them. It's actually working out. You guys might like this one. Because your skills get that armor on kill, not just you. It might be too tanky though. I mean, that's crazy. Look at our kill power. You know, I mean, we haven't, the scary part is we haven't dropped in armor. And so that's the thing, is like, God, do we need, maybe I get rid of my Murakamis and it's a little foggy. You might have that as an advantage. My turret's having a hard time acquiring targets, though. Untouchable. Reset my turret here. For the big boys. Our ammo's a little low though. Let's fight from right here. Let's give it a whirl. Oh, come on, I fucking moved. I'm her reach, right? Bullshit. She had like mega long, she has like Stretch Armstrongs. Stretch your arms. Really interesting. What do you guys think about this build? I mean, that's pretty easy. That's pretty easy. I mean, it's like the same survivability that you would get out of the Memento without the Memento. In the added buffs, of course, there's added buffs, but the cool thing about this build, okay, is just let's just make sure you understand. You don't have to go anywhere to get that armor on kill. You can stay behind cover and get that armor on kill. We had glass cannon while we were doing that too, by the way. Think about that. Think about that. I do wonder if we get rid of Bellstone. I'm sorry, if we get rid of Murakami and Wyvern in exchange for 2 pieces of Brazos, would we get even stronger? Because that would add another armor core, right? Not that we exactly needed it. We never ran out of armor, but let's do this other run real quick. Let's get it all in and out of cover thing, huh? God damn, that medic went around the corner. Chicken shits. Look at his accuracy. Beaming me in the head. Come on. You know what I mean? Oh, come on, man. Stop going around the fucking corner, you dipshits. God. Same shit every day, huh? Like ridiculous heals, cowardly NPC movements. There we go, 1 medic down. Get this medic to come out. It's hiding. He's too afraid. Oh god, it's always these fuckers. Wow, they're really holding the ground, aren't they?
feet, soldier.
I don't need more ammo. I'm gonna let them do their work. God, they constantly shooting that turret down though. That's the, you know, it's the memento helps against that, right? Like how many times have we redeployed that turret? I mean the drone. Constantly breaking that thing. Look at this guy just fucking hiding back there, bro. What kind of NPC bullshit is this? There we go. We're in business. Easy. Skills are strong enough. Got enough armor on kill to make it happen. And then we got a lot of armor regen too. We do have a lot of, don't dismiss the armor regen. It's a lot, there's a lot of it there. You're just not seeing it at work because armor on kills is so great. So I think we can give. We got room to give. Yeah, I don't need to prove this build out anymore. It's a great build. It's more like, can we level it up a little bit? By just playing with these two pieces or these four pieces or something, right? But this is, I think it'd be a good showcase for the people that are just like, there's just some people that are really stuck on the idea that the memento can't be used in groups. You know what I mean? Like, there's people stuck in that head. And so this could be, I mean, there's some people you just can't convince very easily. So it's good. Good. Yeah, PTS is supposed to start in January, but I just don't know. I don't know the date. Firefox. Yeah. And so it should start pretty soon. I would anticipate the middle of the month, like January 14th, something like that, because it's usually like, I think it's usually on average like 2 weeks of PTS testing. There's no new game mode happening, so they're not going to be testing that. It's just going to be gear and exotics. And so 2 weeks of PTS testing, and I think they roll it out right afterwards. So, like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, so we were getting help from the Murakami because it was giving us some duration on our turret. So that does, I don't want to dismiss that, but we had 3-piece protection from elites on here. I mean, we could go several directions, okay? So we could get rid of the Murakamis and run an additional improvised gear piece. And run more protection from elites. Or one, I would like this to be a better thing. So, and I think I can do that by taking off the Emperor's guards. Let's try to do this real quick. And so I don't think I need the skill haste on there. And I don't think I need repair skills on there. So Bellstone, so this could be the alternate. So if we take off the Emperor's guards and we place the bell, put the Bellstone there, and then let's see if we can put the, so we got a Brazos. It's got skill haste on it though. I don't like that part. But we do have the Bellstone, so we could put our usual Bellstone. So we've run this Bellstone a lot. This Bellstone is, I'm telling you, this Bellstone's got some fucking miles. It does. I haven't even optimized it all the way. Should, but it's got some miles on this Bellstone. Okay, and so if we do that, then now I got room to put on 2-piece Brazos. I want the same equation, and if we do that, we'll be able to run more armor. So we were running with 900,000 armor on that last run. So this would be basically the way we want to go. And I don't really think you need a Picaro's holster here. I mean, you can. A little extra weapon damage doesn't hurt anything, but we were doing all right on our kill power. So, but what I did is I gave us some more armor. So let's, we're over armored now. We need to fix that. I don't know if I can. That conundrum again. Damn, we always end up with the same fucking problem, right? Lack of pieces from Brazos. So I could do that, of course, but we want the armor regen. Fucking Brazos. You know what I mean? Like fucking Brazos. Okay, so we got this Uzina. Maybe I can do that. If I do that, what does that open up? The mask, I guess. See if I got the Brazos mask. Sort of. Yes. Yeah, there we go. That's 6 skill tiers. And it's all the right equation. Armor regen, skill damage. Armor regen, skill damage. Armor regen, skill damage. Armor regen, skill damage. So this is the stronger build. Let's go take off the explosive resistance. Actually, that would be cool too, huh? To take off all the armor regen attributes and run explosive resistance everywhere. I mean, you could do that. Just the same but different. Yeah, death grip for skill damage is another way to go. It's just that the deal is this though, is that we already had so much survivability, like in the armor on kill thing, like we weren't really hurting there. So I don't really want to buff that anymore. I don't really feel like we'd get the use out of it, you know? So what I'm doing is just giving myself more armor. And by doing that, I'm hoping that it'll translate to more resistance. We'll see. It might not be worth it though, okay? So we might want to go the other way. And so the other way is more damage. So take off the Murakamis and put on, I don't know what though, the waveform holster, I guess. Because the idea here is to not run the memento backpack. This is an anti-memento, a non-memento skill damage build with survivability. 112 base damage. It's pretty good. Protection from elites. Yeah, I mean, look at our base regen here. Let's see what that is. 42,000 armor regen, okay? 42,000 armor regen, and then we're getting 20% armor on kill on top of that. We got 2-piece Uzina, 2-piece Spellstone, 2-piece Brazos. It's all the blue skill pieces, all right? Let's go try that out. I say the same thing, Silent Rage. I say the same thing, man. I was like, well, I wish they could. Why didn't they give us the ability to? How hard would it have been to to allow us to wear the hoodie on this mask? This is the one mask you run a hoodie with. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like the one mask. I say the same thing. I normally don't wear this mask because I want to wear a hoodie with it. It's just the back of the head is weird on it. You know what else, bro? Or a binky. You can't put a scarf on it either. It won't run a scarf. I don't know, maybe that's the jacket I'm wearing too. It's possible it's the jacket, but I tried to put a scarf on it and the scarf won't work. Which chest piece of these chest pieces you guys like? You know, I've been wearing the Watcher one a lot. I like the Watcher one. It's tactical looking. But otherwise, I like the babyface one's actually pretty cool. And then I used to run the sharpshooter one. I don't like that one at all. I mean, that's just clunky looking. I don't know. The Firewall, I don't like that one either, really. But the babyface one's pretty tight. Like even when I'm this is a full babyface outfit right there. But this is the Purge mask. I'm purging, so I'm wearing a Purge mask. So as you can see, I'm wearing a scarf and it doesn't show up. So it's probably because of the hoodie. Let me see if I wore. Yeah, it's the hoodie that blocks it. But you would wear a hoodie with this mask, you know? So, okay. So this is a cool build though, guys. I like this build. I like it as an alternate to the Memento. It's actually a nice alternate to the Memento. It's...
Got your objective.
You're surviving. You're moving. We played out of cover. We pushed. So here's build version 2 of this build. So it gave us the same capabilities as if we had the memento. So all we've done, really, we shouldn't have lost any damage or anything like that. We still got the same armor and kill. We lost a little regen in exchange for more armor, which might not be that useful, to be honest with you. Might just be better off with the more armor regen plus duration. It might play out the same though. Like you might not be able to tell. You might play, look and see, we're back to full armor in no time. We just broke our armor a minute ago. We're back. Why is my turret shooting at that fucking tank? That's so annoying. Just stares at the tank. It doesn't have line of sight on its feet. It's just a stupid mechanic that the devs built in. Who's behind me? Hyenas. God damn it. Look, hyenas are running in here. Why? We didn't do anything to attract them, you know what I mean? It's annoying. See, and that's what happens. The tank is technically going to get the hyenas. That's where it's on its way to get. Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, there's a warhound in here too. God damn it. Well, if we survive this. A warhound might kill us now, though. Gotta get rid of that gold tank. Wailing on our skills over there. We're getting shot in the back, by the way. In case you can't feel that. That tickle in the back. God damn it. Oh. About to get swarmed. It's actually pretty crazy that we're still alive right now. Seems pretty crazy. Fucking warhound on our back. We haven't been able to prioritize targets because of this. There's 2 warhounds back there. Ooh. Oh, come on! Sniper dog in the back. Bullshit. Bullshit, bro. That was crazy. They're still here. You see what I'm saying? It's just, oh, come on, right? You gotta reset your whole map to get rid of these guys. It's just stupid. Let's try resetting the mission again. See, they're still there. Fuck. I hate when they do this to the game. It's just Using up precious ammo too. I need my fucking ammo, bro. Great. I'm gonna have to do it again because that dog will still be there. Yeah, I don't have that Bellstone backpack anymore, and I'm looking for it too. So I am. I used to have a few of them, but you know, I never really had the ones that I wanted. I never used it, and so I finally deleted it and whatever one I did have. But and I get lots of named item caches, and I never get it. Never shows up for me. See that Warhound's still over there. Let's see if we can avoid it. Okay. Oh, got up. Do that. Now we just need that purple tank and we're good. And there it is in the middle of the map. Really? Fucking EMP'd his punk ass. Wow, look at these chicken shits, huh? Come on, man. It's like 6 against 1. See that shotgun wailing on my turret? Those engineers are pretty strong on their skills. I've learned that you really want to take them out. They'll sit there and whack on your skill with their shotguns. Take out your turret. Oh, he's the last alive too, right? They're always hiding. They're all way back there, man. Frozen! What up, Froze? Mr. Azure. Sounds very French delicacy. Mr. Azure. Gonna push the boundaries a little bit here. See what. Let's open her up and see what she can do. Not quite in the position. One chunk of down.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, what was that? I don't get it. I guess it bled through without the regen. That's what happens. Yeah. You know what I mean? Without that extra regen
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
down here to counter the bleed. He got us with that bleed. Yeah, so I think you are better. Let's take a look here at the stats. So it's all about the regen with that swap. Because otherwise the armor's not doing that much for you. I mean, you get a little bit of buff on the armor on kill, but who cares? It's really about the regen. So 42,000 regen there. And then if we run the Murakamis, where were we at? And then this was Bellstone, I guess. Same thing. Somewhere. There was a Bellstone somewhere here. Well, it's tiring going through these pieces like this all the time. There it is. Oh, that's not the one. This is explosives. That one. All right. And then... oh, that's right. We had a wyvern chest. Okay. And then... Xena here, I guess. I should have the Bellstone mouse. I do. There it is. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. So do we have more than 42,000 regen? They're basically the same, but it's 1,000 more regen per second, which might make a difference. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Huh. But the advantage of getting the bonus, having more armor, well, this gives us more skill damage and skill duration, so it is the better build. Compare against what we just did. But what if we added more damage to the skills? How would we go about that? Or do we try running the 511s and just go all into... do 30% skill damage instead of that'd be crazy, instead of the regen. I think we're okay on the skill. I mean, armor on kill is what I meant. 30% armor on kill. So skill damage, armor regen, skill damage, armor regen, skill damage, armor regen. So everything's the right place. Yeah, it's like perfect build actually. I mean, there's not much we can do to it, and so it's really just this one piece. Or do we decide that we don't need... is it Uzina Getica? What if we got rid of the 20% armor on kill? What would we do? Add the memento? Does adding the memento just make this a better all-around build? I mean, if we do, what does it look like? What do we do if we add the memento? It's the slaughter build. It's the slaughter. And so really, where this has a place in people's outfits is if they're just looking to not run the memento. That's the only thing this is really serving, is just like, I really don't want to run a memento. Well, okay, well, how else can we pick up survivability? Well, armor and kill. And then it comes down to how much armor and kill do you need if you're not running the memento? Maybe we only need 10% armor and kill. So let's drop the Uzina Getica and for more power, right? Let's see if we could do that. I don't know if I have the pieces for it, but well, we'd be running Empress with... I mean, are we going down a path that we already went down, technically? The crits version, sort of. It's just now it's just armor regen instead of crits. It's just the same thing. It's just different, right? It's the same but different. Instead of crits, it's armor regen, and so it's still the same thing. It's just instead of offense, we went defense, but at the end, it ends up being the same. The memento, it's the memento, right? We'll take the cake. And so I'm not saying this build is done. I'm saying this, it's like you either leave it here. It's not bad. This is a great build. But you have to ask yourself questions like, would it still be great if I took away Uzina Getica? Because Uzina Getica comes with waste. What is that waste? It's the total armor. We don't care about it. And so the question I have is like, well, how do we slide in more damage if we take out what would we do? I guess this is what we could do. Okay, let me think about this for a sec. I think what we would do is we put Bellstone on our chest. Okay, let's do that. If I can, let's see if I can. So let's try to put the Bellstone on our chest. Okay, let's do that. And then what that opens up is the chill out mask for protection from elites. And then we got, so all we did is lost 10% armor on kill, but we pick up more damage, and then we pick up more survivability in the form of protection from elites. We don't pick up more damage, but we get the skill damage back here. We lose armor regen is what we lose. We lose armor regen. In exchange, we get 5% more armor, and then we lose 10% skill damage for 5% total armor. We lose the armor regen altogether, but we replace it with protection from elites. I don't know if that's a good trade. There's not that many elites. Unless you're gonna go all in, and that's because you're gonna get out of cover and run around like a crazy man. But why are you gonna do that without trophies? You know. So I mean, so you can do it. It's just sort of like, you know, you don't really need to go that far. We already did the 2 Brazos thing. That would give us more armor. And in that scenario, if we went more 2 Brazos, then we'd lose Azina. Here's the question. Is 2 Brazos more important than Azina Getica? We get skill haste, so it'd still come with the same waste. Skill haste, we get the skill tier, you get more armor, but again, we don't need any more armor. We're okay with 1.2, 1.1. Yeah, I don't have a Bloodsucker Town for a skill build. But yeah, I like this. I used it for my TAC 50 build the other day. I like it for the unlimited TAC 50 build. It was pretty fun. Yeah, because if you're not moving, then why not? Why not? So I'm looking to get rid of Uzina Getica. This is what I'm looking to do. If we drop Uzina Getica altogether, what would we replace it with? Okay, 511s. We're getting awfully close to a slaughter build though. So, which is nothing wrong with that, but Uzina Getica, we do have a Uzina Getica in our slaughter 2.0. And so now we're down to these 2 pieces. Now 30% armor on kill would be overkill, so I don't think we'd want to do that. And of course, the Memento is the best replacement for this backpack, so what do we put here? What else would go here? Bellstone. Right? It would be a Bellstone. Because then we'd run the Picaro's holster or the waveform. Waveform's sort of just okay, but maybe it's best in slot on a build like this. Because the only thing that gives skill damage is Wyvern. And then outside of Wyvern, there might be a couple days left on the mask. Yeah, there's a couple of days left on the mask. It's really close to being at its end, though. I think the 13th is the last day. Is that right? Tuesday? It's probably the last day. So we'd have to get Bellstone on the backpack in order to get rid of Uzina. And by doing that, we could run the chill out mask. And I think that might be the alternate. It's the same, but different. So I guess it doesn't matter. The question is, do we get rid of the Uzina Getica backpacks? I don't think they hold enough. There's too many replacements for Uzina Getica to keep on a skill build. Let me just run back. We need to be sure. But there's a possibility I can delete all the Uzinas and just be like, yeah, you can run 2 pieces of Uzina, but you could also just run the 511s. Uzina Getica is easier to get than the 511, so there's that. Yeah, Liquid Engineer with Bloodsucker. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have that. It is a good sniper build piece too, by the way. It is, I would agree with that. Looks great with. That's a good point, Tony. The only thing is that for Legendary, that 12% damage to robotics is pretty nice. But if you look at it from like, yeah, you know, robotics are 2 out of 30, you know. So that's true. So, you know, we could put on, it's got a good point there. We could run 2-piece Brazos and then run Gunner, get 10% armor on kill, or Survivalist and get more armor protection from elites. But let's see if I got a skill backpack, which I don't think I do, but I'm just double checking here. Looking Bellstone. So there's an Uzina with Bloodsucker, but I thought the Memento, I think would be down on power. There's a Brazos, that would work. Let's take that one. That might be our replacement right there. It's tech support, but that's fine. Let's try it. Let's try it. And then we go either way here. So let's actually, if we could get rid of the chill out mask, that'd be ideal. Because again, 5% total armor, who cares? Even for the mod slots, I don't. So let's put that there, and then let's see what do we got for chess pieces. So there's kinetic momentum. No, let's do the Bellstone here instead. See if we got the Brazos mask. So we need armor regen, Brazos. Perfect. And there we are, 1.1 million. 6 skill tiers. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's 20% armor on kill. 113,000 skill damage. Ooh, that's good. That's before the backpack buff. Seen this? This could be a good build, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skill tiers, and 6 from there. I always got to count. Oh wait, actually, let me drop this gun and make sure it's true. Yeah, okay, we're still good. So that's cool. This could be better build, right? This actually might be a new slaughter build. This is a slaughter concept here. The only thing is we want combined arms. And then the question is it better? Is it better than Uzina Getica? Uzina Getica bringing in the waste from the armor regen? It might be. The reality is that we'd probably, if we were running the Memento, and we're going to do that, we're going to toss the Memento on it in the end and see what it changes, what pieces go away, and it'd be the 511 or these would be the pieces at risk. And it'd probably be the Murakamis because the armor regen and skill efficiency would make the Murakamis obsolete if something had to go. Okay, so let's add the protection from elites. But for now, what we're looking at, again, the purpose is to come with alternates to the Memento. So that's what we're exploring here. Alternates to the Memento. If you didn't want to run a Memento, but you still wanted the same level of survivability, what would you do? I think this is it. So we got what's our regen? We regen near, it's about the same, a little bit less regen, so 40,000. That's cool. But we gain armor, and then we still got 20% armor on kill. Yeah, all right. And then our skills are looking good. 113 base is really good. And then if we wanted to lower our armor, that's an option. I don't think I have the pieces to do it, but so yeah, you could lower your armor back to 900,000, and then that would give you more specialization options. I don't know what other skill I would use for legendary. I don't think I could use it. Like, if I was building into consumables, it'd be a whole different setup. I'd have skill haste on there. Traps are pretty boring too. Traps don't do anything. They never walk into my traps. I don't know about you guys. Like, I'll set them up there and then just, and sometimes they'll get a little bit of damage from it, but they won't kill them, and it, you know, or it'll, you know, all of your traps will go to kill one guy. So it's just like, oh great, I had all these traps and he killed one guy. Like, great, back to cooldown. So I don't expect much differences here, but I want to see. You have to, in order to detect these types of changes and what we made in our build, where we're looking at, you'd have to get yourself into a pickle and see how it performs. You know, you have to push a limit. And so that the best opportunities are when the chungas come, get into those helicopters. Gotta look at this, how my turret can't shoot that purple tank. Dumb. You see how he just touched this tank and it healed it. He just touched it. That's such bullshit. So annoying. He doesn't have to work on it. He just has to touch it. So that jerk has got to go. He's just a jerk. Nobody to fix you now, buddy. Really? That fucking tank just destroyed my brand new drone. Weak, man. See, that's where the momentum would help at least a little bit, right? Actually, I can keep my... I'm not going to heal up. I'm going to let my skills put in some work for me here. So there's a look at all that armor that just came back real quick, huh? So we're in trouble, and we're at full armor. 2 kills. It's not a very good run because I got these tanks in some awkward positions here. Gotta get rid of these tanks so I can get to those chungas. We're taking some good damage though. We're taking some explosives, and we're taking a lick and keep on ticking. This guy's all hiding back here. Oh, god damn it. Fucking drones. Not the position I normally choose, but we'll go with it. I mean, God, she got me to miss all of those shots, and she still makes it in cover. Pretty good build, man. I mean, it's a version of Slaughter without the memento. You know, pretty good. I wasn't paying attention to how much tech support was up. You know, I don't know if I'd choose tech support with this, but it's not bad. Just because our gun does such a good job of getting kills, that you're competing with your skills. I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of competing with my skills. It's like, oh, I don't want to get the kill because then my skill can't refresh tech support, you know, and it kind of sucks. Let's take this next room. Let's see what it does in this next room. But what I think I'm doing is I think I'm figuring out that, yeah, I think I'm better off in all scenarios to use Brazos instead of Uzina Getica. So my Uzina Getica skill pieces might be off the table. And that's because although they're both bringing a form of waste, the skill tier is going to be more valuable in the end. Whereas Uzina Getica is just going to bring 5% more armor, and I don't care about that. I'd rather have this skill tier for more armor or more specialization. So Uzina skill pieces might be off the table. In other scenarios, if it's not Brazos, it's what it is it's Bellstone that competes. I like throwing my skills right in the fray like that. It sets them all off. I don't know what to do. I think we got 2 out of 3 of those healing stations. I think we got a medic at least too. So that one healing station got down the red one. So we gotta take the red guy out. Chicken shit, he just ran away too. Crushing my skill. I'll reposition here in a second. Chicken shits! There you go, nice. Good timing too. Set it off. It's not super safe to set it off while you got a medic back there. That's who that is. So, because you can start getting fools up. I didn't have my skill pointed at the right guy. I thought I did. I'm about to get flanked? Really? Fucking dick. You gotta go in the room to get that, because your drone won't cross the threshold. Weird and dumb, I know. Anyways, that's it. So I think I learned something today. That's good. And how I play and how I would build it. Brazos good to go. Brazos goes. Not Brazos, I'm sorry. Uzina Getica. Uzina Getica's for skill. My skill pieces is now probably gonna get replaced almost across the board by all Brazos. Uzina Getica skill pieces will get outshined. All right, so we learned something there. Pain in the ass, huh? A lot of work to figure that out. I've been sitting on these pieces for a long time, and I have used them. I have used them in slaughter builds. Well, not in slaughter builds, actually, because those were mementos. So some builds out there, I don't remember which one we used it on, but there was a build out there for sure. Okay, so back to camp. So I'm gonna go through and delete all Uzina Getica skill pieces, knowing that they're either gonna get replaced by Brazos or Bellstones in build scenarios. And we gotta remember, in most of my skill builds, we're really only dealing with 5 slots because the memento is usually in there. And so that puts more pressure on the build, right? So if you're gonna run, you say, so the choice is like, okay, 2-piece Bellstone or 2-piece Uzina Getica. And Bellstone is always gonna win that battle 9 out of 10 times. So there's 3 pieces taken right there. So now you're down to the last 3, and now it's 2-piece Uzina or 2-piece Brazos. And what we just determined for my style of play, that the Brazos are going to give me more return. I'd rather run more Brazos. I'd rather have the skill haste than 5% total armor, and I'd rather have the extra skill tier instead of the armor on kill in that scenario. It gave me more flexibility, and I got the 511s to replace that armor on kill. You could still run 2-piece Uzina here, but instead of the 511s and the Murakamas, you could still put the 2-piece Uzina here. There's nothing wrong with that. But see, the armor regen isn't always about recovery, it's about resistance. That's why I'm running armor regen, you know. And some people don't understand that, and they'll say, "Oh, 40,000 armor regen isn't very much," you know. 40,000 armor regen, but it's enough to stop the bleed. And I like that. Allows me to pressure the Chungas. But it's the armor on kill plus the armor regen. So by the time the armor, so you got, that's why we got 2 kills. So I mean, how much armor on kill did we have? We got 20% armor on kill, right? And so by the time we got 2 kills, we went from 0 to 100% armor, because so 2 kills gives us 40% armor on kill. And then the other 60% was from the regen happening passively. So that's interesting. So probably overwrite this one. And they'll call it the no memento. Good build. And so what I'm going to do here is, so that allows me to free myself of these Uzina Geticas. So I haven't used those. And then I'm going to start looking around and poking holes in all the other Uzina Geticas. It's just like the odds are, I'm not using them. I haven't used them in forever. And so the odds of me using them have just been further diminished, you know? So, and it's rough because that's a good looking Uzina Getica right there. You know, that's a hard one to get rid of. Look, I spent resources on it. But especially if it's got skill haste in there, I'm going to definitely take a look at that one. So that one's can go, because that's more of a crit build, but I don't need it. There's always a better knee pad. Bellstone holds. Bellstone's good in almost every scenario. I know I had a bunch of Uzinas. Did I already delete them? I might have already deleted them as we were poking around. Grupo. Uzina. Delete that one. I am looking at them for some sniper builds too. So, because with sniper builds, they do really well. The armor on kill does really well with sniper builds because you're chain killing. So you could put like all red Uzinas, you know, with all red Bellstones. That could be, those are cool builds too. And then all your recovery is, it's like running preservation on your nemesis without running preservation. Got too much gear, man. Any other Uzinas can go? These wyverns. I think we can get rid of this wyvern, huh? We determined that. And this one is status effects and tag team. Could probably keep that one. Could probably keep both of these actually. We'll have to look. We need to go back to the explosive build, the run and gun one, to figure that out. A couple of pieces to. We got it in the Golans too. We gotta look at this. The golden Golans. There's only so many status effect builds you can run. So I think between these two, this is the better one, and we can delete that one. It's the same thing. That's an alternate for a status effect skill damage build if we want some survivability. I know. Trying to delete things. I could probably delete this one. There we go. Skill damage. There's Xena with skill damage, skill haste. So we can dump that. You're like, and you're not deleting the 511 gear? Nope, I'm not. That's for it's a build I'm working on. I could probably delete that. It's close, but it needs skill damage to make sense because skilled will reset cooldown, so skill haste doesn't make any sense on skilled builds. Okay, so delete a couple pieces there. So we're doing good. We're almost to 100 deletions. Look at that. Almost to 100 deletions. And we've come out with some new builds too. Variations, you know, variations, interesting variations. So here's that Uzina, you know. So God, so there's a couple of Uzinas that are just like so good looking. I don't want to get rid of them. You know what I mean? Like this one, and then I have the glove counterpart. Well, I might still delete them. I'm just gonna hold on to them for a minute because there's a couple of the builds I gotta explore. Okay, so let's pop on the Memento now. It's gonna give us a different look at things. And then let's run those. Let's put on those Xenogeticas gloves. We had some nice gloves, didn't we? Here we go. This one. Oh, there's another one down there. Hold on. What was that? Okay, weapon handling. So that's a sniper one. That's a crit one. Okay, sniper one, crit one. So I do want to. It'd be good to test the sniper one too before, because I'm saving a lot of these sniper pieces. I got a lot of sniper pieces rolling around. I got to figure out what to do with those. Okay, so there's 2 pieces of Xena there. And then there's a 2-piece. That's an interesting build. There's a 20% armor on kill. That's actually pretty interesting right there, right? I mean, we've made that one, but we kind of made this one, right? We did. This is 2.0 without spotter. This is Slaughter 2.0 without Slaughter. So that's a good build. We like that one. But you could still swap in the Brazos if you want to. Pick up a skill tier and then add more armor and lose armor on kill. If I did that, it would be the Murakamis that we're at. But we're never going to delete the Murakamis. Well, you can't do that. So the Murakamis end up getting stuck unless you want 30% armor on kill. So anyways, there's nothing that can be deleted out of this. And except for the Zuzina gloves, because the alternate to this would be to run the 511 gloves. You see what I'm saying? And so, but again, their Emperor's Guards give us resistance. And so I like that. Okay, so let's get to consumable skills. We need to go to consumable skills. So the memento is going to be part of that. And so what I want to look at is, so we got the skill damage and repair skills, skill haste and skill damage. You see these things that I've been sitting on? Skill damage, crit damage. And so what I want to figure out is there's been a healer build, that like a Brazos healer build I've been curious of making also. I don't know if that's going to go too far outside of the scope of this exercise, but should you have a lot of pieces dedicated to that. We got to basically start weeding out the Brazos, right? Figure out which of these Brazos is just not going to fly. But I keep running into scenarios where I need more Brazos. So like, you know, like, oh, and it's because like, it's, oh, we need more armor. We need less armor. We need less armor. It's usually one of those. So I need the Brazos that allows me to re-roll armor off. Okay, so we're going to go back to the consumables. So in this case, which consumables? Oh, let me think about this. So nothing beats really Eclipse when it comes to Riot Foam, like going all out status effects, unless you're going, yeah, unless we're gonna go for Infinity Blind. That's the only one where, that's the only build where Eclipse can never really beat. So let's go that route. So we're headed into status effect world. And so we're going to sticky bomb this bad boy. And let's do the fire. And I usually have this reversed actually, but I'll fix that later. So we're gonna see, so we've already created this build to its perfection, and I usually use improvised, but I wanted to see if Brazos has a role. So with this, we tend to go with, we're gonna have status effects and skill haste everywhere. That's the stat. Status effects, skill haste everywhere. And so we need Golans, we need Hana use, and now Brazos. which has never been an option before. I've been meaning to do this build. So it's the Infinity Blind 3.0 basically. So we look at Hana. So this Hana usually plays a role, and then I change it to status effects. You can have some skill damage, but because you want maximum skill haste. But what I may find is that, so it looks like this. So with this, the skill tiers give you duration, but they don't give you cooldowns. And it's important, it's imperative that we have no cooldowns. And so with this one, with the stickies, you get skill haste. So that's a shorter cooldown and duration. So they're like really ideal. They're really ideal. Switch that while I remember. So we get skill haste and then burn duration. That's fine. And then here we're gonna want blind, skill haste, not damage, but blind effect duration. And then the vial mask is usually a good option on this. You don't have to. Sometimes I don't because I want even more skill haste, but that's good. Might as well weaken them while you're at it. And then tag team is pretty critical on these types of builds. So that one's got skill damage and skill haste with tag team. We don't need that. So ideally we'd have a goal in here on the chest. If we had a goal on the chest, it'd be perfect. But let's see. I know I have Golans elsewhere. So I don't think I'm going to use Empress in any of these builds. I don't think it ever makes really sense because I'm not really after the damage. So I'm going to dump that. Doesn't really have an application. There it is. Tag team of Golden Golem is perfect. It's perfect. Oh, you need that one. And I have the armored version too. You see that? So I can swap out that trauma. So let's put that one on. So I want it on the mask. I mean on the chest because I guess these pieces are easier to source. These other pieces. So we got these are the 3 critical pieces and they're applied. So now we want the Brazos. So which is a skill haste option also. So the Brazos prevents me from having to use a improvised. And so we could try, and it's potentially going to buy us more armor. Let's see what other one I got. Which would, you know, be a little bit helpful. I don't really need armor on this build. So I don't know what I would do with that extra skill tier. I guess it would buy flexibility to make an easier Golem. And so there's a non-status effect version of this build too, by the way, if you decide to go roll into explosives. But this won't work because we're gonna want the Grupo pieces to be in these slots. So these pieces start making little sense. I'll keep the repair skills one. That's a crit damage one technically. See, these pieces will make better sense for if you decide to go to explosion version. And by explosion version, I mean like no blinder. You'd use the demolisher or one of those. So okay, so Brazos there, and then we need to get rid of. What do we put? We got the Golem, 2 Wyvern. You go to Wyvern if you want to go damage, but we don't normally do that. Second Golem gives us armor regen. Brazos. What skill haste? I'm just gonna try to do this without improvise, but I don't know if that's gonna be possible. So even though we can do this with Brazos, it might not add any real benefit. Because, you know, yeah, so it's nice to have a little bit of armor, but you don't really need it. You know, I mean, we could add a lot of armor if we run Technician and so we'll try. Run Technician and Brazos together, that might be worthy. So there's the improvised glove, that could work. And then these. The improvised knees. So what we could start looking at, as a matter of fact, actually, is running One Piece China, which I don't normally do here. But by doing that, that's going to power up the sticky. And it's going to power up the vial. So let's try that. That'll be an interesting thing to an exercise. So there we go. I mean, let me see if I have another one here. It's got skill damage. That's not the worst thing for a sticky. But the test that we would be testing is like with. Okay, so now we just need the Brazos knees. Would we have enough skill haste with everything else already on the build? And so I guess we're testing to make sure we don't overdo skill haste. That we only have just as much as we need. And Brazo's knees shouldn't be that hard. I guess I can use these for the meantime. What's our armor situation right now? I mean, it's tough whether you go technician or, I mean, I guess we'd want to go demolitionist. We do. So we're going to lose a skill tier by doing that. But it would make a stronger vial. But to be honest with you, like, I don't really need a stronger vial. Like, with this, when I run this build, I run it as a true status effect build. So you can also run survivalist to give you 10% more damage to status effects. So yeah, Scotty, welcome to the club, brother. Welcome to the club. We be purging around here. And so yeah, we're making builds to determine what to purge based on my play style and preferences. And it just helps me to be like, yo, yeah, this is the best way to run it. This build, this is the direction, and best is determined by you and how you play. And so that's how we're doing it. Okay, so what did we just grab? Okay, so no, we just determined that we're gonna need this to be a skill tier. So a little bit of skill damage isn't going to hurt because we are running, but skill damage because of the sticky, but we don't really want it, right? We don't really want skill damage. The reason why I'm running explosive damage, although this is explosive, is because it's directly impacting the vial. So skill haste and status effects, skill damage only if you have to. So that's what we're going to do here. And so we're going to determine. What we're determining is if Brazo's is viable for some status effect, pure status effect builds. Is a pure status effect build. And so when this is usually a team build, okay? So when I use this with a team, I'm expecting them to do the damage. And so I'll go ahead and run. And so what I want to do is I want to completely. This is the old school status effect builds, and they're amazing. And you don't see them around very often anymore. But the idea is to completely paralyze the enemy. I mean, they're fucking paralyzed. So if it's just one Chunga, I can keep him infinity blind. Okay, infinity blind. And so that's why status effects is always going to be more important than damage. And so I got some damage here, but I don't have a choice. And so there was one piece here, like, so on this piece, I do have a choice. Like, do I run status effects or do I run skill haste? And uptime is the most important thing. And so I'm not planning on killing them. I'm planning on paralyzing them. And so I want is maximum skill haste. So I'm going skill haste. Because of the waves, right? In Legendary, you have multiple waves, and Heroic have multiple waves. And so you want to be able to turn your attention to another enemy if you have to. And toss your skill at them in case you got some guys coming from the left and some guys coming from the right or whatever. Happens all the time. Which is why I determined that skill haste is more important than duration. So we also have this status effect skill haste here, which is perfect. So okay, I think we got the build. I'm just hesitating on pulling the trigger on this reroll here, because we'll lose that piece, but that's fine. I'm not sure it's that helpful, anyways. Actually, because like I said, like. I don't normally run skill down. Well, I mean, I would. This would be helpful for a run and gun explosive sticky build, right? So, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. But this would work for that. This would work for a run and gun explosive sticky build, which I love those builds. They're some of my favorite. Okay, and then we put skill haste everywhere is where we go with. And then what we're looking to test. So one of the things I want to see here is, can I get rid of things like Hannah U? Can I completely get rid of Hannah Yu? How much is that 10% skill haste really working for us? If I can get rid of that Hannah Yu, that would allow me to run the Brazos up there, and then, you know, I can rely on, well, actually, I could run 2 pieces of Grupo. That would probably prove out to be more beneficial than the armor we got. But Brazos isn't bad because it's also bringing me skill haste. One piece Brazos is also a Hannah Yu, right? So, but look at our cooldowns. They're 13.7. So, oh yeah, the TDI pistol. Yeah. Good point. Thank you. We don't need that. We're going to be running the TDI, which allows me to actually, I mean, you could put damage on it and sync is fine. You could also put armor on kill preservation to heal, but that does buy us another skill tier. So we already re-rolled that one, but you know what? That means I might have a Brazos that will make better sense. Skill damage, this one. So skill damage with, no, wait. We don't want skill damage. We want skill haste status effects. Thank you for reminding me, Konstantinos. Konstantinos rocks! Okay. And so we're gonna run this build, and then we're gonna take off that Hannah Yu piece and say, can we still rock this build without Hannah Yu and still get our skills back? And I suspect the answer is yes. And if so, that's gonna open up the building further to a stronger Vial and a stronger, God damn it. I wanna try to make this build perfect, and it's this one piece holding me back. Because we want skill haste and status effects. That's what's perfect, and it's skill haste, skill damage. That doesn't have the right rolls. That's Uzina. You think we'd get any luck crafting? Probably not. I don't want to craft crap. I'd rather just stick with what we got, you know? Okay, let me just put that one back on. We'll just run the armor core on it. You know, because you're not using your weapon, you might as well just keep your pistol equipped. If you didn't catch that. So that's why we're going with the TDI card. So we're going to take advantage of that extra skill tier, and now we got some hefty armor. It's not really worth putting on weapon damage in a build like this. It's just not going to help. So there we go. 1.1 million armor thanks to the 2-piece Brazos and the TDI card. And we're not running Technician. If you're running Technician, you can push this to 1.3, and it's perfectly acceptable to run Technician. But let's do that. Let's roll at this. I usually, so in Legendary, I'd normally run this in a group, but let me show you what it can do. Yeah, Scotty, I've run into every possible problem with this concept, you know what I mean? Like, I've deleted pieces, and then like the next week it was like, you know, I was like, I'm never gonna use this piece. I've been sitting on it for a year, and then the next week I'm like, God damn it, I wish I had that piece. Okay, so you can.
Objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
You can like
Objective. Don't let anything
status
stand
affect
in your
people
way.
to death with this, right? So it is possible, but it's the slow way of doing things. I mean, it's not really a solo legendary build. Okay, this is a group build. It's an amazing group build. It actually is one of my favorites in the game. It's like one of my signature builds that absolutely love. See, our skills are already back. You seen that? Look at that cooldown on that sticky bomb. I just launched it. And guess what we have back? And they're dying back there if you're not catching that. They're dying. So I got that tag team guy in the back. I'm trying to get him. There it is. So you can run the EMP too. Actually, the EMP is more effective against the tanks, of course. And that would be smarter. We'll probably get flanked by those tanks. But see, we are whittling down on these enemies.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah, we're gonna die. I should use the EMP though.
Agent killed.
I'll do that here. But amazing build. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, perpetuation works, but perpetuation only really works on the first target. So it's sort of, you know...
You've got your objective. Don't let
Oh, I had the
anything
wrong
stand in your way.
thing in hand too. My bad. You're supposed to have your fucking pistol in hand. Sorry, guys. Let's try that again. Let's actually put this on EMP, and then once we get the tanks out of the way, we can swap it to explosions. But the EMP is even faster, so you know. EMP's cooldown is even faster. And so we could blast radius. So look at 12-second cooldown, and we're running tag team, which shaves 6 seconds off, and it's only got a 4-second cooldown. So that's basically we're gonna have unlimited EMPs, and it's gonna be amazing. But that's why this one's called Infinity Blind, because you're basically keeping enemies always blind because of how fast you get your thing back. As soon as they come back from being blind, they're blind again. So all you need to do is tag one target. Look at our EMP's back. Seen that? Waiting for a tank. Here comes a tank. Oh, he turns. I got him. I'm looking for that guy in the back. Oh, I can't get him. We got creeping death, so we don't have to hit everybody. But I just like to tag. I'd like to be a little precise in my work. And they're dying back there from the biomask. So, you know, obviously with the elites, it's gonna take a few extra umps, but trying to tag that tank. There it is. You don't have to be anal about your tags because your skills come back so much. So if you miss a guy, if a guy's hiding in the back, don't sweat it out too much. Look at that, my EMP is already back and this tank is still under the influence. Amazing if you think about what we're doing, right? Like, just it's slow, of course, because you're status affecting them to death. I mean, we're not doing shit for damage elsewhere. Stats effects. Oh, I'm glitching. I totally glitched hard right there. And we're back. And so the reason why we're alive so long is because they're paralyzed, right? You're paralyzing the enemies. The tanks are paralyzed. The enemies are blind. And then they're taking damage too.
Vital signs critical.
Let's heal up a little bit. I mean, as a matter of fact, if we have more survivability in this build than the skill build we started off with initially. The crit wheel, you know, the crit one with combined arms and all that. You know, is that because by this point we were already out of fucking med kits on that one, armor kits. Okay, I'm gonna switch out my skill here real quick. Let's change it to explosive burn. And then skill haze, burn duration. Basically the same. But now we got more damage, a ton more damage. There it goes. Next wave time. Amazing, right? It's a great build. Imagine using this on your team, right? They'll love you for it. They'll love you. Blind, deaf, and dumb. You coming at me? There goes the rushers. No more rushers left. There we go. Oh, except for that one, I guess. Take care of her. Second. Oh, we glitched. You fucking game. Oh my god, we glitched on that, bro. Heal up from this. That's sad. Because we were having a good run. A little glitchy glitch. These consumable skills do that a lot, right? God damn them.
Vital signs critical.
See, we lost our edge from that, from being that rusher, because we had to focus on her, and then they get all cocky and shit, right? They're like, he's distracted. Everybody move in. Oh, fucking glitched again. See how my skills grayed out? Fucking skill. I want that drone operator is what I want. I want a burner. But she can't hit you if she's blind, by the way. So look forward to that. Yeah, just one left now. It's fucking tank. I don't want to deal with it. We're gonna die here. Almost. Tank is in my way, man. Should have been dead a long time ago, too. Crazy, this build's so really fun, too, by the way. Like, I love using it. It's annoying that that fucking drone operator's still alive. Where is she? She's gotta barely be alive out there. She's the one hiding, I'm sure, in this out of sight position. I hit the wrong thing. Yeah, but perpetuation is good. Like, if you want to go that route, just going back, touching back on that. It's just that, you know. Oh, there she is. Got her. Yay. It's just that you know, it increases the status effect on the next target, so it's only good. It's only working all that extra duration on one target. So this is at least, you know, if I do have in sync, which I don't, is a gun because I'm not shooting enough to really make use of it, but it will give you more skill damage. Another option really is what is it called? Preservation, and that way on each kill you're gonna get armor on kill back, even if you don't kill with your gun. So, I mean, this is a slow way, but to do it. But let's just keep this chunk of perma blind so you can see what I'm talking about here. So you see he's blind, and as soon as he comes out, he's blind again. See that? And then I'll hit him again. And then as soon as he comes out, my cooldown is back, basically. And then we'll hit him again. So that's why it's called permablind. I think legendary chunkers have a little bit more resistance than your heroic content typical dudes, but I don't know for sure. So you can do this all day. You can see, look how fast our bird flies. Blind, deaf, and dumb. He's just sitting there, and he is taking damage. So, you know, I mean, it's just a slow way to kill. You would never really play this way per se. It would just take you forever to get anywhere, but on a team build, it's amazing. Yeah, I do have team builds. Can you believe it?
Vital signs critical.
See how the spider effect worked? That's creeping death.
Immediate medical assistance
Getting
needed.
cocky. Oh, something shot me. I don't know what that was, but it was sneaky. All right, we were getting carried away, anyways. So okay, so now let's do the test. So that's the.
Stand in your way.
So as you can see, it was effective. And so what I want to try to do is get rid of Hannah U. And by doing that, it effectively opened up two pieces of, well, let's hope we have the configuration, but two pieces of Grupo. So let's see here. And by doing that, that would free up some slots. So we're gonna go, oh, we don't have this skill haste status effect one. So we're gonna take skill damage. That's gonna hurt a little bit, but let's try it. What do we have in the backpack? Do I have that Golan backpack? I should have the Golan version of this backpack. We might have to go back to the White House. Oh, that's your PvP build? Oh, you must be annoying the hell out of some people. That would be really annoying in a PvP environment. Just, you come out of being blind just to get blind again, or whatever. Yeah. Torture. All right, so yeah, so there's the Golan, creeping death, status, skill haste, that's perfect. So if we can get rid of this Hannah U, that'd be kind of interesting. Save me up a slot. I've been sitting on this hand. I've been using this hand to use since forever. So let's go in there. And then that frees up the chest. So let's see what would we put there. I guess the China. That's good news. This Brazos also works, but that's got skill damage, so it doesn't. But the China status looks perfect. That's good news. It's good news. I'll roll that to skill haste. And then, because that frees up the gloves to go. Our second piece of Grupo. Do we have the right Grupo though? Status effect on skill damage again. We need the skill haste one. I guess we'll just try. But now we have this random Brazos, right? So we got all the critical pieces. And the Brazos is just basically acting like a hand of you, which isn't the worst thing. More status effects would be the only improvement to this. And the only way to get more status effects is by running 2 pieces of Wyvern, basically. You know, it wouldn't be bad to run 2 pieces of Golem and get a little passive healing in there. You know what? We might want to do that because we weren't using the gun, but if I just run, I'm going to change the talent to preservation, really. I think that's better. And then get a little bit of healing because that was what we were missing, right? Oops. We had to use our armor kits too much. And so let's run preservation. You could also go with the mop if you weren't rolling into skill tiers. Armor cores, that is. Okay, so we just need this. So do we run the 2-piece Golem? Or is that just junk waste? Do we not need the armor regen? It's like running a Bellstone. The other way we could do it is just go improvise here, which is the same thing as running a Brazos, basically. So the Brazos could sit there. What other thing could possibly override this? Glass cannon. Perfect glass cannon. It's going back to the explosion version of this build by putting China Light here. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. It's powering up the vial more is what that's doing. That's interesting, actually. It's very interesting what's about to happen. So we had, so we're gonna use this. We're basically recreating that original explosion build and trying to get away with all the status effects. So skill haste, that is. Where was we created that China piece, didn't we? We crafted one. Oh, was it a Wyvern? Shit, it was a Wyvern. I asked, I was like, maybe I should do a China. I was like, nah, I'll just do the Wyvern. Okay, let's see if we can get a, because we don't have, wait, we do have the Golem. I don't have China backpacks though. I don't have China backpacks. Unless we get rid of Golem. No, we don't. We want to keep Golem because that's power and vial. So the one Golem is pretty important on this build. That's a good build, Calaxinus. You're probably bugging people, man. That's great. Fun. So yeah, what I'm gonna try to do is put back on that's pretty cool that if we can get this to work. Okay, so no, it can't be glass cannon because we gotta have, what am I thinking? We gotta have the the tag team unless we think we could survive without tag team. But I don't think we can. I don't think we want to. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. So, okay, so we don't want to go, we don't want to get rid of tag team. So we learned that. Okay, so that's good. So there's not much else that can replace this holster. So we end up with this one random Brazos holster, which is like it's a hand of you, which means we haven't gained anything. Really, you know? We haven't gained anything. This build might already just be its perfected form. And so the question has come, well, you know what would be interesting, actually? Thinking about it. Let's try to get rid of tag team. Let's put on that perfect satisfic skill haste one. Well, skill damage, I guess. Skill damage. Okay, let's run this one real quick. We did have the skill haste one, and I just deleted it. Of course I did. But what I'm gonna try to do is shift some things around. Let's see if I can get the China here still. And then run that Hannah backpack. No. By doing this, I want to run Hannah, China, and Golan. Golan. So that one stays. Golan stays. And then down here, we run China. Yeah, so we do run China down here. Okay. And then what we want to do is, like, can we get the same results without tag team? Okay, and so what I want to do, okay, I'm thinking about this. So we want to get rid of Grupo. That's what we want to do. Yes, that's what we want to do. Sorry, I'm getting twisted here because there's a lot of variations of this. So we want to put on the China gloves. Okay, so we can get rid of Grupo because Grupo brings one slot of inefficiency, right? So we're going to put on the China gloves, skill damage, skill haste. I wish I had status effects, but it is what it is. And then we're going to put the Golan here, the Hannah here. Back to that Hannah. Then we got the Golan. And then down here, I suppose we go skill efficiency. So the Brazos. Yes, the Brazos. I might have Golan gloves too. So let me see. I'm gonna Golan these. Because the Brazos holster is easier to find. No, I don't. This could be interesting the way it pans out. We might get rid of tag team on this build if it works. So that's stuck there. We're missing some skill haste stats, so it's like it's still gonna, and status effect stats, so it'd be a non-perfect version. And so if we get anywhere close, this could be the next iteration of this build. And a strong one. I mean, I don't have to run. I could just do improvise. I'll just do improvise. It's the same thing. Okay. It's like a Hannah U. It's like a one-piece Brazos, so it's fine. And then I'll just put skill haste there. So you see that? So it looks just like a Brazos, right? And then this needs to be, I guess I can leave the If I, as a matter of fact, if I leave the core, if I turn the core yellow, that's a tough call. If I turn the core yellow, I can run the mop and get 20% armor on kill. If I don't and leave it like this, then I can run the Hannah U, actually the Golan. This is gonna be the same thing here in a second, so just bear with me. So I'm gonna run the Golan there. It's just like, and then I'm gonna run an improvise down here, which means I can basically crush that piece, which is good news. So, because I have these improvised pieces that I've invested in, and that I use a lot, and it allows me to overcome conundrums just like we're in. So I'm gonna switch to that if I can find it here. There it is. See status effect skill haste. See that? And so, oh, full fuck. Get rid of this fucking waveform. All right. And so it actually saves it because it acts like so many different pieces. It's acting like a Bellstone. It's a Brazos and a Hannah U. Basically a Golan too. That Golan might be limited. I might be able to toss that Golan out. Good chance I can get rid of that Golan. Okay, so there we go. So this is like a Hannah U, and this is like a Brazos. And so, and I'm never gonna delete these fuckers. So status effects and skill haste might always be defaulted to here, which is good. My improvised pieces. So, okay, the test is, we're testing whether we can live without tag team. It's fine. There we go. 21 seconds, 15 seconds versus it was 12. But it's not the start number. It's how this thing plays out. So let's go check it out. We got a stronger vial mask. Okay, so we buffed the vial mask by doing this. So we're essentially putting out more damage by going this way, by bridging the skill haste with explosive damage. We're putting out more vial damage. But there was those scenes like where we had all these rushes running in at us and drones and all that stuff, and that's where the skill haste was like paying off because we took care of that business. And if you don't have the skill haste like super zippy, then you'll get overrun.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
So there we go. Okay, we're good to go. So I'll need to change my skill up front to handle the tanks. So we'll go for blast radius. Well, that went fucking nowhere. The fuck? That's usually how that works out. Okay, that's right. We don't have any tag team. I forgot about that. I'm so used to do this certain way. Oh, look at that, how fast that red guy's died in the back there. Wow. So we got preservation, which is giving us basically 10% armor on kill because they're counting as body shot kills when they die. And you hear them dying back there? Look at the ticks, guys. That's 200,000 in tick. And so there is a diminishing return on tag team. You know, sometimes you get your skills back faster than you can use them because it takes time to deploy things. You know, it takes time to aim and shit like that. And But when the skills glitch out on you and shit like that, it sure does become handy then, I'll tell you what.
Vital signs
Health is real
critical.
low here. So those tanks are fucking... on their last leg. If we can get rid of those before the helicopter comes, would be ideal. I don't know if I'm gonna have time. Great survivability. It's the same level of survivability, basically. We'll see when we get rushed hard, though. Tanks are dropping. It's a little definitely harder on the tanks, isn't it? There's all 3 tanks down right there. So when the helicopter comes, this will be the true test, okay? Because we got rushers. So we missed that guy. So here's the true test right here. So we missed this front rusher. And we don't got shit for bullet damage. Now we got homies all up on our shit right here.
Serious trauma detected.
Okay, she's dead. Oh my god, it's amazing that we survived that. Oh, we almost did. We almost did. Fuck. Oh, that was the worst that could have possibly happened, right? So that's the worst outcome. Because we were surrounded on all sides by 3 rushers. But that's where tag team would have paid off, right? Right there. That's interesting. Okay, so it comes down to these 2 pieces. So if we move this piece over here and then run tag team, that glass cannon is so nice though. How would we do that? Get rid of Golem, run more Hannah U. See, you know, it's close. It's really close. It's these skill damage pieces that are probably throwing us off. See, that's got skill damage there, and that's got skill damage there. That's 20% skill haste right there that we're missing. And so I wonder if we had that 20% skill haste, would that be enough? You know? Let's try that one more time. Let's just get another feel. It's really close. It's really close to working because we got the sticky back and we got the firefly back.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh wait. And I didn't put burn duration on the sticky because I didn't have enough time to switch it over. So the skill just busted through that. Oops. You don't really need to shoot. I don't know why I am. It's a bad habit, I guess. This tank is coming for me. Good example.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
So right here, so it's about a 10-second cooldown at times. You seen that? Which is not the longest, but rid of that thing. It's enough to do the trick, but you know we're pretty safe back here. The only thing they can get to us back here is those tanks. So, and this build handles those really well. So we'll probably, I think, erring on the side of caution would take us back to tag team. Because although this is working, I can think of 100 scenarios where we'd get overrun, and we'll see that here in a second.
Vital signs critical.
Definitely a slow way of getting things done, huh? Still, it's crazy to be able to status affect things to death, really. Comes a helicopter. So let's see if I have time to switch this out. Whoops. God, I missed that. Fuck. Yeah, the same situation is about to happen here. Yeah, worse. Yeah, the mop is a really good way to go. If you don't really need the armor, you might as well just put on a mop. With preservation, get the full 20. The problem is that this Golan backpack has the armor core, which forces this, or technician. But I think we are better off with tactic. It works. It's just a little too much pressure on it. And so you do this. And so let's do that. And then let's put on. Oh, see, the problem is like we don't have a China here. We do have a China tag team. Let's do that. China tag team. China tag team. That one. Okay. And I should put skill haste on that, but for now we'll leave it. And then put two-piece Grupo here instead. I think this will actually pan out to be better. I'm gonna go skill haste down here just to be safe. But we might be able to go skill damage status effects. Actually, let me do that. Skill damage status effects first and see if we still need the skill haste. You see what's going on here? So now we got everything. No, we got the extra explosive damage. We don't have glass cannon, but we got everything else going for us. So, including faster recovery on our skills. So, might be able to roll up Brazos. Let's see, let's put this on. Make sure we got 6 skill tiers. Okay, there we do. So that's good. That's a good build. Skill haste, status effects, skill damage, status effects, skill down. That's what we want there. Status effects, skill haste. I do have the skill damage version of this. Skill damage status effects. And so what I'm trying to do is minimize my add more skill damage by doing this. Add more damage, basically. The skill damage is only going to hurt on impact. So some of the things don't have damage, right? So we gotta be careful of that. So, like the blinder firefly. So you don't want too much damage there, but the explode. So maybe, you know, maybe I don't have any much choices there. I'm stuck with skill damage there. On that one, I'd re-roll. So I'm rethinking the skill damage. So on this one, it's I think I'm stuck with damage here because I have skill damage status effects. But I'm thinking about it. Maybe I don't want skill damage because a lot of these pure status effect things don't have any damage. Now, explosive damage I do want. That's different because I'm running the Vile Mask. So the Vile Mask takes explosive damage. So that's different. That's different. What up, Blue? So we got a couple of double tanks here. So let's hit those bad boys. So now we got tag team. So we will be doing a little bit of shooting. Let's get this fucker. See, I like tag team on stickies because you know who your target is. Oh, I swear I fucking hit that thing right on the money. I don't know what I hit, but I was aiming for that purple tank. There you go. See that shit? Yeah, this is the better version. See those skills coming back real fast. God damn, these guys are way back there. Oh, should have waited 1 second because that tank didn't. That purple tank was double status affected. So it's all right. We got it. That thing in check for the time being. I'm playing it safe on this tank back here because I could probably double up on my outgoing stickies, but let's finish this off real quick. Two for one. Armor's looking good this way too, right? Like it slowly comes back. Yeah, this might be the better build. Our skill haste is great, right? As a matter of fact, I'm sitting on the sticky, but the EMP sticky isn't very difficult. It's got the fastest cooldown of the stickies, so. Really? Fuck you. Fuck you, right? Are you watching that? The ricochet off that explosion? Jesus Christ. These guys deserve a traitor's death. Okay, so I'm gonna change out my stickies because the tanks are gone. So we're gonna put fire, and then let's change that to burn duration. Oh, we still got one tank, but it's fine. God, adamant this fucker is. How did he get by that? Oh my god, am I fucking skill glitched? Oh, come on. Fucking god damn it.
Vital signs
Fuck
critical.
everything up. Yeah, we're toast. Oh, they were dying around us though.
Agent vital signs.
That was a waste. I can't use the mop because I have to,
You've got your objective.
I use it a lot on my other builds, but that's because I have the memento, but I don't have a replacement for the backpack. Unless I got rid of Golan, I could run the mop. Yeah. Let me see if I have a,
Detected. Near location.
if I get rid of the Golan and run, I don't really want to get rid of the Golan, but that would get rid of the skill. Then we need, because we need to add a skill tier, right? You see the challenge there, and then you'd have to roll technician in order to run, just to run the mob. Where really we'd be running like survivalist is a good one. Survivalist is a good one. Demolitionist obviously for the biomass. So you could go either way. If you're running in a group, you might as well. I don't know which one's better, you know, because are your allies always shooting? What up, Black? Are your allies always shooting at what you got status affected? No, they're not, because you're spreading that status effect pretty far and wide. And so maybe they are, maybe they're not. So you can, you know, do you go into, if you keep it demolitionist, you're going into the vial, and they appreciate that too. That's added damage. This is buffing the vial, which is spread across 20 dudes. Or do you put survivalists, and you know your allies can only shoot at 3 targets, right? 3 allies, 3 targets. So, but the reality is they're not. So, you know, it's the same but different, I guess. So anyways, if we want to get rid of the Golan, I can run a Hannah U backpack, and then we can run the mop, and then keep demolitionist. So let's do that. So if you run the mop, and then it's all the same, right? So run the mop, and then put on preservation, you'll get 20% armor on kill. But and that can save your life. But the reality is it wasn't really our problem, you know. There you go. And so we're gonna swap out the Golan for Hannah U, which is easier to farm. So there's that. And so that'll make up for some of this extra skill damage status effect conundrum that we're in. And then we were gonna take off the damage there too, actually. We don't want skill damage. We want to really minimize it because our skills, the stickies do have skill damage to them, but if you're running to burn, the initial impact has damage, but then you roll in, you quickly start moving into status effects. With the burn, the duration of the burn is status effects. And so if you want damage, then you need to go into the sticky, explosive sticky bomb, the standard one. So anyway, so the mop will get us that extra. So now we're at 6 skill, no armor, but we got 20% armor on kill. So it's the same but different. It's great. I usually run this when I actually run this version when I'm playing a little bit more out of cover, running and gunning. I use the mop more. But yeah, this is a very fun build. But what's interesting, I got to point out, is like it's not involving Brazos, and I think a lot of it's being cut into by the vial mask, you know. But what we did learn is that, like, if we weren't running the vial mask, then Brazos, but we don't need any more skill haste, and so that's why I don't want to actually lose that Golan piece. And so what we can look at is rolling this Golan down here to compensate, basically flipping the holster with the backpack, because I want status effects more than skill haste. And this one's got skill damage, but yeah, that's a problem. It's not a perfect Golan. We wanted to look. See, both of these got skill damage, and that's kind of a bummer. It's not the worst, but there's a little bit of waste there. So I guess we could just keep this, because we don't want any more skill damage. We want to minimize that. These are status effects. Yeah, the Banshee pulse is fun too. That's a good point. 6 skill tier Banshee pulse is pretty nuts, isn't it? Yeah, I need some status effects skill haste groupos. No more groupos. No more golden groupos to kind of, you know, it sucks to have too many of them because they only work on these types of builds and you don't run these builds all the time, you know? Okay, one more run on this. I think this is going to be the variation. You know, whether you, I think I'd still prefer the golem backpack, but over the, personally, I'd probably prefer the golem backpack over the 20% armor on kill, but we'll just run this one for the test. Just because the reality is, it's like, you're not going to be running this build solo. It's just, you can, but obviously you see how long it takes to clear content. It's just not, it wouldn't be an efficient way to go. And so you're going to have 3 other guys running around with you. And so you're not going to be taking all of the aggro, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So there's lots of reasons why 10% armor on kill is satisfactory, and a little armor is fine. However, you know, what is also nice, is a little side thing, is that it's easier to get tag team with the shotgun because the pellets kind of spread out. So that's it. That's another little byproduct of that. Yeah, so we cut our cooldowns in half from from that one version we run. So we're basically running on 5-second cooldowns, it looks like. So once you hit tag team, yeah, it's about 5-second cooldowns. People are back there dying. Yeah, so I guess the shotgun is better for that. It does make it tag team a little bit easier. You don't have to be so precise with your shot. That's a nice little thing. Because there's a lot of shit going on back there. I mean, look at all the... It's hard to sometimes tell exactly which one of the guys has it. Like, I don't know who has tag team right now. So that's the purple tank. See, right now it's the purple engineer. You see that? It's because he was in the blast radius. It's going well though. It's a good run. Smooth so far. Fucking engineers all over the place, though, isn't he? Running around like a crazy man. Yeah, 4-second cooldown on that blinder. That's what that cooldown is on that, 4 seconds. So yeah, can't really get better than that, and you don't really want to either. You really don't, because it takes time for you to launch it and acquire your targets, and you know, it becomes unpractical to have, you know, anything faster. See that? We already got our Firefly back. And it's because they're blind. Or still blind. So there's that, right? Alright, just down to 1 tank. course, it's being a pain in the ass. Actually, let's switch out. See, glitching? Fucking dumb game. Glitching on my skills. The whole point is to have fast fucking cooldowns. What's the point of having fast unlimited cooldowns when they're glitching on you, right? They're dying back there though, man. There really are. There's only a couple of them left. That tank is the only thing that's annoying. Like, we didn't get to finish off that tank. See, look at that. We're fully fucking glitched. I mean, why? Why? Because we're doing too much damage? They're doing it on purpose, you think? I mean, fuck. You know? Look at that. We got double back to back. I swear tag team is faster than it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's good. We got good power, enough power. I think the vials, the beefed up vials, is definitely a cool way to go. And it makes this a new version and makes it a new Infinity blind build, one that we've never done before. So I think the team will like that. And so it's just, you can't achieve these times with, I mean, Eclipse Protocol. Eclipse Protocol just works different, you know. It's just a different setup. Like, it's like, if I really, I mean, you can do this with a lot of other skills too, but like, I'm trying to think, like, an example of where, like, when it's just like your team and chungas, like Eclipse Protocol just doesn't, there's no proliferation, right? There's no indirect transmission. So that's the thing. Like, so Eclipse Protocol is, it's known for its indirect transmission, and there are times when there isn't any, because you're dealing with just like a boss or a really a couple of heavies like we have right now. And so there isn't anybody to die to spread it to, and even if you did, it's like, it's not going to be that helpful, you know, because the guy's so tanky. It's like, oh great, so the right foam, you know, stuck around for a couple of seconds, and now what, right? And so it's really nice to be able to paralyze a chunga so that your team could just mow them down really fast, or a whole spawn of enemies coming off a helicopter, just blind, deaf, and dumb. But you know, and Eclipse can do that part too, right? So where this one really shines is just like when you're coming across a couple of big guys that need to be permanently blinded, or a lot of spawns. That's the other one too, like a ton of spawns, like endless waves. So Anderson, you know what? That's where we should showcase this build. Is Anderson still like that? Do you guys know? Yeah, Scorpio is another good add to this, right, Pedro? Scorpio is a good add to this. If you want to drop, I mean, actually, you could have it as just a backup weapon. Oh, we're out of ammo. Yeah, so really cool. I mean, so we can do this all day, but, you know, it's kind of boring. So sit here and stats affect people to death. So again, I don't run this as a solo build. But you know, if you did this in heroic, I wonder, can we do that real quick? This is like, because it all goes so much faster in heroic, right? Let's do that. But yeah, so with this being my new one, I wonder if I can delete that Hannah U backpack with Creeping Death. Because on my other run and gun versions, I usually always run the... with my running... Oh, we're running Hannah U. Oh yeah, but normally I think I would probably choose the Golem backpack. The only reason why I didn't is because of the armor core and we were using a mop, which worked great. So I think the perfect version is to go out and get a Golem backpack that looks just like this already with Creeping Death. And then by doing that, I can make it a yellow core and then it's perfect. That's the perfect version of this build. Golem over Hannah U, because our cooldowns are so fast, we don't need that Hannah U right there. And so the goal, the upgrade is eliminating Hannah U. That's the upgrade. And so it might stand that Hannah U is officially off the table if I get rid of this build, right? You got the memento, getting rid of it for skill damage builds, and then on the status effect builds, you got the Golem backpack, getting rid of it, and then this, instead of improvise, if you didn't want to do improvise, you could do Brazos here instead, which is basically a Hannah U. And so you eliminated Hannah U altogether. Are you talking about the holster there, Grumpy? Did you mean the holster? You can run, but I just didn't have the right configuration. I needed status effects and skill haste. I don't want skill damage. So these skill damage pieces need to be swapped. We want skill haste and status effects. The skill damage doesn't help because I mean, we do have some damage on this, but most of it, you know, is coming from the burn duration. So it's a little helpful. It's a little helpful, you know. But status effects and skill haste, I think that, you know, if we did that, then I'd put a goal in here. And then I guess that would allow us to get rid of once. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I wish we had another Golem option. The only way to run Golem is 2-piece Wyvern. I mean, other status effects is 2-piece Wyvern, so there's not much we can do, yeah. So we tried 2-piece Brazos. It just didn't really bring too much value for us. Having the extra armor, just because this isn't really that kind of build. So, but one Golem, you can do that and have some armor. And then, you know, I'm really trying to preserve Demolitionist for the Vile Mask. So basically what we did is we have the Infinity Blind with an extremely strong Vile. And so I want to see if we can maintain, like, how this works out in solo heroic. It will be really interesting to see real quick. I don't need to do a lot of testing, but let's get this guy first right here with the riot phone, because you know he's gonna be on our shit. There we go. Yeah, he fucking toasted to death. You see that? I didn't even get to get my tag team out of him.
Reinforcements incoming.
So watch, tag team will come up twice on there. See that? Boom. Oh, really? Fuck you. That's bullshit, right? And look how fucking big that fire pole is. 2 for 1. Turn on the music for a sec. Oh, ran right through that fire. My bad. She lands that grenade and be pissed. You know what I mean? Like, she shouldn't be landing 50 miles. Oh my god, it landed behind me. Where the fuck did this guy come from? Oh, they're getting sneaky. That's some bad luck right there, bro.
Reinforcements in place.
God, how am I missing that? I'm anticipating it, but it's a little too much. So because I keep missing the fire, like I'm not getting tag team. Okay. It's almost too strong, bro. So they're dying, so I'm not able to hit the tag team. So it's too strong for heroic. You see the problem? I mean, you got to be really fast. You can get it if you're really fast, but I think you want to tone down the damage a little bit because you want your tag team. You want it. It sets up the next fight, basically. This fucker over here, I'm gonna fucking. We got a little bit out of range. Let's go. Let's go start some shit. Oh, quick draw. Yeah, this is one of my favorite builds in the game all time, actually. Running this since Jesus. 2 years, over 2 years. Perfect example right here, boss. Keep him permanently blind. See that? So he's not blind anymore? Now he's blind again. It's permanent. It's just done until they're dead. And so that's the perfect example right there. Legendary or heroic, it's the same. Chungas, bosses, that kind of thing. Great against aggro, by the way. I've used this build against aggro. It's great. Looks nice. I missed again. Keep missing my fucking sticky. But our cooldowns are still reasonable. It's not detrimental. Well, there, missed again there. You got the quick draw in case you get into trouble like that. Just mow them down real fast. I'm not sure we have shotguns marked on our skill tree. So squirrely though. Look at them, always doing their little acrobats and shit. Yeah, it's almost too strong for heroic though. I'd probably definitely back out that skill damage or add on more armor kind of thing. That's probably what I would do for heroic. Like, I'd probably, I mean, you can keep it this way. You're fine with a group. It's not so bad, you know. Got a little downtime to relax, shit like that. But like, it's too strong. Like they die. The vial's pretty painful on him. And watch this guy. Watch him. I mean, that's the blinder only right there, right? He's got a little bit of life left. And so it makes tag team difficult because they die so easy. There's, what it's doing is it's causing more cooldowns because the enemies are dying, so that nobody's being tagged. Nobody's left to tag. Basically, the the challenge there, which is interesting one to try to fix, because it's like, okay, so you power down or you add more skill haste, which is the same thing. So that would fix it. So you know how we have these groupos with the skill damage here? So that's what I would do, is I'd swap that skill damage for skill haste, and that would solve the problem both by powering down and by increasing our skill haste. So in case we didn't have what do you call it, tag team, then we can at least have the best skill haste we can. I guess we're just gonna get this guy because the rest are lollygagging. Yeah, because it's, I mean, like, that's without tag team right there. We're already ready for our next one. Blind, deaf, and dumb on this guy. Really? That fucking mister? God damn it. Think about the sticky. It does have some risk involved, huh? That boss is gonna die to death. She's gonna tick. Oh, barely stayed alive. Little encouragement. Little lead encouragement. Yeah, you know, so for new exotics, you know, or new gear or whatever, I hope to see some new interesting skill stuff. We've gotten a lot of DPS stuff, and, you know, which is important to keeping the game true to being a looter shooter, not a looter skiller. But, you know, it'd be fun to see some new variations and stuff, like an Eclipse Protocol concept, you know.
Supply room access unlocked.
I'm running preservation, yeah. And so in sync would be even more ridiculous. You're right. I mean, that's another thing. Look at that. That might be the fucking close to the need we needed. Oh, is that knees? Yeah, we don't need knees. We need a holster. Is Golan on the map today? Oh, we are in Golan Zone. I didn't even look at the map today. It's actually not a bad map. Badger's great. Backpack's great. Sniper's not bad. Golan's awesome. We said we need to farm future. We've been trying to make that sick gem build forever. Saving all these future initiative, red future initiative pieces. Golan's a really good gear set. It actually has a lot of applications, you know? So that was extremely easy, guys. Extremely easy. I mean, that's a status. Remember, guys, that's a status effect build. That's a crowd control status effect build, and we just cleared a heroic control point faster than anything, really. You know? And so what's interesting about this version, and so I'll probably end up making a final build out of this, a build video out of this. I would like to find that better Golan backpack. That would, we might as well be farming that. But you know, basically it's bridging the gap between our infinity blind and an artillery build concept. The setup is. And so, which is great for the stash spaces, which we're working on. So that's great news for our stash issues, because it's utilizing some of the same pieces. But the reality is that I think even for legendary, I mean, for one, that Golan backpack, a gold, all gold Golan here would be ideal. And then from there, for legendary, the skill damage isn't bad, so we could keep it for legendary. But for heroic, the skill damage is too much for the enemies. Like, we would want some skill haste. Oh, or what you end up doing, the best thing to do is, and I know that sounds crazy. You're like, oh, there's never such a thing as too much damage. There is, you know, because they're just dying. You're not using your chest talent enough, and they're dying so fast. I mean, what's a millisecond dying slower gonna hurt you? What is it gonna hurt you? It's not. It's not gonna hurt you at all. And so, but what you can do is reallocate that resource to your own survivability. So what we could do is add a tier, right? Add a blue core or something like that. You know what I mean? Take away demolitionist, add a blue core, you know, put technician on so that we can run more armor. That's how you would do that, right? And so all you're doing, all demolition is doing is really buffing the vial. It does buff this a little bit, but this is skill damage here. I believe the burn doesn't take explosive damage. I think the burn, even though it says sticky bomb, you know, these are all a little bit confusing, but I'd have to look into that. What color it hits, I can't remember. I always get confused about the stickies. Just have to double check. But anyways, and so that's how you would shift things around. It's just so I would add more armor on a heroic setup, but the reality is I create this mostly for legendary. But in a heroic setup, what I'd basically do is pumping some armor, and then my time to kill would still be amazing, and you can't complain. In a 4-man heroic setup, you could probably keep it like this. You know, you're gonna need that extra umph because of the scaling. So you could probably keep it like this, but solo, I mean, we're just devastating everything. And, you know, I would want to counter that a little bit by putting on some armor, and so that we can use tag team. But what up? Don't run, Athena. So yeah, let's save this one. And this is going to be, let's see which other one run over. Bravo. What is that? Hunter's Fury. I think we just did that one, right? Yeah, so it's overwrite that, rename, and this is gonna be Infinity. And so actually I would like to farm for this perfect backpack. This is because this is, I'm telling you that these builds are fucking stellar. This is like a signature build of mine, so like I would promote it to anybody, you know, for any content in the game. And so it's worth having the ultimate version, and I do think this is better than any version we've created, actually. And so we've always used the mob, and we've used versions with the TDI card and the biomask, of course, but this is the first time we've bridged in the explosive damage into the Infinity Blind. Now we've gone the other way. We have run and gun explosion versions of this where we use tag team and stuff like that. That's different. That's skill damage, skill haste. But the status effect, Infinity Blinder thing, bridging over the explosive damage to make a stronger vial while not losing. We got 4-second cooldowns, 5 seconds at most on that thing. You know, that's crazy. It's crazy. Yo, hold on. Don't run. I'm working on some things, but maybe like 10 minutes. Okay, hold on, guys. I gotta take a quick break. Yeah. Hey, Grumpy, do you remember if I thought the regular seeker was. The regular seeker is explosive damage, isn't it? Am I wrong there? Let me see that. Isn't this? Yeah, it says explosive seeker right there at the top. And this says blast radius. isn't it? So I think that's explosive damage, right? I mean, we could test it real quick. If we have the pieces to do it, no? Yeah, but I think this one, yeah, I'm wondering if this one, the burn, does it take skill damage? Do you remember? I mean, we know, because the damage number would increase, the 1251 number. So let's see if we can skill damage status effects. So let's go, let's see if I have the other Grupo here. I was got skill haste, so yeah, I don't know if I have the alternate status effect skill damage. Yeah, I don't have the alternates. You gotta have exact matches to flip that. Yeah, it's mostly buffing the value. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but that's what I'm going for. It is an improvement, because before we were running status effect and skill haste, and so having a stronger vial does add. If you're gonna run the vial, you might as well pump into it. And so the only piece we're missing here is that golem backpack. If we had the golem backpack, this gear would be, this set would be nice. El Coyote FM, what up, Coyote? So, but hell of a build, hell of fun. So that one can be slightly improved, and I'm gonna work on basically these 3 slots here. And so, and then we could still run Brazos or Hannah U, so I will look for that so that people don't have to improvise. I'm gonna run improvise just because I got him. Run him if you got him. And then, I mean, that's basically a suitable piece right there. Actually, our skill haste was pretty good in legendary, wasn't it? We got 4 or 5 seconds in legendary. So I could go outside the. Let me just take another look. Make sure we're good before I save over. And so it is nice for new people who are wanting to create these builds and they don't have. I mean, I guess it's the same thing to run status effects here. If I do that, then I don't have to refarm the backpack, which is actually a hard farm. So if I go skill damage status effects and not worry about the skill haste here, I think we're good because we had a really good skill haste, right? And so I think we're good. I think that's good. And we could still get rid of that skill haste if we wanted to, but I'll leave it for now. Yeah, I think that is a replacement. And so we roll that yellow. So we do have the piece. That's perfect. I mean, we're basically saying tag team is so strong. Like, you don't even need skill haste on your build. We minimize skill haste. And so we've basically made this build more efficient. And so you don't need Brazos. And ideally, you don't even need Hannah U, but we don't have anything to replace it with. Unless we wanted to go Wyvern there. But I'd rather go more skill haste and just keep it where it is. That one, we could move the skill damage. Yeah, it's real close. It's real close.
Nice to see you.
Actually, let me just perfect that. Let's turn the skill haste off. Let's get this right to where it needs to be before we move on from it. It's only take a minute. So we're gonna put this on an invulnerable guy. And the idea is to keep him permanently blind. Okay, that's all we gotta worry about. And so we wanna minimize the gap. However, you do want your skill back faster in case there's multiple waves coming. So the faster the better. Because sometimes you got, like, you have a rusher coming from the right or a rusher coming from the left, right? So let's just check this. So we can toss this out. So by default, our cooldown hits at 14 seconds. Then you wham him with that. Boom, we drop it. So we're down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds. And he's still blind. You see that? So right when he comes on blind, we hit him again. Got another thing. So yeah, he's in perma-blind status right now. See that? Cool down. We got our blinder again. He's still blind. So you see that? So we wasted our blind because our blind came back faster than he came out of it, status effect. So it's where it needs to be. Oops, the fuck was that? You see that shit? So where it needs to be, it's where it needs to be. See, he's still blind, like, see that? Boom. So we got a negative cooldown on this, is basically what I call that. That's it. So 6 seconds and watch. Okay, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not, and he's still blind. See that? And he's still on fire. And so yeah, so we don't need any more skill haste. So we could probably pull. I mean, we can leave it where it is. I like having the skill haste a little bit faster because again, you can have multiple groups. So you can have a guy coming from there and a guy coming from there. And so you do want it back as fast as possible. So you can toss it over there and then hit this guy up, catch him on fire, you know what I mean? And, you know, and then spread the love to the other party, you know? And so now you got to get this guy blind, and then those guys are going to start coming out of blind in a second. And so you do want to be really busy, you know, and you want yours, a negative cooldown is still ideal because you need to be able to ward off multiple threats instead of just one guy. And it's suitable for this one guy. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, my point is like, if we missed one more skill haste mod, would we be okay with it? Like, if we took this one skill haste and moved it to skill damage, would we be okay? Would we even notice we missed it? You know? Let's check. So first I want to make sure it's going somewhere. So we got the fire sticky, okay, hitting at 1.342 damage. So if we change that chest, I want to see that number go up. It did. So skill damage does apply to this. So that's good. So we got more damage out of this. So that's good. So it's not going to waste. And you can add burn duration to this too, by the way, or damage, you know, whatever you want. I usually like burn duration because there's no wrong answer here, but I mean, that's 12-second duration. It doesn't show it a change there though, does it? See that? 5%. Let's just go damage then. So it should be showing that stat and that duration change there. Tell you. See that? But whatever, we'll take the damage because I don't like it if it doesn't show up on the stat. It pisses me off. Look at that. That's weird. It's putting the duration through this mod. You see that? That's not right. That's not right at all. What would this duration be for? The EMP? That's annoying. It says burn duration. Am I not right? Am I wrong? Let me go back to that. Didn't it say burn duration? So yeah, it's not going to work for the EMP. Let me see. What am I doing here? Mod it. Yeah, burn duration. There's nothing else this would apply to. There's nothing else this would apply to. This wouldn't, burn duration doesn't go to the EMP, right? The F, and it doesn't work. That's messed up, man. That's a waste of a mod. It's garbage. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it works and it just doesn't show up on the stats, but I don't like that. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you can go survivalist if you decide to go that way. It's a good point. You can burn. Constantinos is reminding us that you can use fire grenades. The truth is that sometimes I do find I am a little too busy to incorporate a third item. I can barely shoot, you know, but it does help with people dropping out of helicopters and stuff like that. So he is right. It saves you. It's like basically bringing in a third skill. Many people use survivalist, but I'll leave that to the player. Survivalist is great for that reason. And thanks for pointing that out, Constantinos. So survivalist is going to give 10% more status effects to allies, right? For them to damage 10% more damage against ally. I'm sorry, you know what I mean. Allies get 10% more damage against status affected targets. There we go. And then you're going to get the fire grenades, which is great for spawn killing. and it does a really good job, right? So, and so that is probably the better route for groups. But for solo demonstrations, the vial is great. And I'm sorry, the demolitionist is making a stronger vial. But we could also check by getting rid of the demolitionist. Would we see a smaller damage number here? I'd be curious to see that too. So anyways, but for now, we're checking to see if we're gonna miss the skill damage here real quick, okay? So we wanna go Infinite Blind on him, and we saw 4 skill haste. We got rid of a skill haste mod. So we had about a 4 or 5 second cooldown. And so, look, it's already back. So there's something wrong, so we need to fix that. Disabled, okay. Start over. Bring him back. And be like, that was too fast. Okay. So let's get him going there. And then we're gonna blow him up, and then we'd want to see our skill come back. Yeah, 4 seconds, so you don't even miss it. Bro, we have way too much skill haste on that thing. Look at that. He's still blind. Now he's not blind. Now we toss it out. You see what I'm saying? You don't even miss it. Still 4 seconds. And we've talked about that in the past. Like, skill haste doesn't stack very well in this game. So you load up your build with a bunch of skill haste, and you don't even need it all. It doesn't, like, it's a percentage of a percentage, right? And so it sucks. But yeah, so you don't even miss the skill haste. I mean, we could probably take this one step further and get rid of that other skill haste, you know? Fuck, let's might as well perfect it and see if we're gonna, might as well, right? Fuck. All right. I don't think we were using this backpack for anything else, right? So let's roll skill damage here. And if we still find we got too much skill haste, the funny thing would be to get rid of Hannah altogether and put and just go Wyvern, right? And then it's like, and that'd be really interesting because then it'd be like, well, what kind of build are we looking at here all of a sudden? We got Wyvern, we got 2 Gruppo, China. I mean, we got the makings of basically an explosive build all the way around. But it's just like, we don't need the skill haste. It's tag team, right? We're basically saying, whoa, tag team, whoa, tag team. You know? Now, you got to keep in mind bosses, okay? So bosses, they have some added resistance. And so we could do named. Let's try named. They do have some, let's see if, I don't know if it works in the testing range, but they do have some added status effects resistance. So let's see if this works. So that changed it to about 8 seconds cooldown. And so now he comes out and we don't have our skills back. So that's the boss. This put him to invulnerable elite, which is what you're going to be mostly facing. Okay, so let's see if it's the same. It's the same, okay, in the testing range. So about 1 second different, maybe. So, you know, I guess on that last move, I mean, you can keep it, but I would probably err on the side of caution again and go ahead and put the skill haste back on that last one again. That one made a difference on that last one. Okay, good to know. Psycho, get him! What up, man? I'm glad I caught you. Okay, so we're gonna put that skill haste back on. That one, again, it's borderline. You probably can get away without it, but again, like I want to be able to handle multiple waves. So this is gonna be our final version here, and then survivalist for group scenarios, which is of course what we're usually doing. I'm just. Yeah, I should put it on. You could go either way. See, the thing is that you got a mass effect because of the blinder. And so it's not wrong to stay with demolitionist because the blinder is tagging a lot of people and that vial is spreading to a lot of people. And so that additional damage from a demolitionist is being applied to a lot of people. And so where if you go survivalist, then you know, that additional damage is only being applied to 3 allies, right? Which are shooting potentially at most 3 different targets. sometimes only one when they're all focus firing. So it's a little helpful. Either way, you can go either way, but it is that incendiary grenade is also helpful for spawn killing. And so that's what I'm really after when they go survivalist. So if I were to go survivalist, just pistol and then shotgun, and then so let's activate that. It's not going to change anything else on the build though. Okay, so like everything else stays the same basically. So skill haste and all that stuff. Right? So basically I'm after this fire grenade, and then now our allies get 10% more skill damage, and then our biomass just gets a little bit weaker. So and I don't think our the explosive damage is applying to the damage there like he was saying. So let's take a look. 1550. Let's just go back. We're gonna toggle it back to demolitionist real quick just to be sure, and let's see if we're still at 1550. Yeah, we are. So yeah, demolitionist is not, explosion damage is not helping the burn sticky. That sucks, right? I think we figured that out in the Hollywood event, didn't we? We saw that in the Hollywood event, so that became apparent. You could do calculated. Very good point, Daz. We got creeping death for the mass effect, but calculated would bring it down even more. But we don't have any more skill haste to get rid of. What would we do? You know what I mean? It's so just go to creeping death. It'd be, your skill haste would be a little too ridiculous, you know. So calculated is the kills from cover reduce skill cooldowns. You wouldn't be able to use your skills that much. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And I do run that variation on some other builds. I do, on different builds. Okay, let's overwrite this one, and then let's move on to the next one. So this was Infinity. Very great, very good exercise. I'm glad we determined this build because I've been wanting to get to this. And I was thinking, been saving some Brazos pieces thinking it would play, and it didn't. And I don't need to farm this anymore. Maybe, I think it's perfect the way it is. I need to optimize this shit, but skill damage status effects, right on. So the Brazos basically status effect pieces. I guess it's still on the fence of whether we're going to be useful for other run and gun versions of this build. Okay, so now we're going to turn to the Memento versions. Okay, so similar concept, but now we're going to take out the vial mask because we're going to go Memento. Let's put on random something. Okay. And so the Mementos are run and gun heroic version. So now we're going to come out of legendary into heroic world. And so with this, I think we ran demolitionist for this, right? This is solo, usually, that's why. And so, yeah, we didn't have the shotguns marked on our demolitionist that whole time, but we did great. Okay, so we're going to shotguns. Because we do use the mop on this one. We have used the pistol before, but the mop is good. And preservation, I think we ended up doing in sync, but this is the one where we started using the Brazos pieces. So that's what I'm going to be looking at is it the best choice? So we do want China and Grupo as part of our equation. Now the mask is free, so that's great. So we can start bringing in our Grupo pieces, skill damage and status effects, skill damage and skill haste. So let's try. We're going to stick with tag team, and now we got 30% skill efficiency, you see? So now we're going to do the same exercise. Can we get rid of the skill haste? So skill damage, skill haste. And so let's put, we're going to want to run 2-piece Brazos on this, I think. And then let's try 2-piece Brazos with skill damage if we can, but we also got Golans to work with, so that's a tough choice. We might not want Brazos, huh? Brazos would buy us armor. We just need 1 armor core. Get rid of this pistol real quick. So that's why we might get rid of demolitionist, because the technician armor core thing would be really helpful. Right? Because we're going to be running and gunning a little bit. And so it's not all about power. We know what that equation is. This is a different build. And so I'm wondering, like, if we do We've done the Brazos version, and it looks something like that. And then, but I would like to get Golan and Brazos, but that doesn't work. So let's go Wyvern. We have a Wyvern glove. We've been waiting. So Brazos might not be the best for this one if I can get the Wyvern to work. There's a Brazos one. It takes a different path. It gets tanky, like 1.3 million. I think we have... Well, we could also do that. And then do that. Skill damage status effects, skill damage status effects, armor. So we got 1.1 million armor. That's great. But in order to make this work, we'd have to run technician. Or we went 2 pieces of Brazos. But this would be stronger, right? The other skill is going to be explosion too. It's going to be this one. This is my go-to. Damage, damage, cluster. Radius is nice too, but you can kill yourself, so I'm careful with that. You can definitely kill yourself. You got 6% skill haste and then 7.5% skill haste, huh? They're both God rolled. Never noticed that. Do they both work? Yeah. That's weird, right? I never noticed that before. I'm afraid to delete it in case this one applies to something else. I don't know. But obviously we can take the bigger one. Oh, that's healing. What am I thinking? Sorry. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Survivalist does give skill haste. Good call. Good call. If you hold still, whatever. That was a good one. Or from cover or something like that. Good call, Daz. Daz knows his skill of his status effect builds. All right, so my question is, do we go Wyvern Golan? That would be a new build that we've never run before in a run and gun format. Let's look at this. I think it's from behind cover or standing still or something like that. What is it? While in cover. Okay. 10% skill haste, which isn't bad because you do pop in and out of cover. Even if you're running a gun, you pop in and out of cover. So that's great. And the fire grenades are helpful. But I use the grenade launcher in this build a lot. So I would like to try to keep it. You know, so that being said, and if we are running explosives, and the most important thing on an explosive build is explosive damage, then we might want to look at 2-piece Brazos again. And so we've made this build before. But what we're going to do is look at 2-piece Brazos with skill damage and status effects like that instead of skill haste. So we're going to go all in on skill damage and status effects on every piece and see if we can survive in a running gunning format. And this is our build. And so that's different from what we've done in the past. We've usually have a bunch of skill haste in there, but I think what we're learning is that tag team is more powerful than we've anticipated in the past. And there we go. So, and I'm gonna roll status effects on that. Status effects is amazing on these builds, by the way, really amazing. Because of the tag team thing. Status effects and tag team, guys, like there's nothing better than the combo, you know? Because it makes tag team keep come back and back and back and back and back. Anton, I missed your question. No, Anton. So, sorry if I missed your question, Anton. Totally missed that, bro. I didn't see your question, so my bad. I missed. I didn't see that because I get so sucked in sometimes. But no. So status, you can't control the status effects of the Scorpio. It's its own thing. It's a buff debuff. So it is still a status effect though. So it'll still proc Wicked. It'll still proc Shock and Awe. So anything that's affected by status effects, or it'll still do a creeping death too, if I recall. So it is a status effect, but you can't prolong its duration. they've made it a debuff. The way you prolong its duration is pellets landed. And I haven't really seen that effect, but that was the way they nerfed it. So you used to be able to peg somebody from like 80 meters with that shotgun and they'd have the full status effect. And then they nerfed it by making it, you know, a percentage of pellets landed takes away or decreases the status effect duration of the Scorpio. Now, I've never really felt the difference. I've just kind of used that thing. Actually, when I've made lots of pure status effect Scorpio builds, they're really fun that way. That's the way I prefer to run my Scorpio. I don't like to use it for DPS, you know. A lot of people do, but let's get the party started. So we're gonna have armor on kill, and we're gonna have armor regen. That'd be a pretty fun build. So I spent both my skills on the same target. It was probably not a good idea. You gotta spread the love a little bit. Give this guy something to suck on too, huh? Let's go get some trophies. And we're gonna have bonus armor, which is always nice to have too. I love these builds. These are so fun. If you love being busy in the Division 2, then roll one of these run and gun sticky bomb builds. It's like where you run the sticky bomb like a gunslinger. Oh. Hold on. Double kill, you see that? So I threw one skill behind the other, so. But the problem is sometimes you kill them too fast, so that was a problem. They were too weak, so we didn't get a tag team out of it. They were just reds. So in that case, see, tag team came back, but I was too busy reloading. That fire is really painful on them, by the way. Oh, look, there's more. And that blade is gonna bleed him out too. And once we get some more of these mementos on under our belts. Oh shit. Rod foam. Let him worry about that for a while. Long burn, right? Yeah, the boss has got the right idea. You got the hell out of here. You see that? All right. I like it when it's just me and the boss. Let's demonstrate. You guys ready to demo? And this is a tanky little fucker too. Let's get his punk ass. Do you think he's gonna come down? Yeah, good. So let's keep him perma status, right? So we got 7 seconds here. So yeah, we could use a little more skill haste, right? We don't have full trophies though, so we'll see when we're at full trophies. But right here, we're standing around waiting. We don't want to do that. We want to keep him permanently under status effects. He's pretty tanky, this one. So we'll see when we get full trophies. It might be a little bit different, but might be a little slow. And so this is a different equation. We put it all into status effects and skill damage. I mean, they're fucked, right? Oh shit, I thought that was gonna go to her. Oh, I'm in a ditch. See, this is why you want maximum skill haste, because different threats coming at you at different paces. Oh, how did I miss that? Fucking bullshit. Come on, lady. In range. We still have the fire grenades too, don't we? What are we running in the backpack? Demolitionist? Oh yeah, we're supposed to be using that. Oh, you can also add it in sync for even more power, right? By the way. Look, these guys are all weird spots, man. Seen this? They're all over weird places.
Get away from me!
What? It's gonna be quite the party. This is a good demo right here. Ah, fucking missed that. Ah, get out, bro.
Medical assistance needed.
Oh, come on. We had that shit.
Agent down.
We had that. Right, Psycho. We had that shit. Yeah, I keep forgetting about the Scorpio. We're running this one because the armor on kill. It allows me to go a little bit faster, but the Scorpio is pretty fucking lethal to add onto this. I haven't run the Scorpio, guys, in like forever. God, I keep missing that fucking sticky. I don't run the Scorpio. I don't run it, but it does make sense, and it is an additional source of power on top of this stuff. But the armor on kill is pretty helpful, as you can see, because we're doing a lot of, we got a lot going on here.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And it's pretty unique, that armor on kill thing, by the way. But you know, the Scorpio holds them still, doesn't it? You know. Oh, there's a thing right here.
Stay back!
Oh, I missed that too. Fuck. I gotta stop doing that missing. It's a waste. But either way, I should change this build because I can. Well, I was waiting for the trophies, but I can see that just a couple of seconds faster is what we're gonna need on the skill haste. Like a second or two, not much, just like a second or two. So that might be one skill haste mod. Yeah, one of these skill damages has got to go. Probably the chest piece. I think I might have the right glove for this too. See how we got 6 seconds on that seeker. We want that to be a little bit faster.
That's your hold for now.
It's not horrible, but God damn it! I guess the aim is, I have aim assist turned off, and it affects your sticky bomb. It's fine. You just gotta be more precise. So sometimes what I do is it's safer to just aim it at the ground. Oops, the fucking fence there. There we go. What? You still shooting at me? Come on, man. You know, It's on fire and bleeding and everything. These guys shooting at me.
Incoming hostiles.
All right, here comes some trouble. What? That hit nobody? She rolled right into that fucking explosion. Oh my gosh, I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know what. I'm on Planet Division and it's all fucking chaos here. Oh my god, see what I'm saying? 100% accuracy on their part though, look at that.
Serious trauma detected.
Get off my nuts, man. Really? What is going on? He took no damage from that? It's really hard to miss that, Seeker. It really is. Fuck that guy, you know what I mean? It really is hard to miss that Seeker. It's got a huge diameter on that, and that's twice I saw it miss somebody. I know my explosive Seeker mine, and it does good. Oh no, double whammy right there. How? That gunner. All right. We should go change the next iteration. Actually, let me just kill myself. We've seen enough.
Agent deceased.
They're effing with me, man. My countdown builds don't use the Scorpio. Like I said, I don't use the Scorpio very often. But I don't do countdown very often at all, and I don't use the Scorpio like almost never. So I use a Heartbreaker build, and so you could listen, when it comes to the Scorpio, you could just throw it on anything, right? You get that? The Scorpios, that's why it's a crutch weapon, because you could just put it on anything and it just works. It just put it on a Heartbreaker build. Put it on Heartbreaker. There's nothing wrong with that. Put it on a Striker build if you want to. Put it on any whatever. It just works with everything. It's people are blind firing with that thing, shooting in Legendary at 80 meters out. The weapon's a little on the ridiculous side, right? And so, it's powerful that way. It's powerful. That's its power thing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch. Well, we want status effects skill haste, right? Don't we? So, don't we? Is that what we're running? No, we're running skill damage. Yeah, no, we want skill damage, skill haste. So I could take the same one and put skill haste, but I think I got the other one. So anyways,
you can't be any geek off the street.
Not for that.
Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Put it on Hunter's Fury, or a protection from elites build. Those are the two routes I would take.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
For the most power you can get out of that thing. And then protection from elites if you want to have more survivability against those guys.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Out of them. But you don't really need protection from elites with the hunters, with the Scorpio, because you
can't be any geek off the street.
They're really like you're what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? You're like you're preventing them from shooting back at you by shocking them and shit like that. So you don't really need protection from elites. So I would just run probably better just a Hunter's Fury and just smash him down hardcore, Probably Adrenaline Rush if you're gonna look against Hunters. And since you got to get so close to everything. So this is the right piece, except so this is the right piece. Except it's got, skill tier, and that's a problem. Okay, we got another wyvern. Do we want that wyvern? I don't know. No, it's the same one, basically. Well, I could put damage there, I guess. Damage and skill haste. I don't think we need it though, really. Yeah, running from for hunters. Yeah, go Hunter's Fury then. Put protection from elite mods if you want to, but I would just probably crit it all out and then put adrenaline rush on the backpack. You could run intimidate on the chest, or the if you're gonna go against the hunters, I'd probably put intimidate on the chest with adrenaline rush. And that's because the Hunter's Fury chest doesn't really hold up against hunters. Hunter's Fury chest is really helping your chain killing damage, and you're not getting much chain killing out of hunters. So you can go intimidate, or you can go spotter if you move some things around, but that's kind of tough. Adrenaline rush should be a pretty big deal there on the backpack. I think that's a good way to go. Okay, so we just need to. What I'm trying not to do is overwrite pieces I'm using on another build, and I think I'm using this. Am I using this? Yeah, we're using. Isn't this a China piece we used on the other backpack on the other build? Let me just see. Infinity. Yeah, we are. So I can't change the chest. I don't want to change the chest because then I have to remember to re-roll it because these are precisely tuned. So, and if I go in, this is being used on another build, so I'm gonna have to go back to that last piece and just re-roll it. This one, and just put skill haste on it. That's fine. So one skill haste mod will probably do everything that we need. Really, what you're really doing is you're working within the constraints of, it has nothing to do with the enemies. It has to do with tag team. And so tag team's got a 4-second cooldown. So you need to make sure that you're either coming back inside that 6 seconds, or that when you hit that second tag team, that it's bringing your skills all the way back, not more waiting time. So, I mean, we could put on more skill haste if we want to. I do have one alternate here too. So, but I think what I'm learning, and so as we're tuning this, it's not the status effects that we're looking for. It's the skill haste. So, the good news is I think this any golem piece. Did we use the golem in the last one? We did, didn't we? And the knees. That golem backpack might be obsolete. I'm not using that golem backpack. This one. I mean, we use it for, it's a nice option, but we're not using it. Because we have pieces, the golem elsewhere or we're not using it at all, right? We're not using it at all because we'd rather have the skill haste and the power to be able to run on this side. So yeah, I think I can delete that. That's crazy. That's a beautiful backpack that I've had forever, but I don't use it every day. I don't. I only use it on this build. So on these the Infinity Blind build. That's the only reason why I run this backpack is Infinity Blind. I guess the question lies, would I use this backpack with a Eclipse Protocol build? And I don't think so, because I think you end up just running the Eclipse backpack of 30% amp damage, right? Right on, Anton. Oh, thanks, Don't Run. Yeah, I saw that. They're renewals. They bottle up and hit all at once. It's annoying sometimes. Appreciate you. The blue screen, though, doesn't work with this build because the skills are ready on the ready too fast. And And so you're so busy with your skills, you don't hardly ever use your weapon. And the blue screen is an LMG that asks you to like spend a lot of time with it, you know, because you know LMGs are just kind of slow beasts. But what's really interesting is we're not using perfectly calculated, and that's an infinite, another way to go infinite seeker mines, but I don't really play that way. So anyways, let me see if there's any other pieces I can delete here. Skills, so Brazos. So the Brazos is proving to be beneficial in this build, which I do run a lot. So skill damage, skill haste, and skill damage status effects. Brazos are they're unique because they create hybrids. It is challenging to figure out what's like trash and what's not. So there's the other Golan. Okay, cool. And so we're not using Golan on the mask. I think it might be rare to see Golan on a mask. And so if I see any Golans on the mask, I need to trash them because let's check the stash because the vial ends up being there if you're going on status effects. So it's rare to run a Golan mask. Possible, but rare. So Brazos. Probably trash that one. Quick damage weapon handling, could probably trash that too, even though it looks nice. That one I can keep. Trash that. Status effect skill haste. So here's an alternate piece to what we're running. So we move that over. Oh, I'm full. Okay, so repair skills, armor regen. We'll keep that one. Weapon handling, skill damage. That's an alternate too. So there's this wyvern, which we haven't used yet. Wyvern on the mask. Okay. I can delete some things here. Okay, let's pull in those alternates and then see if they're useful or more garbage. Did you spend all day cleaning out your fucking stash? I'm telling you guys, Jesus H. This is what they want us to be doing, huh? It's fucking, I guess it's counting in as logged in, but it's miserable. You know, we've deleted over 100 things. Have we? No, we haven't. It's like 80, 70 something. 67, almost 70. Okay, so this wyvern, we haven't used this wyvern mask, and why? Why hasn't that been a thing yet? You have to look at those other builds. Okay, so skill damage, stats effect, skill haste, explosive resistance. I like that one, so I'm gonna stay. Okay. We gotta clean up these chest pieces too. I mean, look at all these fucking Eclipse chest pieces I have. Jesus. Because I'm working on the crits. I think the crits Eclipses kind of suck. The crit ones, the headshot ones I do like. So I'll probably end up deleting those. Have you guys ever made a crit Eclipse build? It's just like, it sort of just don't have enough power. But the headshot ones do, of course. So we got all these wyverns. Wyvern with tag team, you see that? So I'm wondering if we even need these anymore. There's a wyvern with a glass cannon. We just did that exercise and we decided that wyvern wasn't part of the equation, right? And a crit build. Pull that over, so we might be able to get rid of that one. We are deleting things. We are. I have this Overwatch piece, but I'm not much of an Overwatch player. Here's a handle use status effects. So that's another one we can bring over. So since we're working on this variation of builds, so I need to analyze whether those are going to be any good. Cool. Let's see. Brazos. Get rid of these. Move those over. Alps. Contractors I can move over. I can move over. And there's a whole day of DPS fixing, deleting shit too, right? That's got me spinning right round, round and round, like a record. There's this hunter killer one that we bought. Stats, effects, skill damage, perfect intimidate, but that applies to weapon damage. That's, I don't know if we'll be able to use it. It's an interesting look, but there's a bellstone to give us more survivability with this setup. The glass cannon isn't gonna work. It's a different build. Alps, badger. Okay, I think we got all of those in. So Grupo spotter, crit, no. Okay, so I think that's enough. So we got 2-piece Brazos. So canned Brazos replace the skill damage status effects up here. And we have that piece, right? So status effects skill haste. So no, we don't need that. But I can reroll that to skill damage, which is the same thing as running this piece. So this one can go. That one can go skill tier. Ooh, so tough. Makes it tough. No wyvern. So here is skill damage, skill haste. So we already got that. So it's the same thing. No, skill haste still status effects. So this one's blue. It is blue. Skill damage, skill haste. So that's the same one as the blue one. This one here. This one. So that's a repeat piece. So I can toss that one. Unless I keep the weapon hand and put on headshot damage. That's annoying. Status effect, skill haste. You caught on to that, PD fam? I don't think that's gonna work. Status effect, skill haste, status effect, skill haste. Because we got all the pieces we need here. So the only thing is if we decided to get rid of the Golans, the Grupos, and put on a Golan, and then that doesn't change anything. Except for running perfect, you know, if we wanted to go glass cannon or something like that. So, yeah, I don't think we need a skill haste, any other skill haste variations. I think you just got your one skill damage status effects, skill damage, skill haste, skill damage. This one's locked in. We do need an alternate to the holster in case we don't want to go status effects and we want skill haste like that. Skill damage, skill haste, and we want this one to be skill damage, skill haste. Do we have that? Skill haste status effects. We have double skill haste status effects. Yeah, it gets really confusing, doesn't it? Skill damage status effect, just double status effects right there. Skill damage, skill haste. So this is the same piece. I could ultimately delete one of these, but because I'm saving the loadouts, I'm gonna keep them both. Whoa. So yeah, I think I could basically dump it. You know, there's a chance that I'll regret it because it'll be like, oh, I need this on the mask and it needed to be gold, all gold. You see? That's the piece, like, or I put skill damage, skill haste. I don't run skill haste very often, so it's only for this build where I'd run skill haste and skill damage combo. It's only for this build. I'd never run skill haste unless it's an infinity blind, which we know is status effects, or this build. And so we already got the Infinity one locked. So it's this build, skill damage, skill haste. And we got skill damage status effects. So it's possible we'll need this one. Skill damage, skill haste, where are you? If our cooldowns aren't fast enough. Because I don't have the status effect version, just to be sure. Yeah, I don't. Browsers with status effects and skill haste. I don't have that. And then this one is. So do I have the skill haste version of this for browsers? I do. Okay. But that's got a blue core, and so we'd be stuck there, and that does too. And so we'd have too much armor on that star. So I do need it in case I have to change. I have to go figure out if we have enough skill haste. But I could just run the grouper with skill haste too, and that would also solve the problem. So I don't need it. Okay. So because if we need more skill haste, I'll run the skill damage, skill haste groupo, so the Brazos can go. All right. Whew. That was a twister. It's hard to think ahead that way. All right, and then this wyvern mask. We haven't needed it so far. I wonder if we're ever going to need this wyvern mask. I mean, on this build, we could put we have the wyvern gloves as an alternate, so we don't really need the wyvern mask. Don't we have wyvern gloves? We have the holster, which is basically the same. We don't have a. So there's a wyvern holster. Skill damage status effects though. So what if we decided we wanted to add more damage and take away armor? So we would end up running a wyvern. We'd have to put the Grupo here, the wyvern there, and then the Golan in the holster slot. That's a different build, and it's viable too. What's that Golan look like down here? We have it somewhere. Huh? Golan there. Skill damage status effect, so it's the right setup. So if we decide, like, there's a chance that we don't need that armor. There is that chance, you know? It's just like, we're cool. We're cool. Let's take more damage instead. I'm curious to try that for our run and gun style. Let's try it. Shit. Okay. So status effects, skill damage here. Golan here. Wyvern mask. And let's just see. We're going to be hitting really hard and put in a lot of status effects. A lot harder. And then this is gonna be wyvern, and then I'll probably put on skill haste up here just to be safe, because I think that's what we'll need. So we got a lot of skill damage and status effects everywhere. Okay, so skill haste. So we're powering up. That's what we're doing here. And so we're removing the armor, so we're just gonna rely on the armor on kill and the trophies that we have. The 10% armor from the trophies, bonus armor. So basically 30% armor on kill. Slick! Slick for 5 months. Thanks, Slicky. All right. Yeah, that was a long way to get to this build. So it is a new iteration completely. So double Grupo, China Wyvern, and Golan. So no Hannahs. It is investing all in tag team and the memento. So it might be a slow start a little bit, because we might need a few of those mementos under our belt to get the cooldowns exactly where they need to be. But let's see if it works. I've been collecting a lot of like what do you call it? Like a lot of Brazos status effect builds. So I do have some Brazos healer builds in mind too. Some like wingman Brazos healer builds also. So I do have some of those in mind. So I've been keeping like some repair skills and I don't know. You know, it's the idea. I don't really have a plan for it yet though. Like I just have an idea and is it a tanky healer? Is that what it is? Maybe, you know, is it a Vanguard build? We load up on armor. Ooh, it's about to get real up in here, folks. Elite resource convoy. Let's hold on to that. Holy shit. This will be a battle. This will be a good fucking test right here.
I'll set up my turret.
We don't have any mementos, so keep that in mind. We picked a fight before we had any mementos. Get me out of that phone. Get me out of that phone. Oh, come on, come on. That's not the cover I wanted. Oh, get up there. Hold on. Oh, we had that shit. Fuck. My bad, my bad. We had that shit. It'd be a little easier if we had trophies though. That was a mega fight. It's an elite resource convoy kicking off on a control point where when you get those hornets swarming, they swarm hard. They swarm very hard. Okay, let's go. Let's go back to it though. Let's get to it.
Reinforcements have arrived.
I want to get some trophies too though, so actually I'm gonna fight these guys first.
Vital signs critical.
So we'll have regen too, so it's not the worst thing to get rid of our armor.
They're moving on my position.
Guy's almost dead, so that's kind of a waste.
Get the fuck over.
You guys always regret coming into this corner? I do.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, good test right here.
Position.
There's somebody behind me? Yeah, there is. Fuck. I'm gonna blow him in a second. There he goes. Pick up that trophy. Power that fucker up, right? See, those bosses have a hard time getting out of that. Yeah. I think we're right where we need to be. Getting trophies everywhere, man. Which is good because you're just powering yourself up. Oh, I launched that shit and it didn't go. Oh, you fucking glitchy piece of shit.
Serious trauma detected.
Come here, you fucker. This is enough survivability. You know what I mean? We dropped all that armor. Picked up damage. It's good. It's a good trade. Daddy like. Oh, this fucker again, huh? Oh, we killed everybody.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Run. Fuck. God damn it. When we take the damage from the whole goddamn army? Damn it. I swear. We were getting well done. I was trying to zig and zag and it just wasn't getting, they weren't getting off me. Their accuracy is ridiculous, right? I wasn't exactly close to them. Oh, look, I'm blind again. That's great. You got out of that, didn't you, dick? Yeah. Think you're boss, huh? You're gonna die, though. Yeah, it's a strong sticky, for sure.
Serious trauma detected. Detecting additional hostile contact.
More! These guys are relentless.
Signs critical.
Oh, I missed her again. Fuck. Oh, more. Look, they're right on my ass.
Detected.
Holy shit, they are fucking everywhere, bro. Watch your back. Oh, I missed. Fuck! God, they're everywhere. There's a fight. They're behind me, they're in front of me, they're beside me. I'm gonna miss that, aren't I? Of course I am. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Gotta be careful to not blow yourself up. Oh, I didn't see that lady over there. Fuck. I was running towards danger on purpose, but I didn't see that lady there. I thought I had it. Oh, and the civilian's dead. But fun, it's keeping up. It's keeping up. You know, I mean, there's a possibility that we could use one more skill haste mod in there somewhere. But that's power behind that bad boy. I mean, we're taking on quite a battle. And that's before we had our memento trophies fully stacked. And, you know, we're doing all right. But I think that it's hard to tell because, you know, once you get your mementos fully stacked, you're like, well, now I don't need any more skill haste, you know. But let's check one. Let's see if I got one alternate here. Skill damage, skill haste instead of status effects. Because if you're killing them so strong, the truth is, like, if you're killing them really strong with the damage, there's no status effects left, right? So there's nobody left to get status effects because they're just dead. So we're gonna, they're just dead. It's just really hard to tell because once you get all your trophies, you might like, it might level out. Okay, so I brought it. I got rid of one status effect and moved it to skill haste, and so that might be balanced right there. All right, so I restarted that, so let's give this one a whirl. That other one might have been perfect. It's just a little hard to tell. So I'm kind of added a buffer by doing that last change.
Control point identified.
I'm gonna have like 20 builds out of this stream. But it's crazy how many pieces we deleted because of these builds. Those 70 pieces is a lot. It's a lot. Okay, this guy again, huh? See, so one sticky bomb. Let's see how far it goes on this guy.
Reinforcements en route.
Almost all the way. So if we had that last status effect, it would have probably finished him. You know? So he'll bleed out. Got a couple of mementos. Really? What kind of placement is that? It's like it just wailing on me. Good placement is what it was. How did that not get him? Like, I swear that's anticipated. In the perfect spot, you know what I mean? It doesn't nail him. It's almost too strong right there. So we kill the rusher so easy, there is no tag team.
Assistance needed.
Which is fine, but you just need to have the skill haste behind it at a reasonable rate, the default skill haste. Which is pretty quick. It's actually pretty quick.
Reinforcement complete.
Aw, Mr. Fucking. I do that a lot lately. Again. Thank God for tag team. I keep missing her. She's a squirrely little fuck though, man. I gotta say, I get sick of her. She's always dodging shit. So that's got a fresh trophy on him, so he's gonna burn. All these guys clustered.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
So one of the other things we're testing is the level of armor you need to be able to play outside of cover, like as much as we are. Surprisingly, not as much as you'd think. It's nice to have armor, but you don't need as much, you know? Pretty good. That's gone.
Got your back. Firing.
So we haven't, yeah, 2 shots to kill a boss. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, she's not the tankiest of bosses, but yeah, that's a good build. That's a really good build. Good combination of pieces. It's the best of the best. A little overkill.
I can't see
Detecting
him.
additional hostile contacts.
That's not who I wanted to hit. Ooh, the fuck? That was a hard punch. Where did he come from? Oh no! We're in trouble! Get me out of here. Get me out of here. We got the armor and kill though after that. God damn it. I need to stop missing that. Where's the guy's owner? Where's this guy? There. God damn it. I keep missing that sticky bomb and it's gonna get me killed. We got a resource convoy on our ass. Man, they're everywhere again. They're everywhere. I'm getting nailed at like long distances. I can't even see that guy. Whoever's doing it. Down the other side of the map. There's one. Probably him or there. Get rid of that fuck. He's gonna bleed out too.
Fucking dial.
Yeah, they're bleeding out. It might even be a little too much. Because you might want that extra shot in for a tag team, you know, and they're dying. It's funny how that works against you a little bit. Might want to take a little bit of that status effects off. Bleeding too hard. Look at that way over there. That purple turret is what's wailing on me. Fuck you. And around corners and shit. Who's back here and just being clever? You, clever lady. That was a waste. And so was that. Oh, I thought I had that one. It's a little delay on my trigger finger. Gotta get rid of this medic. Where does he go, though? Keeps disappearing on me. Oof, God, they're wailing on me. That fucking turret, man. We gotta find that purple guy. We gotta find that purple guy. He's wailing on me. Tough fight. Good for the exercise.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Can't remember if we're running demolitionist in this one or. Here we are. Haha! 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 There's that. No, that's not him either. We're looking for that purple fucker that owns that dirt. Oh, there. Is that him? Is that him? No, no, that's a medic. Let's get that fucker though.
Incoming hostiles detected.
That was quick. That was fucking close, huh? That's the elite convoy spawn right there. Twins! Killed the twins. Somebody upstairs.
Serious trauma detected.
Shoot the damn seabird.
Ah, I thought there was gonna be one more spawn. I thought it was getting tricky. You guys saw that, right? He looked tricky for a second. Tricky, 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 tricky. It didn't happen though. Thought it was cool. Harley Cat, what up? What up, Harls? Thanks for the sub, Slick. I don't remember if I said thanks. We're booming everywhere, man. Where you going, bud? Didn't escape? Gonna bleed out. All right, there comes more.
Hostile detected.
I'm gonna run through this. Where'd the rest of them go? Oh, they came through the back. I see. She wasted my thing. I wasted my thing. I had a trap planted.
Tossing a frag.
Me too. Haha, mine landed. That never lands. You see that shit? That fucking never lands.
Stay back. Hear me?
I'm coming! I'm coming! It's a good build. I'm liking it. It's working. It's doing everything we want it to do. So, I mean, there's pretty good fights. We had a couple close calls, and the build got us out of it, and that's exactly what we want. And it's amazing that we're not running the 1.1 that we normally go with here. So it is a new build. It's a new build. We got more power, and you know, killing bosses with 2 hits. That's pretty good. That one went down with 1, I think. Actually, maybe it was that 2 or 1. So we powered up, skill haste down, and we still got everything that we want in skill haste. So let's take a look at those skill haste numbers. So it looks like we're at 16-second cooldown, 16.5 cooldown, and then 15 there. So that doesn't look that pretty on paper. It doesn't. But what's happening is that the enemies are dying so fast. It's like, it's sort of like, it's okay. And so I think, I mean, so we're a few seconds off. Like I would like 16 to be like 14, and I would like 15 to be like 13 or 12, you know? So it's really close, but what's ended up happening is that we're hitting them so hard that they're bleeding out or dying. And then we're just down to some like default. There's no, so what I'm saying is like sometimes tag team isn't there because they're just dead, which can work for you or against you. So it's a good thing and a bad thing. But interesting. So with this one, we're running Demolitionist for bigger boom boom. So that's good. That's good. You could also go Survivalist for the fire grenade if you want to add that effect, but it isn't a status effect build per se. There's Jim. What up, Jim? Okay, come on in. Come on. Thanks for letting me finish that. So there you go. Come on in, Athena. So I unlocked it. You should be able to come. No hand of you backpack, bro. That's what we're saying. That's what the whole exercise was about. That's what the whole exercise was about, was that that's the upgrade, is that we're realizing that, you know, and with this one, it's the skill efficiencies is going to be way more, way better than the Hannah U backpack. We eliminated the Hannah U backpack. We've eliminated Hannah U from all of our gear, and not because we didn't try using Hannah U. We tried. We started with the Hannah U's. We started with this, the creeping death and whatever. We bypassed out of that, didn't we? Where did we end up? No, we kept it on one of them. So on the Infinity Blind, we ended up going to Hannah U. But that's only because we didn't have anything else to do. And we were running the Vial on that build, so the Memento was impossible. Otherwise, we would. That's a Vial particular. What is this one? Express. It's a different build. So Charlie, what is this build? I gotta delete some of these. That's a fun build right there, I think. Can't remember. It's just Charlie. What is this one? True Patriot. I can delete that. Oh, these are, yeah, True Patriots will do like those, I guess, because I don't remember what they were for. What's this one? Nemesis. It's got a Nemesis with crits. Why was I doing that? I don't run crits on my Nemesis. Oh, it was a testing. We were testing. That's right. Okay, explosion with the. Oh yeah, I forgot that we had added. This is a different build. This is interesting. This is one of the other ones, but this is an explosion build where we added the Doctor's Home, and it's actually a great addition. It's a great addition. And we talked about the mop also being an option. But this is a great build. So very interesting. Like, look at that build and how close we ended up. But this one is running. Let me save this one though. Let's save this one and then let's rename it. What did it name it? Demolitionist. Okay, we can see that. So if we look at this other one, this explosion one, let's equip it. A very similar build. Interesting. So your playstyle just comes together very, very much, very close to the same. a little faster cooldowns, right? You see, it's going into more of the skill haste. Then we got the added armor, so we're at 1.1 million. So that's what we changed. We got rid of that added armor and rolled in skill damage, status effects, skill damage, skill haste. So it's the same basic configuration: skill damage, skill haste, skill damage, status effects, skill damage, status effects. And so we did learn some of that in the after effects. So 5.5 on this. So we ran this one for the Hollywood. This is the explosive sticky bomb, so it's a little bit different. It's not the burn one. It's a little higher, but very similar configuration. And we ended up, funny that we ended up there again. That's good. That's a good sign. But we did change it and we improved it. So we decided, let's go back to that one. So demolitionist. So we decided no Brazos. So we took off this skill haste from Brazos, which is like a Hannah U. And we took off the skill tier, which was giving us more armor. And I realized like we were doing just as fine with with less armor. So that's great. It's great. And that's because, and that's up to the player a little bit, because it's going to come down to your moves. Your huh and your ha. You know what I mean? So let me delete some of this stuff here. Cool. Did we already get our stash? I think we did last time, huh? All right. Hakeem, Hassan, Hakeem, what's up, man? Appreciate you, man. Thanks for the shout out. So we are gonna make actual purge builds too, by the way. I was thinking about that as I was coming out with the video. I was like, I should probably come up with a purge build too. What would a purge build look like? Would it have bloody knuckles? Would it? It's gotta be sadistic, right? Would a purge build be sadistic? God damn it, Evan. And if it was, you know what I mean? That's interesting, right? So, but anyways, like I was saying, you could actually put the doctor's home on this build, and it works out pretty good because you're getting your trophies anyways, and so it does put you in scope. So there's that, but I don't mind it so much because it actually helps you land your sticky bomb better. You scope in, and you can snipe with your sticky bomb at long ranges if you have a scope on your weapon. So it's something to consider. And I don't think you can put an 8x scope on this, can you? No, you can't. But on the Super 90, you can. So think about that. Look at our watch. Look at our watch, yo. Look at the watch. It's so close. Okay, so is there more Golans and stuff? Can I delete some more things out of this? I'm not sure. These are like variations that might be unique enough to keep. So Brazos, we're looking at Brazos, not Picaros. Those are all unique enough. We need to go through the sniper class and clean that up, but either way, so we're looking good though. We've done some good work here. 70 something items, 75 items, 78, almost 80. So Brazos, skill, haste, skill, damage. It's probably gonna be useful at some point, so we got to keep that. I don't know what it would be useful for, actually, now I think about it. Because if this is the new direction on this type of build, then I hate to delete it because it's so, you know, nicely rolled, but if this is how I'm going to run it, Probably get rid of that. I think keep that one. No, I don't need that one. Okay. So I might have to delete this headshot skill damage one. It's actually a pistol build. It's for this Empress International here. Skill damage, headshot damage. It's actually a pistol build. That's for the deflector shield. But we don't do the deflector enough to sit on pieces for it. I'm looking for skill build pieces to delete. That's what I'm looking at right now. Just scanning to see if anything pops out. So this is for an explosive resistance skill damage explosive build. Explosive skill build. So that's what that's for. But might be take me a while to find those other pieces, right? It's got to be that exact configuration. So this Grupo Creeping Death piece is probably can go away. I mean, I'd like it to have status effects anyways, so it's not even perfect. That one would really be better off with status effects. I can get rid of that. All right, there's one more. It's a rare piece, but not perfect. So, all right, skill pieces. So we got a couple of these Alps. So sniper category's got a lot of pieces too. I got to work through the Xena, Alps, Gila Guard pieces that can all be looked at. And that's, you know, sometimes I collect, like, I'll have 20 extra pieces for just one build. One build idea in the works. I mean, I don't use Y'all Man, the Hollow Man masks very often, and they're not bad. It's just like, you know. Once you get Chungas down to their health, it's not really an issue, right? They die pretty fast. So you don't even really need health damage against them. They only got like 10 million, 8 million in health, 8 to 12. So it's just, health damage isn't that helpful, you know? It's a little helpful. So here's skill damage, explosive resistance, skill damage, headshot damage. Do we need skill damage on perfect hunter? Probably not. But I'll take this perfect explosive resistance one. Repair skills. I can keep that one. Unless. Yeah. All right. Well, this build's done. And we've deleted a lot of skill damage pieces. I think the next easy task, and we've even tapped into some status effects, but I didn't bring all my status effect pieces over. So there's a possibility that there's some others out there that can be deleted. But the next thing I need to do is work on gear sets, because I got so many gear set pieces. I mean, something's got to give. It's going to be, I mean, True Patriot, let go True Patriot, something, you know? Ongoing directive, is it time to delete all the ongoing directives? I mean, we created the builds and then, but the thing is, it's like, you don't know what's going to come next season. It's almost like you got to be careful what you delete too much of, because you got next season. It might show you like, oh, it's a perfect synergy for ongoing directive, and I just deleted all those, you know. All right, what are you running, Athena? Let's see what Athena's running. She wanted to hardwired skill damage, protection for elites, wyvern, brazos. We go into skill haste. So it looks like we are going unlimited seekers, unlimited skills. Fun, very fun. Using one refreshes the other, right? And then she's loaded up some damage here. So like a little bit of explosive resistance. Demolisher, which is fine. Which is a fun one, huh? Is it Demolisher? I can't remember if it takes explosion damage. It might just be skill damage there. Can't remember on that one. The hardware is always fun that way, isn't it? Athena, did you invite me to the party? Okay, I'll do that real quick. I don't get notifications, so sending me invites never works. If anybody's out there is listening, I don't get them. I don't get them. So I'll get them on my phone, but I don't watch them on my phone. But I don't get them in game. So cool. So I got a party. I'll invite Athena to it. Okay, let me reset my sound while I'm at it. Here we go, I'm back. Yeah, so it's quite an exercise to thoroughly clean and to do it logically and to not regret it too much. You know what I mean? It's an exercise, and I mean, maybe I'm doing. Some people just rip it off like a Band-Aid and just like, I haven't, keep it simple. I haven't used it, but you know, I'm going through a little bit more of a process this time because I've done that before too. And you know, I got lots of extra crap, and like I'm, you know, Foundry pieces. I haven't run Foundry in a long time, and you know, I got all these Foundry pieces, and there's only so many ways you can skin Foundry. You know, you got crits and you got headshots, and then that's it. You know, and everything else is a tank. Same thing with Hunter's Fury. Only so many ways you can skin that. Running all of them, but some of them run skill builds too, so that's what's tough. You know, like Tip of Spear doesn't really make that much sense of a skill build. I've thought about it. Ongoing Directive can, Negotiators can, obviously Eclipse, Hunter's Fury can, Foundry does. So a lot of them do make sense as skill builds. So I like having those versions. I need to configure my. Okay, let's work on this. Let's work on an armor on kill. So let's go to sharpshooter. So I need to work on an armor on kill sharpshooter so I can get rid of some of these pieces because I've been collecting some of them. So So let's do preservation. Yeah, let's hold on to preservation. That'll be fun. And then let's do... Actually, no, let's do Nemesis, because I think the idea is to... Or the Mantis, whatever. But the idea is to roll preservation off the gun onto the build, basically. Except it's pure armor and kill. And so what we're going to do is figure out which way we like it. Bellstones, Xenogetikas, tanky, not tanky, combination. So we just had those pieces. So let's pull them back in here. And then figure out, is it viable for legendary? Or is it a heroic only concept? Pretty easy to make it both. So, and then I also have the skill repair version of that same concept. But okay, so let's do that. So weapon handling, headshot damage, and then there's Uzina, the first piece, and then let's find the second one. There it is. And then we want Walker chest, probably. We could also go Oraldi. We won't run the Memento, even though it's a good option. Well, we could run the Memento. I don't know. I'd have more options if I didn't. I don't like that. Why is that there? When did that get there? I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, so we're looking for headshot damage, tanky pieces. The death grips are an option. We could bring that. Gila, there's the Gila piece. Like that. And there's another Uzina right there. Good. It's a really nice one. I should have a Bellstone. There's the Bellstone. Oh, full. Okay. How dare you be full on me? Let's move all these off. And so they're the knees that we need to pull over. Uzina, no, it's a Bellstone. Bellstone option. Cool. And then we need the holsters. What do we got? Uzina. There's a Xena one. Another Xena one. And so I'd like these to be, and there's a Bellstone one. Cool. So I'd like these to be tanky by the brand attribute, but as far as the actual armor goes, I would like this to be an all red build. So if that makes sense. So what that means is like we'd be looking at an all red Uzinas, or a little bit of armor is okay, but for the most part, all red Uzinas, all red Bellstones. So something like that could also work. So what did we have in the holster? I think we had a really nice Uzina holster. There we go. We also had the Bellstone, so. And then we need a second Bellstone. I do have that on the chest, but I'm gonna try to put the Walker on the chest. No? Okay, so let's keep the Xena there, that there, and then let's move this to the Bellstone. Cool. So there's our 20% armor and kill. Now, if we can move one of these pieces here, I can actually push that to 30% armor and kill. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, right? So let's see if we can pull that off and if it's amazing or not, right? So okay, so let's do a. But the only way to do that is by putting the bellstone on the chest, which I have that piece, or Xena, of course. So there's the walkers, Golan's Providence. There it is. So that will need to be our soul armor piece. There. I think I've been saving a red one of those somewhere around here. An all red one of my secondary characters. If I was, I'd like to use it. But like in this case, you know, a little bit of armor regen is gonna be underneath all of that. So let's see if we can pull this off. So I'm gonna switch to the 511s. It might be over the top here. Where are those 511s? Did I put them on? There they are. So there's that 30% armor on kill plus the mementos armor regen. And so we need to use the second piece of Xena here. So, okay, that gives us another armor core. That's kind of sucks. So do we have a bellstone here? I think we do. But it's also got armor. Bellstone there. There's a red bellstone. Nice. So then this can be Xena here. And that's our red Xena. Perfect.
Hi.
So we don't want to go over 1.1. Hey, Athena, what's up?
I've been trying out different builds. Like both this.
Oh, fun. Are you working on skill builds?
Same as you. Yeah, you inspired me.
Yay.
Trying a different variation. You can take a look at it.
Cool, I will in just 1 second. I saw, are you running the hardwired?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. This is cool. Okay, you changed it, though. Protection from elites. Protection from elites. Protection from elites. Oh, cool. And then you got the China. I like that better. I like the China better. That's cool. Could you tell? I can't remember if the Demolisher takes explosive resistance. It doesn't really matter because your other Seeker does, but I'm just kind of curious. I think the Demolisher might just be skill damage. But just good to know. But either way, it doesn't matter with your build because the other one takes explosion. But cool. It's skill damage everywhere, so super strong. Using one resets the other kind of thing. And then she's got the capacitor. Pumping in more damage.
I never tried to search.
Have you tried it out yet?
No, I never used it.
Oh, let's go rock it. I'm almost ready. I just need to check on my weapons. Okay, so sharpshooter.
Also, I made another hunter outfit.
Oh, you did?
So I like making hunter outfits with the mask. Yeah, the one I'm wearing.
You look very hunter.
Oh,
You're gonna blend into the shadows there. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take off my Purge outfit and I'm gonna put on. Am I gonna end up just with my go-to? No, let's put on this one. Yeah, because I'm armored. That's cool. I like that. I like the Weaver pants a lot. The Weaver pants are cool. There, all right, cool. So now I just need to add my mods and I'm ready to go. So, headshot damage, of course.
That's cool. So basically, you took that other build, and then you just converted it into a headshot damage build.
Sort of, yeah. You mean like the skill
The
one
all-in
from the
kill,
skill one?
Like the slaughter. That one.
Yeah, it's similar. It's similar.
And then you put death grips. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
all you did
it's
was
just like
weaponize it and just put, snipers.
yeah, it's got the same components. Very good point. So, two pieces.
it.
You got Slaughter 2.0 basically, and then to turn into a sniper. Good point. That is what it is. We could take off the, if we play into the TAC 50, we could go Mantis instead. So we might try that. If you're really good at using your TAC 50, you should consider using your Mantis, right? Like,
I never used TAC 50, only Mantis and Nemesis, and that's it.
TAC 50 is pretty good. I mean, it's stronger than the Nemesis. It's only weaker against bosses. You know what I think I'm going to do? Actually, since I don't need the healer, I could still put on the deflector, but I think I'll run Riot Foam as the other one. Now, if we decide we don't want the Memento, that's okay. We don't have to run a Memento. We could actually run, as a matter of fact, fucking, what do you call it? What's that stupid skill backpack one called? Bloodsucker would be cool with this build. Bloodsucker would be cool because it'd be just like over the top edition armor on kill,
What about Liquid Engineer?
Yeah, I just don't have it, but absolutely. And it's crazy I don't have it. You know how many named item caches I open on the regular? Like, it's insane I don't have the Liquid Engineer, but I do have the Bellstone with Vigilance.
Liquid Engineer is beautiful.
Yeah, it's weird that I don't have it. It's just weird. It's just awkward. Well, I do have a Luzina Bloodsucker.
Weirdo.
There we go.
Cool.
So we'll bring that along. That'd be really cool.
Okay.
That'd be really cool.
I guess that's fine. That's an alternative.
Yeah, what would I swap out if I decided to go that? Something would have to change. Maybe an Araldi mask.
Yeah, I do feel guilty because I was laughing at you earlier when you were going down.
How dare you? How dare you laugh at me?
You were like, I almost had it. Fuck, they're everywhere. They're swarming.
They were crawling up the bunghole, man.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try this one more protected.
Guy Jordan, what up?
I don't think I need it.
So do you find you get stuck in pauses where you don't have a skill with that? Let's go find out. I don't use that gear set. I don't use that gear set. Maybe I did a long time ago, but it's just been a really long time. So let's go into this Candyland over here. Guy Jordan in the house. What up, Guy Jordan?
We can try Roosevelt Island. I like doing that one.
Nah, I don't feel like doing legendary quite yet. Unless you want to, I'm cool with it. Actually,
Yeah,
is that what you want to do? You want to do legendary?
Yeah, because that's my personal testing ground.
All right,
That's what I do.
let's roll. What's the gear with their rifles? Oh, let me make sure my bag's not full before I head over there. It's a little full. Let me dump a couple of things. I need a KSG, shotgun. That build that we created last night, I don't know if you caught that. It was a really cool build. Very cool build.
Which one?
It was a healer build. It was like a self-healer build sort of thing. It also could work a little bit in a group scenario, but where run and gun, out of cover, no shields, healer build. And that's all sparked from somebody saying that they wanted a really good armor regen build. And I was telling them that armor regen is actually not that good, really. I mean, because he said specifically, he had this. He said specifically, I want a build that's got high armor regen and shreds enemies. And I'm like, well, armor regen is a contradiction to that because in order to get good armor regen, you got to pull from your armor, and if you pull from your armor, I mean, if you pull, you gotta have more armor, and if you have more armor, you have less weapon damage, and so it's better to go repair skills because repair skills you can go 6 reds and heal faster than armor regen. And so the difference is it relies on skills, and so if you have other plans with your skills, then that's when you wouldn't want to do that. But if you want to heal, if you want a really fast heal per second, faster than armor regen, then you want to go repair skills and income and repairs, and then protection from leaks and shit like that.
Armor regen is always underneath.
Yeah, and so you get it, and so I ran it with the memento, so there was still armor regen, so we still had the 3% armor regen and whatever. But you know what I mean? But like, you can't have good armor regen unless you pull from, unless you have lots of armor, right? And then, which means you're gonna have less damage. Anyways, and there's nothing wrong with high armor regen builds, but I'm just saying, like, if you, it's an alternative way. Like, if you don't have any specific need for your skills in this armor regen, I want to shred enemies build, then look at your repair skill alternatives. So armor regen builds take from attributes and skill tiers, where repair skills only takes from attributes. And so here's the build that we created. So 1 R and K, it was in it shreds. We were hitting at up to over 3 million on crit when we were using the Busy Bee, of course. But without that, we were at like 1.7 million, stuff like that. You know, that's pretty good. Anyways, I'll end up doing a little highlight on that. Hit her at 18 million. That was pretty hard. I don't know why she didn't die. I don't know if it's a clean shot. I always kind of have to get warmed up when I'm using this Nemesis. But I brought along some riot foam, folks. Landed,
immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh.
Agent
I don't know what I
incapacitated.
hit with, but it hurt. Thank you. Get my decoy out. There you go, decoy out. The angle here for the rifle was tough. I'm trying to use it, but I'm not getting good angles.
Concentrate your fun.
Come on, you fucker.
Vital signs critical.
Come into my flank.
This'll help. I can do this all day.
Oh, I forgot we need.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down. Vital signs critical.
I think this is the wrong one, actually. Here, we can wipe. I think this is the wrong one.
Agent down. Agent deceased.
Yeah, let me switch something too. I'm gonna switch something too.
Did I choose the wrong one?
And put on the bloodsucker because I with this map I'm sitting there still behind the same piece of cover, so I'm gonna put on bloodsucker. What does that move? Xena do what? the other thing is actually the other easy move, without doing this per se, is to just actually let me put on this. Just the right foam was the thing that was failing me. Let's put on a fixer to fill in the gaps. Okay, let's wait for fucking. Let me take this off because the right foam's gonna take forever. Okay, then put on the heels. Now switch to the memento. There we go. Repairs. There we go. So we'll have the 3% armor regen plus this powered up healing once we get that going. All right. I just couldn't get that riot foam off. At that angle, it was just weird. I might be better off with the Murakamis here than something because of the duration to this to your decoy is really nice. Hey Tony, what up? Ready, Athena? I'm creeping. Also, we need to switch our secondary. That was failing me too. We need a white death. And then I guess the scope is good for this mission. Normally go no scope on it, but for this one. What up, Tony? Anthony. So we got this guy in the tower somewhere. If you can get him before you go. So there's one medic. I can't see the other one. He jumps down to veteran one jumps down from up there. And so there's an X back there. If you, it's kind of faint right now, but you can see that X. He drops right in front of that X. So if you hold your weapon over there, you can almost land that shot guaranteed. Not every time, you might have to make some minor adjustments, but watch. He drops. Did he already drop? There he is. Oh, he's slow. Right there. And I missed it, but it's a little bit left.
Serious
I
trauma
took too long on
detected.
that. But yeah, it took too long on
Agent
that.
out of action.
See, I'm missing that explosive resistance in this one, huh? My decoy reset real fucking quick. Incoming. Oh, that's bullshit how they ducked like that. They shouldn't be able to see me. Here, purple, purple, purple. Got him. There's a grenadier. So. Elite drone operator. I think that's a medic back there. Can we see her little beady head? No, it's a drone operator. That fucking flinching coming to hit you. Got her. Comes the next wave. We need the medic. Got him. Medic down. The rest are just chumps. Chumps, I tell you. Oh, there's a medic here too. Oh, he moved? Yeah, I don't know. Got him. Medic's down. bunch of chumps. Okay, let's start. Oh, we got another medic out there somewhere.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Where's he at? I don't know. The decoy's taking forever though. God damn it. Yeah, it's drone operators. Like, where the fuck is this hidden medic? Because I see I see the drone. Okay, fuck, I'm just gonna shoot the drone. He's an elite medic somewhere. I don't see him. There he is in the back. He's elusive too. Like, he hasn't taken any damage from your explosives, the elite medic. That's fucked up.
Yeah, because he's like a ghost.
Yeah, he's
actually.
fucking dodgy, man.
And plus, yeah,
You're really dodgy.
is that one
Oh,
exactly
they're on both
behind you
sides.
and there's one in front of you? Yeah, you're dead. Yeah, that's it.
Decoy. Oh, I almost had that decoy out. Decoy out.
Yeah,
Agent killed.
it's cool.
That's alright. I need to get my hands moving faster.
Yeah, it's actually doing a lot of damage.
It looks like it is. It's popping them out of
Almost
cover.
like-
That's one of the most important things for those builds is that they pop out
Yeah,
of cover.
exactly. I need to target that medic.
Yeah,
That's
he's
the
fucking
most
elusive,
doing,
man.
Don't let anything stand
The medics
Yeah.
are the real
And plus
threat
there's
here.
no-
They just get everybody
Right,
up.
there's no marker. There's no marker above his head. I have to constantly look for him. He's always up in the tower.
Yeah, he drops down. He's
In the right.
yeah.
In the right tower.
I love this swing right. See some booming happening. Here, decoy lady. Drone operator down. There we go. Purple medic, stand up, stand up. Good. He's down. There's grenadiers out there. Some incoming. Oh, make it rain. Why don't we? Fuck. That's 7 grenades right there.
Agent down.
Hold on, decoy's coming out. Decoy out.
I think I should stay all the way back.
Alright, look out for those grenades. They keep coming. Oh, it took too long there. Let's charge up. Oh, I hate the flinching in this game. Wish you could counter that. I would like that to be a fucking weapon down. And that'd be a great one for this game. Anti-flinch. I have no idea. So like your body doesn't shake, your camera doesn't shake when you get hit by bullets. I would love that. Makes it a pain in the ass to land these shots. Especially in the rounds. for that gold medic again. And we're back at that exercise.
Someone stop that shit!
Damn, there's more than one medic out there. I'm gonna pick out those drones. There he is, center field. Still, dude, got your head on my mark. War rounds are fucking irritating, aren't they? That's all that we got left. One grenadier. I have a plan, I have a plan. And the constant running is so annoying. It's just like, just stand still. And do your shooting thing. You don't need to move. It's a nice Super 90.
You know, with the hardwired set, you have to pretty much wait, like, for your skills to hit before you throw another one.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Good point. Yeah. Or you waste it.
That's how I figured out.
Yeah. A little practice, learn those little nuances. I'm trying to figure out if this has enough damage. I gotta see. It's this first kill, second kill thing. We're looking for anything over 10 million first kill.
Hold on, let me mark them. Yeah. Alright, just wait
Nice,
for
a little short there, not bad though. So we're close. So we want about 1 million more damage there. Probably the 511 glows we can get rid of. 30% armor on kills is a little ridiculous anyways.
That was beautiful.
Tank engineer. Can't quite see. There he is. Hold there.
Hold on,
Don't move.
Snipe from back there too.
Oh, he's gotten slippery. Damn it. Anticipated that. Oh, right there. Oh, his tank blocked it. How dare you? There we go. That should finish him. Is this a sniper? Where did she go? Yeah, she's alive.
It's back there. I don't know why my Firefly just instantly...
Okay, tank, I get it. I get it. Holding down your zone.
just hiding. No, she's literally hiding.
Yeah, she's in the next space. She's gotta come back. There she is. do? Let me see. Give me a quick second here. Let me see if I got some replacement gloves. I don't think I needed 30%. So we want a raw. Probably these are Raldies. It'd be nice. With headshot damage, do I have anything?
Yeah, so we made it. Checks out.
No, we don't want that. So let's go Raldi. It's not the best of Raldi. I need to re-roll it, but it's close. All right. Should be enough to do trick. Okay, I'll try to take out a sniper here.
Okay, hold on. I'll target them. Anything. Can it reach? Does reach.
Comes a tank. Ooh, sniper there.
Assistance needed.
Yeah, good heals though, actually. Even when we don't kill anything. The armor regen's coming in strong. Get out of here, Warhound. That's not my show. For a head. Fuck you. Hit me with his perfect explosions.
An agent needs assistance.
Oh, it's the rushes. I'm sorry. Oh, never mind. It's not the rushes.
It was probably that
I was just
perfect
out of cover.
explosion. Hold on, I come and get you in a second. Get patient, get patient. Come on, guys. I can take my aggro.
Serious trouble.
It's okay. It's okay.
I got it. Just had to put on my dancing shoes.
Yeah. So what you really need to do? Yeah. What you really need to do is throw the decoy out, and then just wait for them to be attracted to it, and then come.
Or you can put on your dancing shoes. Dance with them. The other thing is, like, when you step in front, like, I was too close to him, so he didn't pick up the aggro because I was the aggro. I was a decoy for my decoy.
Okay, I got this one. Yeah, come on, explode, please. It takes a while for that thing to explode.
Yeah, it's that proximity. Gotta get it in there, don't they? Oh, really? Sideways walking shit. Watch that left. It's fine.
Got him in my sight.
Man, I need to get fucking warmed up. I use my sniper all week.
Gotta be hiding.
Should be landing some of these shots. They're moving around a lot, but explosions. Don't want to be. Somebody's still out there.
Oh yeah, they're over the gate, actually. Yeah. They hop over the gate all the time.
You get spunky.
That's no problem. It's okay, I'll get them. Don't worry.
Here he comes. I see him. He's just on the other side. Purple guy.
down.
Yeah. You're good at knowing exactly where you are. You see that shit?
Yeah. You see, the thing is, they can shoot through it, but we can't. You see.
That's bullshit.
So you have to throw something over it to kill them.
But you could also, there's also visibility a little bit through the side vents. You got a clean shot.
Oh. Well, actually, yeah, you can see, but you can't shoot through it. Because invisible walls. I keep fucking jumping out of the goddamn way. Irritating.
Got him.
Oh, you got him? Okay, great.
Hi. Trying to destroy my skill. It's not doing it. There it is.
You ready?
Yeah, go for it. Good luck. Sorry. Yeah, that thing can work pretty good if you get it on the spawn. Got him. What is the red one? We gotta get the red one. Come on, bread guy. Got him. Our healing stations are down. Helicopters on the way. Like, I'm not worried. I'm just saying.
An agent needs assistance.
Embraced.
Do you see a Chunga in there? Is the Chunga out yet?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
hold on.
yes.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
And it's cool if we die.
Yeah, no, I
Let's
don't
test
mind.
it out.
If I land this headshots, I'll be better off, but here we go.
Yeah. You got it?
Maybe. Fucking D50. God damn it. I had him. But the D50 is fucking a beast.
Yeah, I know, right? You had his,
If I had the Regulus, he would have been dead. But the D50 is just like, you
Right.
switch to that and it swings like a fucking pendulum.
Exactly. Yeah, right.
We had that.
It's actually the least accurate.
Yeah, it's
The
a
Orbit
beast.
actually probably would have killed him.
It's a
The
beast.
Orbit would have killed him.
Anything else would have probably done it. I know, but it's just sort of like, it's so strong. It's just like, it's a nice... I wish I could run 2 exotics, man. I just wish. I wish I could run the Regulus.
know.
It sucks. Guess I'm better off the TDI card, but that's a perfect example where the D50 can get you into trouble, but...
I guess we can talk to the devs and see if they can do that for us. Let us have 2 exotics.
Please, devs, please.
You know. That'll probably be like their last gift to the game, is having 2 exotics.
And then they can be like, see ya.
Before like year 5 ends, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be cool.
Decoy out. Okay, let's find that fucking purple. There he is, right center. Get the healing guys, that's who I'm after. Just hold still. They know I'm after him though, that's why they're moving so much. Really? Fucking dumb. Body shot bullshit. I see ya. Got him. All right, now we need a yellow guy. Somewhere out there by you, I think. Okay. Oh, you lucky little fucks. Want to hear some heads crunching? God damn, this little target.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh man, he's elusive. Can't get that gold guy. Just moves right when I scope it on him. He moves. My little fuck. Got him.
Got him. He's down.
Oh, there's another one. He's
He's
down.
a golden
he's down.
medic. Just
All right.
ridiculous.
I think that's all the medics.
Agent down.
There's one more golden one.
Decoy coming out.
And see if you can come out here and
Yeah, I'm
get
gonna get
this
you.
girl. I was thinking about taking that that other build that I run, and then making a sniper build out of it.
That'd be fun. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Fucking dogs can see through that decoy, huh? You can take some heat though. That's good news. Drone operator down. All right. So I think it's just the dogs.
Yeah, that explosives cleared them out.
Yeah. I'm gonna take off my scope on this. I needed no scope alternative. That would have been better against those chungas. All right. I hate these war hounds. I hate fighting war hounds. Wasting my time. Especially warhounds that are shielded against their own EMPs. Those are the worst kind of warhounds.
An agent
I
needs
got him to
assistance.
like lock health, yeah. Alright. That's good.
Yeah, I want to run an alternative sniper build where I can do 100% white death and be happy with it, so that I can run the Regulus, because I never get to run the Regulus and legendaries because that's interesting. You know, because I'm always using the Nemesis. Stoner! No, thank you. You
You can have
stoner.
it.
Hey, I got gear back here. Hold on. Something popped
Yeah,
up.
I have too much stuff to crush. I've been crushing things. And
Oh, yeah, I'd be crushing things too. I'm
just-
good at crushing shit. Good at crushing gear.
You know, I had an 8-hour stream earlier today, or yesterday, and I did Hunter Suri,
Oh, right on.
Lady Death,
With the Lady
the
Death?
Intimidate, and the yes, and the Legendary Summit.
Oh, cool.
Just melted everything. People were surprised. Just, you know, can't really run and gun.
God, these little fuckers just love to dodge right when I fucking about to pull the trigger. The explosives are causing this ridiculous behavior. Got no shot back here. Get off my fucking nuts. Tanks are suppressing, pushing me back, you know? There we go. Let me take out that fucking sniper because there, she's gone. I'm going for the tank. Tank down. Almost down. Is it down? No, bailed.
Oh yeah, by the way, do you know if the explosive ordnance doesn't explode, you can use it for mines, pretty much.
Oh yeah, I've seen that
So you
before.
can actually fall back,
Yeah.
yeah, like next to a dead body, yeah. So it's still useful.
It is. We forget about it though, huh? It's easy to forget that it's there.
I do sometimes.
And try to get those snipers out of our way.
I got some more.
Jesus Christ, what is with these guys? Or is it me? You're just constantly tucking and rolling, you know? Constantly. Gotta get that purple one.
Alright, I got the sniper.
Alright.
I think it's gonna take out.
Agent down.
Really? You fucking sniper?
Can't believe it. Yeah, I died next to the tree. Roll 8 behind you.
Alright. Hold on, I'm getting fucking
Vital
weld.
signs critical.
Damn it.
I know.
Agent down.
I'm gonna
I
take
don't know
full
why his
seconds.
explosions are coming at me
Agent
up
vital
like
signs 0.
like they're on a fully semi-automatic, fully automatic.
Oh, those explosions! Oh my god! I just looked at your stream.
Well, I still don't know if this build is balanced
that's a lot.
damage-wise, so it's might be playing at a
That's a lot of
disadvantage.
Got your
explosions.
objective. Don't let anything stand in your
Let's see,
way.
do I have the better mask? So there's the Araldi mask. That's a better mask. Let me move. Did I have the Uzina here also? The gloves? I thought I did. Oh, it's got armor on it though. Fuck. So Uzina, Belson. Maybe I run it this way. Hold on a quick second, almost done. Let's move some things around. That one. And then we'll put on double bellstone. Okay, got that. And then the 511 headshot. Boom. Yeah. We like to see lots of reds on our snipers. Happy about that. All right. And we still got all our armor and kill. Cool, cool. So 2 bellstones. So we got 20%, 10% armor and kill, 20% armor and kill plus the regen. All right. I'm coming. But we should have just got powered up.
That's what she said.
So we got rid of Azina. But it's still been maintaining all the same stats. But this should equate to more damage.
Boom, deleted.
Damn it. Show me your head.
Are you serious? You can also hang back too, if you want.
No, I like playing in the heat.
And I'm actually running glass cannon as well.
Oh my god, here comes the barrage. Oh my god.
Agent
Oh my god, and they're still coming. Oh man, how many more explosives are gonna send my way?
0.
I didn't do anything.
Back on your feet, soldier.
What up, warrior cowboy? Orlando.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, let's hang back.
Alright.
I'm gonna try something.
Got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Agent down.
I'm just right here.
I got you, I got you.
You can
Yeah.
come get me, and then... And then we can still hold back.
No, yeah, it's fine, warrior. I mean, you might be better to on. I mean, it depends on the question, but if you know, you can always send me a PM on Discord too. But either way.
Who did that?
Jesus Christ.
Sword ahead.
Oh my god, dude.
An agent needs assistance.
Taking serious heat here.
I just fucking destroyed him.
I think it's down to a few, huh?
Oh my gosh. I almost fucking died because nothing wouldn't shoot.
Agent down.
Yeah, I died.
Hold on, I got a decoy out here.
Serious trauma detected.
It's a medic right here, the medic drone. Picking everybody up we just killed.
Yeah.
Dick. I need a hero.
There's the fucking medic. There's that son of a bitch.
Got him!
He's fucking dodging my shots for sure.
Enemies back in the fight! Watch out! Grenade! Target's right here!
Damn you.
Covering fire. Gotcha.
He's dead! I'm getting fucked up!
Getting cocky.
Got him. Dead. They're all dead. I love these mines.
Yeah, they love ding,
like
ding,
my
ding,
personal
ding, ding, ding,
minefield.
ding,
I
ding.
love it. I love it. It's amazing. I love this
It is a
build.
pretty cool skill.
I changed, the reason why it's hitting harder is because I changed Wyvern to glass
Oh,
cannon.
good call. Yeah, you're playing from cover anyways. So what do we got? A couple dogs? Are they on top of each other? What do we got?
It's just one.
Why are you messing with me, dog?
I'm going to do Technician and then Kingbreaker.
Oh, that's a good combo. What's your content, Warrior Cowboy? Are you covering? What content? What are you covering? Are you covering Division 2 stuff? If I would have known that. Yeah, I mean, I could probably give you better advice, like offline or whatever. You know, talk to you about it more personally. But a lot of it's about, you know, it's about really finding your voice. You know, and people take that literally when I say it, and it's not meant to be said literally, you know? So, like, don't take that literally. Like, what I mean is, like, figuring out what you have to say to the world, you know, or your community, whatever,
Assistance needed.
you know? What is it that you have to say? You gotta have something to say, right? Now, I don't mean, like, oh, to say details. I mean, yeah, what I'm talking about is, like, what I'm talking about is the drive, right? There's a drive somewhere inside of you, and whatever that topic is that you're covering. Random games, gotcha. And so here's the deal, there's two types of content creators out there, basically, right? And there's those that strive off of, or that are successful because they're really good gamers, right? Like, they're exceptional gamers. And there's those that are exceptional personalities, both of which can be duplicated and replaced, right? They're very replaceable in the community, in online, that is, right? There's thousands of YouTubers with great personalities. There's thousands of YouTubers that are great gamers. You know what I mean? And then, of course, is the top of the top of the top of the echelon, like Mr. Beast and Dr. Disrespect. Those are top of the echelon. Those are like, you know, that's like basically the equivalent of being a YouTube rock star. And so that to be set as your expectation should probably be, shouldn't be the bar. You know what I mean? Probably not the bar, because like being one of those guys is like winning the lottery, basically, you know. But, you know, making... Yeah, but success is, you know, I'll leave that for you to define, but if there's a monetary value, then it is what it is, and, you know, you can get there, but, you know, don't hold yourself to the Mr. Beast standard, I guess is what I'm saying. But that being said, a lot of it's about, you know, Mr. Beast is, he's gotten to where he is because, you know, he's both, right? He's both personality and he's a really good gamer, but it's mostly the gamer part. Right, he's an exceptional gamer, and so that's where. But so for the rest of us, it's what do you got to say? What do you have to say? You know, and I think that's what separates you apart. And you can get somewhere. You can get what I'm saying is like there's the. Like if you just because you know a lot about the game, that'll last you a little bit. But there's lots of people that know about the game, and that'll get you some subscribers. You know what I mean? It will. But damn, they're coming for you.
Yeah, it's cool. I think I found it.
Well, I'm trying to get her.
No, I actually want to do that.
Gotta get rid of this rusher.
That's really, really good.
She could, I mean, she's
But I can
glitching
still
on
live
fucking
too on
boxes
top
and
of
shit.
it.
Such bullshit. Such fucking bullshit. Okay, got it. Oh, right as I fucking get exploded. What the fuck? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I saw that. That's funny. But yeah, the damage is really good, right? I hope the
Yeah,
damage
no, it
is
seems to be doing okay.
good. I don't.
You've got your
I
objective.
only thing I need
Don't
is
let anything stand in
skill
your way.
haste. And then I might do 2 piece of Grupo. That'd be okay?
Yeah, 2 piece of group is amazing.
Maybe.
Yeah, Mr. Beast has got a business plan. I mean, he basically started YouTube content creating, right? He basically started it. And so, so he's a really interesting guy because he's got a really good business plan, and he funded his first videos. Like if you watch his history, he does do more than just gaming for sure. And when I said Mr. Beast, I wasn't referring to gaming. As a matter of fact, I wasn't. I was referring to him as a YouTuber, you know, and so that's what I'm saying. So the gaming is, you know, is the visual and it does help, but people are there really, you know. I think what a lot of people forget is that YouTube is a social media platform. You know what I mean? It is. It's social media, and there's people that say, "Oh, I want to do everything I can to avoid social media." Well, if you're on YouTube, you're on social media. This is social. Community generated content for community engagement. And that's why YouTube videos, that's one of the reasons why YouTube videos are so rewarded for engagement. Engagements like, you know, comments and thumbs up, and that's all forms of engagement, sharing and stuff like that, you know, just like a Facebook post, you know. So it's YouTube as a social media platform. So anyways, so that's what I think is like where Mr. Beast does a lot of things right, is I think he thinks about, well, not just him, but a lot of people, but it's about, I say like the community part, I think is what a lot of people overlook, and they think it's just all about the video. But I think as people, humans, you know, have a sense of wanting to belong, right? And being able to provide information while connecting and giving them that feeling that, or helping them be part of something bigger than themselves. If you can accomplish that, that's huge, right? That's huge. And so how do you deliver that that human connection part, and not just be a piece of information? There's those videos that do lots. There's some content out there that's really amazing some content creators that are really amazing, and all they do is deliver very technical information. So,
Reinforcements.
but the best ones, like I watched this guy. I'm gonna screw up his name because I haven't been following him for very long. But god damn it. But it's something Aces. He's a Call of Duty content creator, and he delivers on the technical side, but he's so personable and positive about it. And he's got almost 1 million subscribers, you know, and he's not well known like Mr. Beast or something like that. But in the COD community and the underlining community, he's got a really good reputation, and lots of people, most of you probably know who I'm talking about. Something Aces or whatever. And he tells you like, is this he'll do comparisons of the mods and comparisons on, you know, whether the enemy can hear your footsteps, and he does these tests and kind of gives you data and download on it and gives you his recommendations and, you know, and stuff like that. But he while he's doing that in a roundabout way, he makes you feel like you're belonging to this community. There's a community there, and he's not saying anything special about a community or anything like that, but you start to feel like you belong. He's talking to you. He's in a way you feel like he's directing it to you, and it's really personable, but he's got something to say. You know what I mean? And it's not so much the information that we're delivering, but he's got something to say, like about what works and what doesn't. That's what he's having to say. I think, you know, it's not, I guess, like if I were to sum it up, it's like it can't all be taken for face value. That's what he has to say. And if I were to sum it up, right, it's not always what you think. That's what he has to say, you know, and then his passion is behind that, and he proves it out. I wonder, you know, he's answering those questions for us. Like, I wonder how much weapon handling really helps you in the Division 2, right? And so that's a question that we all wonder, and then he answers that. And the way he answers it is, you know, he explains that it's not always what it seems, you know what I mean? And whatever. Anyways, and so like that whole part of like having something to say goes beyond any particular video game that you're covering. Any topic, if you're the topic of your YouTube video is about hammers, what you have to say isn't about hammers, although that's the topic of your channel. What you have to say is it's that gumph behind it all, you know, that passion that's driving it all. And so that's the part that you have to look for. And I know that sounds kind of abstract, but that's truly what's going to drive people to your channel, is that they're going to catch on to that passion that's behind your voice. And it's because you have something to say about it, you know? Let me give you an example. Did you ever see that movie? I think it's called A Star Is Born. A Star, is that what it's called? It's the one with, yeah, Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga. I recommend you watch this video or just find this clip on YouTube. Okay, it's The Star Is Born. So Bradley Cooper, if you saw this, so Bradley Cooper is a famous like country rock singer. Okay, he's a famous country rock singer. He discovers Lady Gaga, who's singing, you know, in some dive bars. Basically, she's a waitress. He discovers how beautiful her voice is. He makes her famous. You know this movie. Okay, good. Okay, so there's a moment when so Sam Elliott is his brother named Bobby, right? Sam Elliott's this old man. He's also a kind of a cowboy kind of guy, but Sam Elliott is his brother who takes care of him in this movie, right? Kind of his manager, right? And they get in a fight. There's a fight scene that they have where they're arguing. It's pretty early on in the movie where he's arguing about, you know, it has to do with their dad, and he sells the land. And Sam Elliott says, "You stole my voice," right? And I think it's because Bradley Cooper's voice is similar to what Sam Elliott's was, right? Meaning that his brother, Sam Elliott, Bobby, he could sing. He was a great singer, okay? So his brother, Bradley Cooper's older brother, was a great singer, as a matter of fact, and had the edge on him because he was older. His older brother should have been the famous one, but instead the younger brother was the famous one. And Bradley Cooper makes a point. He's like, he's like, maybe I stole your voice, but it's because basically he points like, you didn't have anything to say, You know what I mean? And which is weird because we're talking about songs, right? And it's not that Bradley Cooper, and it had nothing to do with songwriting or anything like that. But it was that gumph behind it all, right? That drive behind it all that inevitably shows to your community that you are human, and more importantly, you're the real deal. You know what I mean? And so it's just like, and so Bradley Cooper, the younger brother, ended up being the famous one because he had something to say, and it's not literal. And he says, and that's a perfect scene in that movie, and that's what I think of when I say that, because it's not literal. He didn't literally have something to say. There was nothing literally he said to become famous. There wasn't a sentence. It wasn't a speech. He just has something to say. And what he's talking about is the passion behind it all that's driving his voice. They both can sing. The brother could sing. The brother should have been famous. The brother had a great voice. He was obviously a musician. But the younger brother had the gumph, had the passion. Maybe he was driven by anger. Maybe it was driven by love, whatever it was, and it was probably anger in his situation, right? For against his father or whatever. But like, you know, but it turns into a voice, right? It turns into a voice, and it gives you that passion and that edge, that cutting edge, whatever it is. And so that's sort of a dramatic situation, of course. But that's what I mean by like finding your voice. You got to find your voice in YouTube. You got to figure out what it is that you have to say. You can anybody can deliver information. Like there's these channels that deliver lots of information out there. It's all out there, guys. It's all on Reddit. Like it's all, we know everything. A lot of us do, you know. We know everything, and we all come to YouTube for more information, but we want to deliver it in a package that we can identify with. Or you know what I mean? If that makes sense. Like I don't go to YouTube just for information. I mean, I do. I want my information. And there's, you know, if I was going to a math channel, okay, to watch how to do algebra as just an example, just picking a random boring subject, then wouldn't it be? And if you came across two algebra channels and one was like, so if you push 1 + 1 = 2 and da da da, and then the other one did it in a more entertaining way, because he's passionate, and so he puts more energy behind it and maybe makes that math class a little bit more exciting. That's probably the channel that you're going to stick, maybe that you'll be more drawn to. You know, they're both accomplishing the same thing. They're both delivering the same information, but one is doing it from his heart, I guess is the best way to put it. You know what I mean? So to speak. And I don't know. But that's the thing, it's like you can go anywhere for build videos, you know what I mean? You can go anywhere for game knowledge. There's thousands of game knowledge channels out there, but what is going to drive them to your channel? And that's tough, right? That's the sort of, you got to find your X factor. We all have an X factor. You got to, this little light of mine, I got to let it shine. You know what I mean? What is it? And you can't be shy, right? It's so, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, you know, you just got to let loose. You got to figure, you know, I think people can see when somebody's acting versus being who they are, and being who you are tends to work out, you know, it tends to work out. And if it doesn't, you're going to get the feedback that tells you shouldn't be on the internet. And there are people that should not be on the internet. I got to say, you know what I mean? There's people that should not be on the internet. You know, it's just like that. They're just shoveling more hate in the world, and a world full of hate, you know? And it's just like, really, like, we don't really need those kind of YouTubers, really. You know, there's just enough hate and bullshit out there. We don't really need people shoveling more hate in our face, and especially when we come to a video game to get away from that shit. You know what I mean? You guys come to a video game to hate on things. Now, there are people that do. So there are people that really do. They're haters in the real world. They're bullied, and therefore they bully because they are bullied. And so they go on the internet to bully back because they can, right? Because they can. And so because they're bullied in real life, they come to the YouTube arena to give back some of that bullying, you know? And so they do look for hate, and they are attracted to the hate channels. And that's why the hate channels always have a couple of thousand subscribers because there are a bunch of haters out there. Yeah, and they don't even see it, right? They're like, I don't see the hate. Where's the hate in this channel? He's like, you really don't see the hate? Like the constant hating is not, you know? But, you know, there's some people that can have a negative spin on things without hating, without being haters, like Born to Game. Have you guys? I'm sure you've all seen Born to Game. He covers the Division 2. He always has for a long time, and all he does is talk negative about the Division 2. That's it. I mean, I don't think he's ever said a good thing about the Division 2, but that's his thing. He talks crap about every game he plays, and he never leaves it. And so it's just this weird thing, right? It's just, that's his thing. It's like, I'm coming on here to keep it real with you guys in this game. I don't know what the devs are doing, and da 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 da. And actually, I personally find this channel quite annoying because I just can't sit around that much negativity in my life. I just can't. But other people really like it. But the funny thing is that he delivers all this weird hate, whatever, without actually hating on anybody. And it's quite an interesting spin, which is why he's got a lot of subscribers, right? Because some people just like to vent and they like to get it off their shoulders, but he's not hating on any one individual. You know, he's not hating on Mr. McSkills or the Johnny Von Dooms or anybody like that. You know what I mean? He's not hating on anybody. You know, he's keeping it restricted to the game itself, you know? And so that's what's really interesting about him. And so it's an interesting way to be negative without being negative or be negative while being positive. Be negative, but no, maybe it's like be negative without directing that at anybody personally. I think that's probably his golden ticket right there. He's negative without directing that at anybody personally, so nobody gets personally offended. But people do hate his channel. He's got a channel that people love, and he's got a channel that people hate, and that's why his channel is successful. You know, sometimes those extreme channels like that, they do really well, right? Because there are people that sit at that extreme level that they love to. I mean, every game he covers is negative. You know, every game he covers is negative. Yeah. Yeah. But covering all sorts of games at the same time, you know, there's some people that do that, but then I think when you're starting off early, it's not really the games. Maybe the games, although that's what's bringing people together, is that you're playing games. Maybe that's not what you want to talk about. You know, I mean, maybe it's part of the conversation, but maybe there needs to be another topic there also, because what you're doing, you're being a generalist instead of a niche. Because just because you're in the category of gaming does not mean that you're focused, right? Because there's a bazillion games and there's a bazillion gamers all showing up to YouTube searching for different games, you know? And so, you know, if you're trying to cover all of those, I mean, it's very rare. I imagine it to be rare and difficult for somebody to follow you along that journey because they don't play all sorts of, people usually play 1, 2, 3 games at a time. And so, you know, so many of those games may not apply to them. And so YouTube is, I could tell you from a YouTube algorithm perspective, it's probably really confused, right? It's trying to find people, and it's just like, okay, so today's playing, he's talking about Tom Clancy, and so we're going to test it out there with Tom Clancy people. And then tomorrow it's just like, tomorrow you might be playing Pokemon, and it's just like, it's going to try sending those Pokemon videos to the Tom Clancy Division people, and it's not going to get a response. And then it's going to test it out with a few other people, and then you're going to, and so you start to hurt your reputation a little bit. And so, you know, it can be difficult for the algorithm to try to figure out who your audience is and where they start to overlap so that they can recommend it from one video to the next. I don't know. But I don't know. It doesn't really matter. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't really matter what the topic is, whether you're covering Division 2 or whether you're covering many games. The people will follow you if you have something to say, and so that's what you got to find is your voice, and then let it shine. But anyways, it's my dinner time. I'm definitely willing to go into more detail with you on it, Warrior Cowboy, if you ever want to chat on Discord or whatever. So, but I don't want to bore everybody with all my randomness.
We can talk on Discord too.
Yeah.
If you like.
I don't do the Discord live chat thing though. You know, I don't know. I need to figure that out though for guest invites, because like some people aren't on the same platform and it'd be interesting to get them on.
I see. I have one
Yeah.
question. Do you think the waveform would be good? Here, you can take a look at my build again.
Yeah, let me look. I don't know. We all kind of feel like, yeah, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's nothing wrong with the build setup here, but it's just like the waveforms, you know, I think just the community consensus, my consensus is always sort of falls flat. I almost rather just run.
I still do think,
yeah, I was gonna say, sometimes I just want the consistent damage. You know what I mean? You know, I just rather the consistent damage because it's annoying when you toss out your seeker mines and it's flipped on the other side, you know. It doesn't, I mean, I'm sure it averages out in the end. It really does. It probably just averages out. Everything does. But let's see. You got capacitor, you got the seekers. Yeah, that's the thing with gear sets. There's really little room to make. There's very little room to make a lot of changes, right? I mean, a lot of people. I realize you don't want to switch out your skills, but a lot of people run the BTSUs with this also, and which of course requires the hive. Oh, Warrior, I didn't know that. No, I didn't see that. Did you send it to me? Reach out to Latina. Oh, she's here on the stream. Reach out to Latina. Latina, you should connect with Warrior Cowboy about the additional support. I wish you were on the Xbox. We need more support on the Xbox side too. We're full everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if there's I mean, your options are limited, Athena. Like, you're right. You can go explosive damage. You can go Hannah U, which is the same thing as going Brazos. And it's just like, but do you really need more skill haste? If you're looking for more damage, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I think what you got to do is go play it out and see if you really want to run the burster, no matter how much you love it. One of these skills is gonna, I feel like one of these skills is gonna have to change. You're either gonna have to get rid of the clusters or get rid of the burster. You know what I mean? I mean, I felt like your uptime was really good, but could it be better if you just had the hive that you can pick up and drop, pick up and drop, pick up and drop, pick up and drop? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the thing about the clusters is that they miss so much. There's this. I don't like the clusters, but to each their own. But like they miss so much, those clusters. It's like you don't even realize how much they miss because you can't see them all the time. You know what I mean? And so they're always dodging out of the way. They're little mini clusters and ducking or halfway getting hit by just a little bit of it, the splash damage, or they kick them. They can kick them sometimes, right? And so I'm not a big fan of the clusters, but when people love to run the clusters with the hardwired, and when they do, I notice they tend to run it with the hive because I think because they're so ineffective, I think you really do want to. Here, I'll log out so you can not get overwhelmed.
Okay. Thanks.
Hold on. How do I do that? How do I get out of there? There we go. So like, because they're so ineffective, I think, you know, the hive just helps you get them out faster. So you can just keep tossing them out. And then they become effective just because you're spamming them, you know? And then hive allows you to go faster. But I can't really tell because I'm not in your shoes. So maybe they are going out fast enough. It seemed like they were going out pretty quick.
Yeah.
But the hive could also help because the times you were dying most likely was because you were getting rushed. And so if you had the stinger hive, that's going to send those guys backwards. And then you can overcharge it. Then you put on the BTSU gloves, and then you can overcharge your clusters You know, and I know it's like it's kind of not going down original road, but try that, put that on, and then go from there.
Yeah, right. I want to try.
And then go
different
from there
ways,
and see like, okay, so that's the go-to for the hardwired set, and then what do I want? What different do I want out of it? And that's what's hard because you might not want anything different. You're like, well, I want the other skill out of it, and so I get that. Because the Stinger Hive kind of, you want to try to keep it really close, so you don't really want to throw it out, and so it becomes an ineffective skill. And so the way you have it configured, you have 2 effective skills. Booms are everywhere. That's great, nothing wrong with that. But then you got your builds dialed in. There's nothing you can do, nothing you can change, you know. Because you got 4 pieces and you're locked in on that backpack. There lies a problem with gear sets. That's why we need to be able to customize our shoes and hats. So that we can start having more build variety. Anyways, I gotta bounce. I gotta get some food in my tum. But
I hope in Division 3 we can have 8 gear sets.
oh, I need that.
Slots.
I need that in my life.
Pieces.
That'd be so
That'd be
cool.
And then, yeah, and then 2 exotics at a time.
We need to start writing letters to the devs.
Here for your gear, and then, right, for your gear, and then for the weapons.
And a bigger stash. Give me those 3
Perfect.
things and I'm happy.
Oh yeah, bigger inventory, 200, stash 250. Or sorry, 500. Yeah, stash 500, and then inventory 200. Or just 250.
Yeah.
That'd be perfect.
And better mods.
Right. Yeah. And then the 13 protection from elites. Fix that, please.
And make it so that you can put mods in your stash without taking up stash space. That's annoying too.
Exactly. Right.
All right. Division 3 is on its way.
See you next time.
It's coded in.
Yes.
All right, y'all.
Are you gonna play Hotline too?
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to Heartland. Over Resurgence. Resurgence is sort of just like, yeah, I'm going to bear it a little bit. But Heartland is, yeah, no, I'm after Heartland. That's going to be a cool game. It's going to be different. That is my Division 3. You know what I'm saying? So, all right.
Okay, let me
For
know when
sure.
you're streaming again.
Peace.
See you next time, okay?
Yeah, you
Thank
got
you
it.
for playing with me.
Tuxedo out.